Sana niko Uhuru kwa sababu sio kitu rahisi, ni kitu ya kufurahisha sana kuchagua watu wenye unapenda, watu wenye wanataka wakuwe viongozi.
Nasikia vizuri. I feel at home, yani niko sawa.
Mipango imeendaje huko?
Mipango iko sawa, wanatuelekeza vizuri.
Nimefurahia but nilikuwa naogopa, but sasa nimeona niko huru na kuvote, niko sawa tu.
Wengine tuko hapa, wengine wako HGM, wengine wako Mama Ngina, tuko wengi sana. Na wengine bado wako kwa njia wanakuja. Sasa venye tunaingia tunaona si ni watu tu kama kawaida kama sisi tu. Sasa tunaendelea.
Sijawahi lakini ninafurahia kwa sababu leo niko hapa. Hata mimi nilikuwa tunaogopa, tunashindwa, tukienda tutafanywa nini, lakini tumefika tukaona mambo iko sawa, hata sisi ni Wakenya, tuko kama Wakenya wengine.
The head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta.
In Mutomo Primary School. There, he's arrived in Mutomo Primary School to cast his ballot. He's there at exactly 9 minutes past 9. So let's just say that he's arrived at 9 a.m. We are yet to see whether he's accompanied by former First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. But clearly, he's all alone, and he's walked in to the polling station.
And nobody else can access that polling station
even our cameraman has
up until he's done.
Yes.
Because other than the other times when you've been dealing with him as a candidate, right now he's the outgoing president of the Republic of Kenya. And obviously, it's a tough one to access that polling station at this point. I don't know whether we will get a vantage point at some point to see whether to see as he votes.
Yeah.
But President Uhuru Kenyatta is inside that polling station at Mutomo Primary School, where he's bound to cast his ballot. Can we listen in a bit?
The nuts. Probably he's going to get the nuts.
Yeah.
Director?
Oh.
Right,
we don't have the sound just yet, but once you do head over,
he'll address the media thereafter.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
He will grant media
to grab an interview from him at this point will be very difficult, but he's a politician after all, even if he's the president of the Republic of Kenya. Maybe once he sees the thousands of microphones lining up to hear from him, he will oblige and speak about the process, but sometimes it's very difficult. I remember other than 2013 when he spoke to members of the press after voting. I don't remember if he did that in 2017 after voting, because now you're dealing with the president of the Republic of Kenya, and there are so many things happening today that he needs to be in charge of.
Exactly.
In the country. So whether he will grab an interview is, you know, a matter of wait and see. Outside the polling station once he's done with voting. But that's Mutomo Primary School.
As journalists, we'll have to push him.
Will be casting his ballot.
Hey, can we see you? Yeah, that's it. That's alone is just a picture.
And you know he's an easy man.
He is.
So he will just laugh off and show you his finger.
Wow,
there he is. He's actually casting
now the media has been granted that access. He's a voter.
He is a voter.
He's a voter as well. Much is the president.
And knowing then that the transfer to the biometrics happened under his reign.
Yes.
I don't know, but he probably has a very special number as a voter. President Uhuru Kenyatta casting his ballot there at Mutomo Primary School, accompanied by, who is that? Other than his aide-de-camp that I've seen and his security, nobody related to him that I've seen in that picture. But the president is at the booth marking his ballot papers. Immediately after, then he will be casting his ballot on putting them in that ballot box. The president exercising his right to vote as a citizen, because he is a citizen, and then other things. Other than the fact that he's the president, he's a citizen and a voter in the Republic of Kenya. And you guess, you know who he will vote for. some of his positions because the president has already made his endorsement clear as regards to the presidential position, and so he has in other positions, bearing in mind that he is the presidential, or rather he's the running mate. He is the party leader of a Jubilee party. The president is the party leader of a Jubilee party. He's done with marking the ballot paper, so right now he's headed to casting them. The Azimio party chairman, he is the party leader of a Jubilee party, the president of the Republic of Kenya, and a voter in Mutembei Primary School. And you still have the IEBC official guiding him over the process. The president being guided over the process as he casts. And by the way, he's accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Kenyatta, as you can see, Victor.
Yes, but one thing is certain, that security is paramount. There is no lapses. No room for security lapses there. He's a man of interest at this particular point because he is the outgoing president. He's made his choice, which is also quite open. And the fact that he's also voting is something to admire. This is something that people rarely see, the other side of the president. People never expected, you know, some people would even ask themselves, kwani president pia anapiga kura? You know, he's a voter. He is a registered voter. Actually, it's called Kenya One.
And it speaks to the significance of this process.
Yes.
That even the president of the Republic of Kenya, despite him being not a candidate, he has come out to choose who he wants to take after him, as well as who will be his governor in Kiambu, for example, who will be his senator Kiambu, and including in his ward in Ishaweri. He also wants to, you know, elect the person who will represent him and the people he's represented in Gatondo South for quite some time. We're still looking to see whether the president will agree to an interview. But like I said, it's quite a difficult task, but he could, you never know, he is a politician. He could grab an interview, but if he doesn't, you would understand. He is the president, and sometimes even the times and moments do not allow him to enjoy the luxury of taking up interviews. The president is done with voting at Mutembei Primary School. And yes, that means then that we have several other candidates now, the people you would say people of interest that are yet to vote, and that is Raila Odinga, who will be voting at the old Kibera Primary School. That is where he will be casting his vote. We are yet to see the voting of Professor George Wajakoya, the Roots Party presidential candidate, and his running mate Justina Wamai. But so far, Deputy President William Ruto, the UDA candidate and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance leader, has voted at Sugoi Primary School, and his running mate Rigathi Gachagua has also voted at Sagana Primary School. The presidential candidate for Agano Party, that is Wahiga Mwaure, has already voted at Upper Hill Secondary School. The running mate Ruth Musheru, we had to know whether she has voted at Umoja 1 Primary School, and so has Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. The president is speaking, actually. Can we listen into him? It was indeed a short one, as you would guess. And those ones are the ones, normally, they're flying questions. There's Polycarp Igathe, the Jubilee Party candidate in Nairobi. He's running for governor now, speaking. Let's listen in. in Nairobi County on a Jubilee Party ticket, running against Johnson Sakaja of UDA, and there are several other candidates from different political parties. Nairobi has quite a number of people running for governor. I think the senatorial seat has attracted more than 7 candidates in Nairobi, and all running either as independent or on political party platforms, and that's just it. Victor, from your end?
Absolutely. And we all know the history of Polycarp Igathe, how he came to be the preferred candidate. Welcome. And now he's running for that particular seat. Remember, he was at one point the deputy governor of Nairobi, and former governor Mike Sonko, only for him to leave office after a short stint at that particular office, and now he's back eyeing the top seat in the capital city. Those are live pictures there. We were really trying to get a word from the president, but clearly it was not possible. It was not possible. So that's how it is sometimes in this field. That's how it is. We are continuing to give you wall-to-wall coverage on what is happening on this election day, a day that Kenyans are going to the ballot to elect their leaders who will be leading them, including us, for the next 5 years. And that is the way it's supposed to be. That is our democracy, which we are exercising. 22.1 million or so members are registered voters across the country, with over 46,232 polling stations across the country opened for this particular exercise. Just a quick recap. Nairobi, Mombasa County will not elect their next governor, as well as Kakamega County, and IEBC said that they will give a date later on this week on how that those elections will be held. So that one is as far as that is concerned. Elections continuing, polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and will run through to 5 p.m. A reminder, take your time, go and vote, stand to be counted. Very important. All right. We are still here and giving you wall-to-wall coverage, and you only need to stick here for the best coverage ever, because we are yet to engage our reporters who are across the country, from Baringo, Northeastern, Kakamega, name them. They'll be giving us live updates when and how we get them from different regions of this country. Right, Curio?
Yeah, indeed, it is a process that is not taking more than 6 minutes at, what do you say, an average of it, not more than 6 minutes. So it's something you can actually run very quickly and participate in, and become among the 22 million Kenyans who are turning out in the numbers today to vote for the leaders that will be over the helm of affairs in the next 5 years. We have our reporters stationed across the country to give you an eye view of what is happening there, a front row view for the matter of what is happening, and we also have guests in studio who will be engaging to get just a feel about what they feel about the process, whether they have participated in one way or another, and how they view the process so far, particularly about the announcement by the IEBC to postpone the gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa, as well as the MP positions up for grabs in Kacheliba and Pokot South. That conversation we will be having here. But just to inform you very quickly, the President Uhuru Kenyatta has already voted at Mutembei Primary School. That is his polling station, accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, who obviously does not vote from Mutembei Primary School. There are 46,229 polling stations across the country that opened at 6 a.m. and will close at 5 p.m. So if you're a registered voter in the Republic of Kenya, kindly dash there and participate in that process. The Deputy President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance leader and the UDA presidential candidate, has already voted at Sugoi Primary School. So has his running mate, that is Rigathi Gachagua, who voted at Sagana Primary School in Madeira constituency. Martha Karua, the deputy presidential candidate for Azimio, has already voted at Mugumo Primary School in Gishugu constituency of Kirinyaga County. What we are yet to see is his principal or her principal, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, the Azimio presidential candidate, who is bound to vote at Old Kibera Primary School in Kibra constituency. At Upper Hill Secondary School, where Higa Maore voted there. He's a presidential candidate and running on Agano Party. And we are yet to see, obviously, his running mate, Ruth Musheru, who is set to vote at Umoja 1 Primary School in Embakasi West. And then we also have not seen Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party, as well as the running mate Justina Wamai of the Roots Party, and where they will be voting. At least, you know, Professor Wajakoya will be voting from Idangalasia Primary School in Kakamega County. Victor.
All right. That is Polycarp Igathe. Also on the process of exercising his democratic right there, he is vying for the top seat of Nairobi, to be the next governor of Nairobi. Governor, he is battling it out with Johnson Sakaja of UDA, and that is how it is. So Polycarp Igathe started being the deputy governor of Mike Sonko before he left after a short stint in the office, and now he's back as a joint candidate of the Azimio la Umoja to be the next governor of Nairobi. And we'll just be waiting to hear if at all he'll address the media. What are his expectations, the experience so far? He's going through the process. Remember, we have got 6 ballot papers, and each and every person will be given the papers for them to mark. Live coverage from Nairobi, where we are right now. Polycarp Igathe seeking to clinch that seat. It has been an interesting beat in Nairobi here. We had got Evans Kidero, who was defeated by Governor Sonko. Governor Sonko served his first term, but the second term was riddled by a lot of back and forth from the county assembly until he was impeached. And Anne Kananu was also sworn in, and now we have got Polycarp Igathe now eyeing that particular seat. How it's going to pan out, only the voters will decide. Later on in the evening, we'll know who will be the next governor of the capital city. The capital city of Nairobi has a lot of, things to talk about. We have got parliament sitting here. We have got UN headquarters sitting here. We have got State House, the National Assembly, call it the International Airport here, and many university headquarters, and we have got University of Nairobi, and we have got the Central Bank. Almost everything is based here in the capital city. So Nairobi is a county of interest. There you have him, Polycarp Igathe, patiently waiting. This is the point that you realize that you are your own man, and you have a point with your destiny. You know, no supporters.
And actually, Victor, I would be interested. I'd be interested in knowing whether Professor Philip Kaloki, the running mate for Polycarp Igathe, is actually a registered voter in Nairobi. Remember, he was to run for governor in Makwiny. And then at some point, out of the political horse trading that is normal with Kenyan politics, he agrees to be running mate for Polycarp Igathe in Nairobi. So I don't know whether there was enough time either to transfer the vote from Makwiny to Nairobi. So there is a possibility then that amongst the votes that will be credited to Polycarp Igathe, Professor Philip Kalokis will not be there. And it's quite an interesting one. And I think Sakaja too has the same thing, because his running mate was running for governor in Nyandarua. I think he even participated in the UDA nominations. I don't know whether he is a registered voter in Nairobi. Quite an interesting one to watch out for by evening.
All right. That's a point of concern. And all right, Kioria, I think let's take a break. We started from 6. Now it's now 9:27. It's always good to take a break, and we'll continue this discussion shortly. We'll be right back.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Here at KBC Channel 1, the national broadcaster, we have a plot.
And as Kenya decides on its 5th president, governors,
Senators,
members of the National Assembly,
and those of the 47 county assemblies, KBC is ready more than ever before to be your one-stop shop in delivering authentic,
credible and timely 2022 election news on a 24-hour basis.
Only on Kenya Decides.
You have conducted yourself in a very peaceful manner by casting your vote. That was the civic responsibility that was expected out of you. So here's the thing. Keep the peace as you forge ahead and build a beautiful nation, not only for yourself, but even for your kids and your children's children.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and inside debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is Kenya Decides, giving you up-to-date minute in regards to the general election, a process that kick-started at 6 a.m. this morning, and we will be giving you a 360-degree coverage as to how the day plays out, and even after the elections, what you can expect, and of course giving you the live feeds from every other position that we have our reporters across the country. Now, as you go to vote, there are a number of terms that are used during this electioneering period, and we want to just run you through very quickly what these words mean, and just so you understand, when we talk about a valid vote and invalid vote for that matter, you know exactly what it means, and as you go to cast your vote, you know what to do and what not to do. Now, starting us off, of course, we start with what is considered as a valid vote. There are quite a number of votes, so we start off with a valid vote, which is a ballot paper that is correctly marked, that clearly identifies your preferred candidate, and it is marked with either an X or a tick. Those are the only two markings that are allowed on ballot papers. Now, the next type of vote is what we call a rejected vote, and this one fails to reflect the intentions of that particular voter, and the presiding officer is unable to determine them. But before we continue with this, Victor.
Yes. Before you continue, let's cross over and listen to Timo Nyonyi, who is currently speaking. Probably this should be in Westlands, where he is a member of parliament, and let's take a listen on what he's saying. There you have him.
How is the exercise like once you start identification to the last stage? How is it like?
For me, it was quite smooth, because once I started, it just took about a minute or two for us to get to casting our vote. Yeah. So identification and all that, hoping the machine will function throughout the day. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Asante. Thank you.
Just a thumbs up.
All right, that is Timo Nyonyi, who we just got a bit of him. He said that it took him about a minute or two, and the maximum amount of time that IEBC projected should be around 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the speed at which you are casting and going through the process. But nonetheless, 1-2 minutes, that's okay. That is okay. That is Timo Nyonyi. Remember, he wanted to be the governor of Nairobi until there was some backroom kind of negotiations, and he had to drop his bid for Polycarp Igade. That is Timo Nyonyi. Jen.
All right, now we get back to some of these terminologies that are used in regards to the voting process. We now move on to the second type of vote, and this is what is referred to as a rejected vote. And this one is where the ballot paper does not clearly reflect the intentions of this particular voter, and the presiding officer is unable to determine. And you can see the demonstration right there, where that X is in between one of those borderlines. And in this way, it is therefore considered as a rejected vote. Now, the other type of vote, we have votes that are called stray votes. Now, these ones are well indicated, but the problem comes in when you deposit this particular ballot paper in the wrong ballot box. Kyria.
Absolutely. So it's very okay that you familiarize yourself with this thing, so that by the time you're going to the polling center to vote, that you are very much aware of what could actually make your vote invalid, and that is very much possible, that the candidate you vote for, your vote does not count. And I'm joined on set by Regina Opondo from ILOG, and we'll talk about a bit the process of voting, because you have been with the IEBC as local observers, by the way. You have been with the IEBC for quite some time as they prepared for this election. I don't know whether you've been able to vote, and if you haven't, whether you've asked anybody who has voted, and you can probably comment on the process from the moment a voter gets into the polling station.
Okay, thank you very much. I indeed have voted. I was lucky to have voted this morning, and it was quite interesting to hear Mheshimiwa say that it took 1 to 2 minutes, because from my estimation, and I even did some timing, put on the timer, from the time you get in, so if you once you get into the polling station, they check your ID and they say you can proceed, and you go to the KIMS kit to have your biometrics taken. From the biometrics up until you get all your ballot papers, it takes roughly about 5 minutes. minutes, 4 point something, 5 minutes, depending on the clerks in different polling streams. Then depending on the speed of the person voting, so roughly the process takes about 7 minutes. I also timed myself, and I took 8 minutes. So I think the 5 minutes predicted sounds fairly reasonable, I think, to work with. Yeah, so the voters, I think most of the polling stations that I've been to this morning seems to be quite calm. You walk in, there's a bit of signage, but I think it could be better and have more people directing people where to go. But the polling stations, I mean the polling streams are easily identifiable. So you go and you queue. When it is your turn, you're called in. When you're called in, you go through the process that we've seen various people going through on your screens. You have your identification verified. Then you get your ballot papers. Of course, make sure that they're stamped on the back. You get your 6 ballot papers. Then you proceed to the booth. Most of the ones I saw were fairly secretive, so secrecy of the ballot is observed. And then you also have somebody guiding you, because those colors can be confusing, particularly for men. So there's guidance onto which goes into which ballot box. So there's assistance if you need it. I also saw, a fairly representative number of agents from the political parties and a couple of observers as well, both international and domestic presence, as well as a good presence of security. Yeah.
Comment a bit on the process of identification, because I think that's where the much of the time is spent, because marking the ballot doesn't spend a lot of time in casting. It appears like identification is what the problem is. How much time did you take at the identification spot?
For me personally, it didn't take a lot of time. Actually, it was very quick. As soon as I put in my thumbprint, my fingerprint, it came up. I think the only other one I saw where the thumbprint didn't work, then they keyed in the identification and it was found. So, and then there was a few people who were in the wrong polling stream, so they were then redirected to where they should go. Yeah.
And you're saying cumulatively you took about 8 minutes?
I took 8 minutes, but I know I took quite a bit of time in the booth.
All right.
Yeah, but in terms of the process of from identification to picking your ballot papers, that takes 4 to 5 minutes.
Why did you take some time in the booth?
So I had to think about my choices.
That means that for somebody who has already made their choices, they take lesser time on the booth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Ilog, before we hand it over to Victor in a bit, tell me, when you talk about observing an election, what is your role as Ilog? What does observation mean?
Okay, so for us, first of all, as Ilog, we monitor throughout, we observe throughout the electoral cycle. So it's not just E-Day today that we are observing. From the moment we finished the last election and moved into the pre-election period, we've been observing the various processes that take us up to today. So we've been looking at the legal reforms, we've been looking at some of the petitions that were in court. I think at some point we were also observing the BBI process. We've been doing media monitoring, and then as early as last year, leading up into this year, we deployed long-term observers who've just been monitoring the scenario. And they've been monitoring this through a lens of 7 specific areas. So looking at voter education, voter registration, media and social media, legislative reforms, participation of special interest groups, which includes women, youth, persons with disability, and even with prisoners, and to an extent diaspora voters, amongst many others. So that's the lens with which we've been doing the long-term observation and issuing reports based on that. Violence is also one of the things we monitor. So then leading up to E-Day, where we have short-term observation, we've got observers sitting in polling stations. So we've got about 1,000 parallel vote tabulation observers, and then we've got about 3,000, 2,000 and something general observers, and then we also have roving observers like myself who will be moving around and just checking the environment. Okay. So the plan then is at some point today we'll be able to tell you what opening looked like, and we will have numbers to that based on the numbers that we've deployed.
By roving, you mean you'll be roving in Nairobi?
I will be roving in Nairobi. There are others roving in other regions. So we have in Kisumu, I think we have in Nakuru, we have various parts of the country. Yeah.
All right, Victor, over to you.
All right. I'll also probably you can also think about this question. ILOG was part of a case which was lodged in 2017. Have you had some of the concerns that you raised in 2017 addressed, even as we head to this election? But before you answer that, let's cross over to Lugari constituency where voting happened. But this is earlier on.
Because I see yesterday the candidate
The fear was that we'll have lower voter turnout, but the way I have moved in my local polling station, the turnout is good and the exercise is going on well. So let's just prepare for the best. Yeah, we are telling Kakamega residents to prepare and vote in our team once the IEBC gazette the new date for the elections. They should turn up in large numbers and vote this exercise so that we can elect quality leaders to lead this country.
So far we have not met any challenges and we anticipate that it will be smooth.
Thank you. That is from Kakamega County, and you've seen the deputy running, or the running mate for the ODM candidate, that is Fernandez Baraza, the running mate who is Ayub Savula there, speaking about the question of the failure for the IEBC to conduct the gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and whether it would have affected the turnout, but he says not much because quite a good number of people continue to get out to participate in this election. There was a question posed to you by Victor as regards the concerns you had raised in 2017 and whether in this election you feel they have been addressed.
Okay. So the role, I think, of observers is, I think, 3 or 4-fold. In terms of our role as observers, of course, is to keep an eye on the vote and the process and to document that. So we normally like to speak of the 3 or 4 Ds. So the first one is to detect if there is any fraud or mischief happening. I think the second is to deter any fraud or mischief happening. Just by our physical presence, we hope that people are less likely to misbehave in the polling station. Delay, and then to document. The correction I think I wanted to make was that we were not part of the case, but because we document, we have data which was then used as part of the case. And our data is usually public for anyone to use, whether it is the media, political parties, whether you're going to court, etc., or for improvements. So we did make a raft of recommendations. Some of them have been picked up, some have not. Some I think remain pending. So things like legislation I think should be completed at least a year to elections. We've seen this year we're going very close to elections are being done, and that doesn't help IEBC in terms of planning, or the rest of us in terms of being organized, planned and prepared for that. I think the court also spoke to elections as a process and identified some illegalities and irregularities, so improved on that. So in looking at IEBC and other stakeholders who are involved in administering environment that is created by all the actors.
Let's talk about best practice, for example. Yesterday the IEBC announces that it will not conduct gubernatorial elections in Kakamega as well as Mombasa, Kacheliba constituency and Pokot South. Of a mix-up, I think a misprint. Does that cast doubts on the preparedness of the IEBC, having been with them and monitoring what they're doing since the last election?
Well, procurement is one of the things we were not able to observe, although we've always made recommendations that they should have citizens more actively involved, even in those processes like procurement.
Even as you speak, Wavinya Nditi, the Machakos gubernatorial candidate for Wiper, is voting. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So it is unfortunate. I think there's more attention to detail that is required. And in terms of quality management, somebody should be tasked with that up until the very end. But I also saw that the IEBC released a statement and put the blame at the foot of the printer. I think somebody should be surcharged because this is a cost to the taxpayer. I don't know who should be surcharged. I think once we determine whose fault it is, that person should actually be surcharged, because we talk about culpability and liability for individuals at the level of IEBC if they have criminal liability for misbehaving. But I think for even such things that could be negligence, I think somebody should be surcharged for that. If it is the printers, well, let them also have to pay for it or have to experience.
One wonders, Regina, these trips by commissioners to Greece, where this printing was happening, as well as even political party agents, one wonders what exactly was happening in Greece then, if such a misprint can happen.
We can only speculate at this point until we have the finer details. I think for us is to take note of that and give a more comprehensive picture as observers of what happened and what was observed, and ask for explanations, but also make recommendations that improve the process next time so that this doesn't happen again, because it's a waste of taxpayers' money.
And it concerns you as ILOG?
It concerns us, and we're also ready to observe now that they've said they will set new elections. We're waiting to see if there will be improvement and if they'll be done well.
Victor, probably would want to hear from your panel on the same as regards this postponement of elections in these 4 areas: Governor, Kakamega, Mombasa, and the constituency elections in Kacheliba and Pokot South.
Absolutely. I just hope that they'll make a good report once everything is done. I just hope they'll be a good report. Okay, so let me introduce my guest here on set. I have got Edwin Ngugi, who's an advocate, as well as Nordin Kakai, who's also an advocate. But gentlemen, you've heard what she said, but let me ask this question. So this one cast a very big indictment on the part of IEBC. People have really prepared themselves. But there is a question of preparedness in terms of procurement of ballot papers, in terms of procurement of electoral materials. Now this is coming to pass the last minute to an election. Starting with you, Ngugi.
Yes, it's sad to note that they're doing this procurement later on, yet they have had the 5 years since the last election, because they have been in office preparing for this coming election. And they were meant to have had a proper open procurement process, which should have resulted to picking the right company that should have been able to conduct a free, fair election.
Yes.
A company that was competent to actually deliver on these issues, because if we are finding out from the polling documents that they are wrong, they are wrongly printed out, then there's an issue if we are finding this out at the last minute. Yet we even had some of the representatives from IEBC and even a representative from the presidential candidates being sent to Dubai to confirm the process a month ago. And so there's a form of incompetence from this company.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me get your comment on that, Nudin.
You know, this takes us back to 2017, the nullification. It was, and they were told clearly, an election is a process, not an event. And it's like that never registered in the back of their mind. Now the process, you also look at one, the procurement, as you said, the company they settled on. For example, no due diligence was done. That in itself is an indictment, because clearly you don't know what you are doing. That is number one. Number two, because if you don't do the due diligence, you don't know whether they are competent or their capacity the company has that you're handing over this contract to. Now, takes you back to 2017, where, if you remember, IEBC was split in the middle. There were commissioners playing Team A and Team B. Now, the first day the ballot papers were received in Kenya, some commissioners said they didn't even know these ballot papers were coming today. And Chebukati was on record saying that he brushed it off by saying, you know, you don't have to know everything. Some are busy doing other duties. That in itself was a sign that there is some confusion. the cohesion in working, maybe there's an issue. And then we've clearly seen, courtesy of the latest updates are like Rongai, the elections are going to be cancelled because now the ballot papers, they are not there. So there's an unrest, people are wondering what is going on. It shows you the level of preparedness. It's like they weren't prepared and they were forced into an election which they went into blindfolded. Yeah.
An election in Kenya should be an event, a process, not an event. And as you correctly put it, anyway, ILOG is here, and I still hope that they're going to do a good report at the end of the day, but nonetheless, that is on their beat. Kyoria?
Victor, let's have early pictures of the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, voting earlier. We have pictures of her voting earlier. And of course, when it hits 10 a.m., we expect Raila Odinga, the Azimio presidential candidate, to cast his ballot. Yeah, the lady in black.
This is something you talked about.
Is the First Lady of the Republic. Mama Margaret Kenyatta. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa kuje, take your line, goja, and then vote. That's exactly what she did. Yeah.
And I think she voted first, then accompanied the president. In previous times, particularly in 2013 and 17, the president goes to the vote first, and then you have the First Lady voting later. This time it appears like it is the First Lady who started and then accompanied the president. So we expect the Azimio leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, to be at the old Kibra Primary School any time from now. You can see the preparations there. And once he's in, we shall cross over to Kibra, where he will be voting at the old Kibra Primary School in Langata. But what you're seeing, those are earlier pictures of the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, casting her vote. And the indelible ink on her finger to prove that she has voted. And there she is. She exits. Now we are in Kibra. This is where Raila Amolo Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate, is expected to vote. Kalonzo Musyoka, who is also a luminary in the Azimio coalition, will be obviously voting in Mwingi, and will be on standby also for Kalonzo Musyoka as he votes. We are yet also to see Musalia Mudavadi, who votes in Sabatia, Vihiga County, also casting his ballot. But right about now, among the top presidential contenders, Raila Odinga is yet to cast his ballot. So is Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. We have Kalonzo Musyoka casting his ballot. Let's have him on. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, the Wiper party leader, actually speaking.
But if it was something we could have separated long time ago, under the BBI process, because it's the only way. I mean, don't call it BBI. Just call it a constitutional amendment act, because it's important for this country. But others come who handsomely say, people are looking for jobs.
All right, that's Kalonzo Musyoka speaking in Mwingi, where he is a voter. Mwingi is in Kitui County, and I think this is the arrival of the former premier, the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya coalition party leader Raila Odinga, who is also the presidential candidate. Of course, that's not him, so I'm told. So we wait for his arrival. He's set to vote at exactly 10 a.m. It's 1 minute to the clock. So that means in about 2 minutes or three, he arrives and casts his vote. Let's continue with the conversation here and talk about the preparedness of the elections. And we talk about monitoring, and we were talking about the IEBC preparedness in terms of what has found us here. But on a general scale, when you look as observers, will the IEBC finally deliver a credible poll?
I think it is premature to make that call right now. Probably towards the end of the week, we would be able to give that assessment. I think there are indicators, I think, that we can look at. So the pre-election environment has been fairly peaceful. There have been challenges around communication, delays in voter registration, voter education, but the challenges have not been so extreme that we wouldn't have gotten to today. So I think we see how today goes, and then we make an assessment about the whole process once it is concluded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there fasts in this election? Because you were observers still in 2017 and 13, and now this election. Are there fasts that probably you have noted as an observer in this election?
I think there are a couple. Let me see if I can remember any off the top of my head.
Except the Shona community voting, obviously, for the first time.
Yes, I think the Shona community voting for a first time. I think the certainty about results at the polling station, I think that is also a first. And I think it's a good thing that helps us in terms of being sure about results being final at the polling station. I think firsts in that way, I mean, outside of IEBC, firsts in that there's a woman candidate, a woman deputy president, I think, on the ballot. I think
there are actually three.
Yes. So those are, I think, good firsts. I think I'd thought of a first, and then I forgot when we started talking about that. It will come back to me, and then I'll.
All right. You were talking about the legal regime around elections, and some of the legislation that came in late in the day, just when we were near the elections. But we'll pick that up in a bit. Victor, you can engage wakilis actually.
Exactly. So let me ask you, gentlemen, what do you make of this day? Starting with you.
What I make of this day is that it's one very important day for us as Kenyans, because we get to exercise our constitutional right. Our constitutional right to vote is actually is actually our constitutional right for us to actually select a leader. And the leader today that we are going to select means so much to us as Kenyans, because we have to choose a president who is going to run this country for the next 5 years. We are aware of our current status as a country, and whoever we choose today is going to make sure that this country either has a turnaround or continues going south. The other thing that we have to know about today is that we have a right to vote for our MCAs who make decisions for our areas or wards in our where we live close by, and these MCAs are going to make these decisions which will help us. Maybe if your road, the road next to you, or security issues or electricity or water issues around where you live are a concern, the MCA is one of your representatives who is going to go into the local assembly or a member of a county assembly and actually make a law that is going to affect you directly in that area where you live.
All right. You know, Kakai, what really I'd love to understand from you, you can also pick it from there. We have got different constituencies where elections not happening. Okay, elections happening, but different elected positions are not being considered today. An issue with Kakamega, gubernatorial seat, and Mombasa. So what happens in this situation? Or do they still remain governors, or there's some silent vacuum in the constitution?
That's a good question, because at the end of the day, it's more or less like what the president is right now. You see, he's having something called temporary incumbency, which starts on the first day of voting and ends when the next president is actually assumes office. Now, if you look at the Constitution, Article 134(2) of the Constitution, it talks about the powers that he can't exercise, like appointment of judges, like the powers of mercy, like giving honors. So there are things he can't do. He's just having some temporary incumbency as he awaits the next president to assume office. Now, when you come back to the governance, for example, it's more or less like Kiswahili unasema Kongole. Clearly, they actually try to inform the people that you can actually come out, vote for the other 5 as you wait for the date to vote for the governor. And the rest, it's in Pokot. You actually wait for the 2 MP seats. So at the end of the day, the anxiety will be there. That is true. The tension and what have you, because now these voters have to wait for another day. It means if you are a candidate and you had prepared agents, you had paid them, that's a double expense on you, because now you have to do the same thing again, you know, because they can't rely on what you gave them the other day. It wasn't their fault.
Absolutely.
So it's more or less it's a tense situation, but I believe they should stay calm. I saw the ODM candidate in Kakamega telling his supporters to just remain calm and they wait for the election date.
Yes. You know what really happens? We always, there's a proverb. Is it a proverb or what? You carry the pot from the river.
Other races out of many other constituencies.
Yes.
And other counties, we have 47 counties, and out of 47, only 2 which are not voting. And therefore, what that means is basically that after probably 7 days, he's going to gazette another election day for these particular positions, and the people will turn out, and therefore I would not like to look at it as the breakage of a pot, because the other elections are still running, and by the end of tonight or by tomorrow morning, we will know who are our candidates and our winners in these races. Yeah.
Allow me to get a clarification on the issue of the manual register, the orders which were given yesterday. So what's basically, on a simple term, what is it all about? Kakai.
Basically, it means when you go to the polling station, you use the proper stream, because we are seeing people have to be redirected.
Right.
You show your identification card. They use the metric. They look for. They check. If that doesn't work, there's alphanumeric. Now, alphanumeric is a search where now the PO will call the agents to confirm as that is being done. If that doesn't, if you also can't be found, and they try, because they say they have 6 kits. If none of them, even after replacing them, none of them works, now they revolve. They move now to the register, the physical register. So that is a matter of last resort, because now they have to make sure that even after replacing the kits, nothing has changed and you cannot be found.
All right.
And I forgot, and as the alphanumeric is done, you have to sign, there's a form 32A that you fill.
Yeah. All right. These are live pictures from Lunga Lunga. Of course, voters are eager. There you have it. They're eager to exercise their democratic right as far as this election is concerned. The turnout is not that bad. And again, coming back from there to that is Kibra, where Honorable Raila Odinga is expected anytime from now to also cast his ballot. Now, Kioria, as I give it over to you, perhaps let me just ask Regina this question. Why a lot of attention by the observers? We have got a number of former heads of states, you know, high-profile guests in the country, and Chebukati, that as I said, that the observers were, I think he was just making a joke out of it. That observers niweke kushinda Kenyans themselves, just to paraphrase what he said. What is this much attention about Kenya?
Absolutely, because it's a record-breaking number of observers.
Exactly.
From institutions, I think even from beyond the Pacific and Atlantic.
Yes. So, why a lot of attention? So I'll start with the domestic observers. I think for domestic observers, it's part of the way in which we participate in elections, because you can be a voter, you can be in the political party machinery, campaigning, you can be in the media, you can be working for IEBC, and you can be an observer. So it is, for domestic observers, it's another role we play in terms of our civic duties. I think for international observers, they play several roles. So I think one is solidarity with the country, so it is to express solidarity with the country and with the local observers. 2, I think our elections have also always proved to be pretty interesting. In fact, in a briefing the other day, somebody said we are very spirited, and new things always come out of Kenya that then tend to influence the way the world exercises democracy or judicial. Our learned friends can tell us more about that. So it is also of interest in that sense. But I think it is always good to have many eyes, I think, because we all have different perspectives. Some are narrow, some are broad. And I think as long as there's a general agreement that we can collectively pull this information together and get an overview of what the election looked like, especially from the side that is not administering, then it can only add value. So I take it as a positive thing. I take it as a positive thing, even in terms of the economy of Kenya. I mean, those that are coming from outside, there's a slight boost, especially at a time like this where there are challenges. So we take it positively as diversity, I think, in observation.
Before I let you go, because you have to rush for other observation missions across Nairobi, very quickly on the legal regime and the delays that, or what affected the IEBC late in the day. Some of the laws are what?
So you had the elections amendment bills. I think there were several of them, and the learned friends can go into the details of that. You had election campaign financing amendment bill. You had laws and regulations, I think, around transmission of results. And if you think about it, it's often said that the election process should be simple and predictable.
All right.
So if things are in place early in time, and we normally recommend, I think it's recommended that at least you finish the legislative framework 1 year or two, so that allows people to put things in place as per the legislative framework.
And we have Nicholas Gumbo, the governor candidate in Siaya County. He's one among the fiercest competitor for James Orengo in Siaya there voting. But of course, you can go ahead with your submission.
Yes. So if the laws are in place 1 year or two, then it allows everybody to plan and to be clear what the pathway is. But if in March we are still trying to change laws and party primaries are in April and May, and you have things now starting to run parallel, there can be confusion, which we've seen. There is confusion and there are delays in preparedness. So the best case situation or scenario would be that we finish the legislative framework, the policy framework 1 year, two, and everybody's aware of what it is and what the rules of the game are, and then you set up the game and we go to the game. And it is unclear, it is clear what the rules of the game are. What is unclear is who will have won.
All right. Yeah. You talked about finance capping, election finance capping, and IEBC, first of all, brings it almost late in the day to Parliament. Parliament deals it a fatal blow, because by the time they were breaking, nothing really serious had come out of the finance capping. So how has it affected them as the electoral body?
Maybe not the electoral body, but I think it affects all of us, because we are aware, and I think it has been alluded to, that money really moves during elections, and nobody is able to see how this money moves. Even we as observers are not able to observe it. There are certain things we can observe in terms of things like public resources. You can see the GK car, you can see, officials who we know work for government going out and things like that. Occasionally you can observe small money changing hand when people are given money, but we really can't tell how money moves in this system. I also feel it's a little bit unfair to blame IEBC, because this is the third election that we have failed to get election campaign financing under control in terms of legislation, and Parliament keeps giving us excuses, or the politicians keep giving us excuses. 2013, the law wasn't passed in time. 2017, we didn't have regulations, and here we are again, a third election, and we still don't have a proper framework for campaign financing.
Which made me ask, I think the question I was asking on Sunday, is it possible then to move the timelines up, in the sense that the finance capping come to Parliament 3 or 4 years before a general election, so that if they delay as much as they want, whether they like it or not, they will have to process this finance capping before they break?
It's interesting, because if you also look at the 2/3 gender principle, we've not been able to pass it through Parliament. And it's not like it didn't have a timeline, because we passed the Constitution in 2010, you had up to 2015, parliamentarians keep shifting the goalposts. So until we have leaders who are willing to do the right thing at the right time, which they know, that question remains. Let's see the people we vote in today, whether they can pick up the mantle and by next election deliver for us a campaign financing law that works and is actually in effect.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Regina Opondo from ELOG speaking to us this morning as regards the observation mission of ELOG and what they have observed so far. What are the hits and misses for the IEBC? But obviously, because she has to rush to continue with the mission in the county of Nairobi, we'll let you go, and thank you very much for joining us. But I'm also joined by Shadrach Wamboi, who is a lawyer. We'll be engaging him a little bit later. I throw it back to you, Victor Olo, as of course we continue to await the arrival of Raila Odinga at the old Kibera Primary School.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Regina as well. Okay, so, gentlemen, let me just ask you the question, the question I asked about the manual register, because people are getting confused. And if you looked at the social media yesterday after that ruling, everybody, I think a majority of people got it all wrong. No manual register completely. Some would understand that, yes, there, but only under certain circumstances. He's explained his side. So do we say that the manual register is still there, but only under certain circumstances?
Yes, that's the simplest form of explanation. Yes. That we have a manual register, but we can only use the manual register if a KIMS kit fails. And the Commission has informed us that they are going to make available around 6 KIMS kits in any polling station, and so we shouldn't worry about the failure. But in the extreme events of a failure of a kit, that's the only time now we go to the manual one. But also, Chebukati last evening mentioned and said that that KIMS, the registers are similar. There's nothing different. So if your name is missing in the KIMS kit, and in the manual, reflect on the other side. It will still be. It's more of printing out the soft copy to a hard copy. That's what they actually mentioned.
Okay, Kagai, what does this election mean to Kenya and to the international community? Because Kenya is considered as a big boy, so to speak, right now. In East Africa, what does this election mean to Kenya?
It means it's more or less like our brothers from East Africa are trying to see how we'll run our elections. You know, there are all types of jokes where the people are saying, people are wondering how internet is functioning in Kenya today, because you know our brothers, most of the time it's shut down. So it's more or less, you see, when you're a big brother, people always look up to you. They're trying to see this big brother nature that you have, what is so special about you. So some are here courtesy maybe to learn, to compare notes with where they come from, and some also just want to see what it entails of a transparent election. Now, back to the Kenyan, is that this is an opportunity to hire and fire, because through your ballot you either hire or you fire the incumbent. You get?
You're putting it so grossly, because some people are not going to go home today. I'm happy people.
because at the end of the day, the people you hire, for example, will take care of your interests for the next 5 years. So if you hire clowns, then expect a circus. That is what you need to know. So at the end of the day, Kenyans, depending on the interests that you have, you will vote accordingly. That is why you see in so many instances during the rallies, these principals and big parties, when they talk about a 6-piece, you will hear someone say, I don't want to vote a 6-piece. I'll give you your vote, but down here, let me decide how I want my vote to go. Because they feel maybe somebody in party X has my best interest, even though isn't in the same party with my principle.
Okay, allow me to cut you short briefly and let's cross over to Rarieda, where Nicholas Gumbo, who is an UDM member, is addressing the press right now.
It was decades away, but we are finally here, and we thank God it is His own doing and making that we are here. Many people would have wanted to be here today, they are not here. The process seems to be going on well. Of course, there's some complaints about the machines being rather slow, but by and large, I think the process is going on well. This is a fairly big polling station, over the 1,300 registered voters. So I do expect, I know of course that most people came in the morning. This is where I did my last rally, and I gave a clarion call to them. This is where I was born. This school is actually built on my great-grandfather's land. I made a clarion call to them to make sure everyone who is eligible turns out to vote. So from what I can see, from the boxes, from the ballots that have been cast, I would want to believe that it's going on well. But we still have about 7 hours to go. So I still expect many more people. There are quite a number of assisted voters. I do hope that those who are assisting them will help them to make the right decision, because this is a very momentous occasion for us as a country, for us as a county, and every one of us, nearly 50 million plus citizens of this republic, and even equally more important to the nearly 1 million residents of Siaya County. So yeah, so far I can say so good. The machines could have been faster, but I do appreciate that the electoral officials are trying the best they could. At this moment, probably the only thing I can say is that so far, from what I can see, I've not had any major incidents on this particular polling center. I would want to make a call to peace for everyone. Each election must produce winners and losers. As a matter of fact, elections produce more losers than winners. I would want to see a peaceful process, a fair, credible, and transparent process where those who have won can have the humility to embrace those who have lost. Because at the end of the day, for example, I am vying to be the governor of Siaya County. Of course, I am casting my vote in the hope that tomorrow I'll be declared the governor. But, and be that as it may, and hoping that that is what comes out, it is my wish.
Engineer Nicholas Gumbo, the UDM candidate for governorship in Siaya County, of course competing with ODM's James Orengo in Siaya. Obviously a very interesting contest happening there in Siaya County, and our eyes are all open as the voting exercise continues in Siaya and indeed across the country. And we'll be giving you details about it. But for now, let's head over to Baringo. KANU leader Gideon Moi is voting there, and obviously he will address the press. Let's head over to Baringo. Gideon Kipsile Moi, the Baringo senator, casting his ballot, facing quite some stiff competition from William Kipsang, who is the current member of parliament for Baringo North, now wants to be senator on a UDA party ticket. And here you have Gideon Moi being identified by the IEBC. After obviously proper identification, he will then proceed to be given 6 stamped ballot papers. And like we said, it is very important as a voter to ensure that the ballot paper that you have is stamped at the back by the IEBC. Otherwise, an unstamped ballot is a different story altogether, because it will not be counted as valid. So it is important that the IEBC, you ensure that the IEBC has stamped your ballot papers. I think now the Baringo senator is proceeding to the booth to mark his ballot papers and cast his ballot after that. And we are also on standby at the Kibra, old Kibra Primary School, and I don't know whether the frenzy there by media is an indication that Raila Odinga is on his way in to vote. Yes, I think this is just it. And you can see the supporters, the number of supporters entering that gate. Not a clear view just yet if Raila Odinga is in that crowd or behind them. If we can listen in just a bit, see, hear what's happening. The crowd there frenzied about the probability of Raila Odinga becoming president. This is why he's voted for the longest time just yet. And it's been a dream so near, yet so far. Will this time be a reality? Well, it's up to you that is exercising your right today to vote in today's election. But you can see quite a frenzied crowd there. And this must be the group that is accompanying him. And one thing you have to admit about supporters of Raila Odinga, they're very passionate about him, and you would probably be shocked to understand that probably they even went to Karen to get him there as he heads his way as he heads off to Old Kibera Primary School where he's voting. But that's Gideon Kipsilei Moi. I believe that's the wife, Zahra Moi, together with the senator. Are waiting obviously to mark the ballot papers. It appears like the people who are on the booths are yet to finish up on the process, so much so that Gideon Moi can stand on the booths and mark the ballot papers alongside the wife and vote. What is important to note is that even on the booth, you cannot stand alongside your wife. Each one of them has to occupy a booth of their own and make their independent decisions and cast their ballot papers. That is what is important. That is why it's called a secret ballot. And I am sure Wakili Shadrach Wamboi has participated in that process this morning. Probably by your gauging, how do you rate the process so far?
Good morning to our viewers, and good morning JJ and Victor on the other side of the studio and my learned friends. Of course, just to avoid any doubt, I am yet to participate in the voting process. You
have not?
Yes, I'm yet to participate. I'm actually I'll be headed to Madare, Kiboro Primary School to cast my vote. Okay. Of course, as in exercise of my civic duty as a citizen of this republic and in fulfillment or enjoyment of my right to participate in voting. But be that as it may, I have had some experiences coming to the studio. I have witnessed a number of polling stations that have opened. I have seen our citizens are quite peaceful in the process, which is a good show that there are people exercising some level of patience during the voting process. People acknowledging that, queuing is not a bad thing after all, if you want democracy to come your way. Remember at some point, some Nigerian scholar told us that democracy is not instant coffee. You don't just get it immediately. So you just need to exercise some level of patience if you want your country to be democratic. We have accepted to ourselves to have a constitution. So what we have acknowledged is the importance of a democratic state. So really, the view I hold quite with a lot of humility is that it's a good show. What we have seen so far, other than the few, there are those called
Wakili, just a second. This is how it's done. You'll have to with us. Always come back. Okay, so let's go to Bongo where Ken is addressing here. Just like
identify, unatumia kitambulisho chako, alafu msimamizi wa hiyo kituo cha kupiga kura anaandika report ya kwamba kuna mpiga kura fulani hajaonekana kwa Kimskit na tumechukua kipande yake na tumeona kwamba yeye ni mtu ya kupiga kura hapa, na hiyo report itamkubalia kupiga kura. That is part of the law. So what my governor has said, that we have had a good fight, we have kept the faith, and we finished the rest. We are going to change this country, and we change it for the better. We are going to change this county under the stewardship of our incoming governor, who is before you, and it's going to be all systems go for the people of Bungoma, for the people of Kenya. We thank you. We want a peaceful election. We want a peaceful outcome. And we want those who win not to be exalted. We want those who lose not to be vanquished. We want to remain Kenyans.
Earlier on, you have praised the use of the court ruling that say that the manual register should not be used. But we've seen in Mavira, the deputy president candidate, Rigathi Gachagua, had to be identified by a manual register. What do you have to say about that?
The law does not say you cannot.
because earlier it was him voting accompanied by Lusaka. This time it is Lusaka voting accompanied by Bungoma Senator Moses Wetangula. Right about now, Gideon Kipsile Moi has also was casting his ballot. We want to see if again at the old Kibra Primary School, the former Prime Minister and the Azimio leader Raila Odinga has arrived at the polling station. He's about to exercise his democratic right, as well as, you know, show his supporters solidarity as they turn out in numbers to vote for him. Deputy President William Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and the UDA presidential candidate, has already voted. He voted at 6 a.m. at Sugoi Primary School. So did Raila Odinga's running mother Karua at Mugumo Primary School. Now it is Raila Odinga's turn. And we also have Gideon Kipsile Moi, the Baringo senator, voting in Baringo. Right about now he's addressing the press. I don't know whether we have a sound so we can listen in, but that's Gideon Moi after voting in Baringo. Now we have Raila Odinga going through the motions of being identified before voting. Is that Mama Ida Odinga? Yes, Mama Ida Odinga. Raila Odinga Jr. is also there. The process of identification. And obviously, if your biometrics do not identify you directly, there's the option of keying in your ID number. Of course, because you have your ID number with you to show that indeed you are Raila Odinga, you are Shadrach Wamboi, or you are Victor Olo, depending on where you are. That's Raila Odinga now, being identified. There was a Court of Appeal ruling last evening that probably muddied the waters for the IEBC. Did it or not? That's a question we can discuss with the counsels in studio, 3 of them. So you can be sure we are going to have a lot of legal opinion on the very same matter from our guests here in studio. And what is the import of that Court of Appeal decision last night, appearing in one way or another to injunct a High Court ruling about a week ago. But that's Raila Odinga on your screen now. Being identified through the KIMS kit, and it appears like everything is going on as planned. He has been positively identified, now being issued with the ballot papers, 6 of them. Victor Lo, this is the moment again when you wish you were a fly on that booth. So you see how Raila Odinga marks the ballot papers. Number 1, whether he votes for himself. Number 2, who he votes in these seats going down. You're talking about a governor, woman rep, senator, as well as the county assembly, particularly the county assembly, because he must elect a county assembly member. It will be interesting to see who Raila Odinga votes in. That's just a Raila Odinga is on your screen receiving the ballot papers.
The way you said that this is the time that you wish you fly, I would land on someone's forehead. That's where you get that vantage view. Anyway, the lighter note. That is Honorable Raila Odinga right now, getting to the booth. This is the point that even the law separates a spouse. You are your own man. The way you said it, not even your wife is allowed to walk with you to the booth. All right? This is something that Raila Odinga has been doing for quite some time. This is the 5th time we can say that he is voting for himself, if at all he will, as the presidential candidate for this country. Is something that he's been doing. Say that this, the same gate, he's so used to the gate that he walks in to cast his ballot as the presidential candidate, and today he's also doing it for the 5th time as he seeks to get that ticket. As he was saying, how it's going to pan out, the voters will decide. That is all Kibra Primary School. Raila Odinga of Azimio Moja taking to the booth to exercise his democratic right as any other Kenya is doing today, 9th of August 2022. We've been speaking about this particular day for the longest time we can remember, and it is coming to pass. It's coming to pass. Again, we'll be looking for another day in the next 5 years. Inshallah, people can say that this is a position that, as a democracy, we attend to every 5 years, unless otherwise. But we've not been there yet. Okay. So, Kioria, even you after this, please make sure that you get that ink. Usikuja hapa kesho without nini.
It is the responsibility of every Kenyan to get out there and exercise your right.
Absolutely.
To vote. But like I said, I'm very hopeful as a Kenyan, very hopeful that at some point we'll vote electronically. Otherwise, this is something we should have discharged with a long time ago. At some point, while we were still seated here.
It has taken us time to be here.
It doesn't matter your physical location, because, for example, I'm a registered voter, so to reveal, in Starehe constituency, for example. I'll have to leave here, go to Starehe, line up, vote. Some of these things become tedious. So imagine if you would be allowed to vote at any point to whatever candidate you want to vote for. It would make things very, very, very easy. But then again, looking at where we have come from, this is still a step in the right direction. So we're good. Raila Odinga now are still at the booth. He has got to go through the 6 papers. If I were him, for example, Victor Olo, and being the ODM party leader, I would mark against myself and then close my eyes and go and mark against every ODM candidate. So I don't think I would spend so much time. But maybe he's also having to, to look at through the ballot paper, see who deserves which position. And it's also a good thing. You would imagine if I were the MCA of this area, I would want to know whether Baba has voted for me. And I would even try to peep through the window. But there's no window to peep through anyway. He's done. Marking all the ballot papers. And now with the help of the IEBC agent, cast each ballot on each ballot box. And you can see the frenzy by the media houses. That is a very important picture. Just like there was in Sugoi as the deputy president was voting, because these are the 2 leading presidential candidates. Either of them, okay, fairly enough, even Wahiga Mauri and Professor Wajakoya, the 4 of them, either of them will be the President of the Republic of Kenya, though the race has been shaped by opinion posters as well as media houses, because you remember in the presidential debate we clustered all in 2 different clusters. The 2 leading presidential candidates are Raila Odinga and William Ruto. William Ruto has already voted, and Raila Odinga now is casting his ballot. There goes the presidential ballot paper. And then to
let me just bring in Ngugi here. Ngugi, what do you make of this particular point right now?
This is a very important point, a moment for our candidates. Because they get to also participate in electing the next leader. Most definitely, they are voting for themselves. And they have a chance also, just like any other person, to participate in the process. But also, as I look at the leader of Azimio, I notice that he's donning colors associated with the party, which basically means that I don't know whether he's contravening, but I believe he could be contravening because the colors are actually associated to that party. And so the time frame for those for the campaign ended 48 hours ago, but he's still
But some would say that color is just a color, they're not branded.
Actually, I wanted to ask Wakili, so probably you can define for us from the point of law.
Right.
Because blue is a color, number 1.
It's just a color.
Number 2, the R on his cap can be associated to his name, Raila. Do you think there's a thin line there between, campaign material and the brand Raila Odinga?
Right. There would have been controversy then if it was written something Azimio or
but
something?
The R has some writings at the side, so you can clearly see.
Raila Odinga. We didn't see clearly. Okay, you can argue it. Yes, learned friends.
Because at the end of the day, you'd say the same thing about Rigathi Gachagua, who had a jacket which had yellow, green, and black, which essentially is UDA colors. You get? So that in itself is room for question, obviously, because you see, because in seeing blue, you see Azimio. That's it.
It's a contradiction.
Because Azimio say vote blue. You get?
Okay.
But also, what is the in trademark law? What we trademark is actually also the color and the logo and the symbol.
Yes.
And what is maybe missing in his outfit is just the logo for Azimio, but he also has the R, but the rest of the colors have actually been owned, and we can only relate them to a certain kind of a party or kind of a support. And this is against, in my view, this is against the rules set out by...
So that is called Azimio Blue now, what if it's putting on?
Any blue color that can be associated, and we know the definite color that is associated with Azimio is actually that blue.
Okay, what do you think?
And particularly, Victor, and I think the context on which the Wakili talks about is particularly when it is worn by a candidate.
Yes.
In the person probably of Raila Odinga, for example, or any other candidate going to polling stations, it paints a different picture. But let's hear from Shadrach. What do you think about that?
Yes. I've been following the discussion, and I respectfully hold a different view. I think, for one, that a color is just but a color. The only thing that would give some credibility to the arguments by my line colleagues will be if that color was followed by some writing of Azimio. In any event, the R in itself is not a brand for any political party. It is just but a brand, an individual brand. The same way that you, Victor, sitting on the other side of the studio, will decide that your clothes will be branded VO. So it's your clothes. It is not a political party, it's not a political outfit. Now,
but Wakili, if you were to argue that way, yes, we've seen political campaigns with caps written R. Yes. That R is inscribed in billboards all over the country for candidates supporting Raila Odinga's presidency. Yes. It is inscribed in their billboards. Isn't that political rather than a personal brand?
No, it's an individual brand. It is not a brand whose logo has been deposited with the registrar of political parties. Because the threshold should be what has been deposited with the registrar of political parties. What has been deposited with the registrar of political parties is the Azimio as a coalition.
All right. I understand we have pictures of Papa Francis Atwoli voting, the Kotu Secretary General. This must be in Khwisero, his home. That's where he comes from, Khwisero constituency in Kakamega County, and that is the Kotu boss now exercising his rights to vote. He's quite outspoken about his choices, so there's no doubt about where his leanings are, and that is Atwoli. We also have Gladys Wanga. We'll be putting her up on your screen in a bit. Gladys Wanga is the ODM candidate in the election in Homa Bay, running for governor against Evans Kidero. Evans Kidero has already voted as an independent candidate. Now it's the turn of Gladys Wanga to vote as, the governor candidate for ODM in Homa Bay. Victor?
You've just reminded me the way you said Gatodo. This way you also pronounce it Gladys Wanga.
Wanga.
Exactly. People say Wanga. Gladys Wanga.
All right. Okay. Gladys Wanga.
Yes.
And you know what Wanga sounds in my language? It sounds like Wangare. You want to say Wangare, but then you can't finish off. But Gladys Wanga of ODM coming out to vote in Homa Bay. Like I told you, Evans Kidero has already voted. This race in Homa Bay was quite interesting one because there had to be a lot of horse trading that was actually in a deal brokered by Raila Odinga, the ODM leader, because Evans Kidero, Oyugi Magwanga, John Badi, as well as Gladys Wanga, all had expressed interest in running for governor in Homa Bay. We have Atuoli there speaking. I don't know whether we have his sound so we can pick him up as he speaks.
Very keen to help and assist to make sure that the required ballots are put into their rightful places. Here we expect 100% turnout, and we are very positive for positive and peaceful results, and in the entire Western Kenya. I have been monitoring from our colleagues, friends, and some of our agents. Everything is going on well as planned, though people are eager to vote and finish early and wait for results.
Nimekuja hapa saa 10 kamili kwa gate. Wakati nimefunguliwa hapa saa 12, nimeenda kuangalia jina nimepata. Nimeingia katika darasa kupika kura, nimeambiwa kwamba machine error. Kwa nini? Imeenda wapi Likuyani? Mimi nauliza Jepko ya kwamba mimi ni mtu wa Likuyani.
Kenyans will never cease to amaze. But then she was expressing her frustration, you know.
Does this remind you of password?
Password. Sirikali's idea, you know, she's expressing her frustration. She woke up at 4 a.m. to vote, and then machine error, you know. So we'd all imagine. And probably this is just an example of what we might get to hear later on in the day, because, you know, it's now almost 11. In some places, they might experience certain kind of stuff. But I'm so sure IEBC is on top of games.
There has been some delays in Turkana. Buckley Feather reports the same because, for example, some of the election materials that were supposed to be dispatched last night arrived today at 9:45 a.m. And that means they get to the headquarters, they have to be dispatched to polling stations, which tells you the exercise is quite delayed, particularly in areas of Turkana North. And we are on top of that situation. Buckley Feather will be giving us a bit of an update on the same. That means then there are polling stations really that didn't open at 6 a.m., not even 9, because if at 9:45 is when they arrive, probably the polling centers will open at 11. Owing to issues of logistics, and we are monitoring that situation, Victor.
Yeah, that will create an automatic delay. Okay, Kira, probably we can just come back and ask our analyst here. Ngugi, you wanted to comment on something to do with the international relations that Kenya portrays through the ballot. Go ahead.
The reason why the international and international friends are very much interested in today's event is because previously, as Kenyans, we have not behaved well. You remember in 2007, 2008, we had a very an event which I would not want us to repeat. We had the post-election violence. And so the international community is very much interested in our elections today because they want to see whether we have learned. And I believe as Kenyans we have learned from our past that this is just a decision we have to make, and we can live together as brothers and sisters. And so that's why they may have sent even many other observers. We have the presidents who are in the country and international community representatives because they want to see what is going to happen, whether we are going to make sure that
even as we speak now, Gladys Wanga now going through the process in Homa Bay. She is the ODM candidate. She is the ODM candidate in Homa Bay County, and there you have it. To exercise her democratic rights. She is going head-to-head against Evans Kidero, who is an independent candidate in Homa Bay County. A gruesome, it's quite intense in Homa Bay County. All right, continue.
And so that's why they are. And actually, I would like to comment on that because my observation from earlier on when former governor of Nairobi was voting in Homa Bay this morning, earlier on, you could see that there was not much attention. But now with Gladys Wanga, you can actually observe that the media is more interested, and there are more people who are more interested, and there's a crowd already that is interested in meeting their candidate. And so this is quite different. And so the international community, back to that conversation, and our neighbors, is a big brother, a country that has a very strong economy, a country that sends out and wins in international games. Kenya is quite a point of interest for the international community as well. Kenya has a very strong community whereby our former, or rather, our sitting president currently has been very vocal and has actually created certain relations.
It's a
Pan-Africanism, whereby he has, and so this is quite important to the international community, because they want to know whether our horticulture, they will continue receiving flowers from Kenya after this election, because it is quite important.
Absolutely. And, you know, Nordin, when you talk about corona pandemic, a lot of things went south, more so the tourism industry, and we all know the tourism industry is one of our gold, so to speak. We reap big from tourism. And you'd imagine how many people would shy away from coming to Kenya if at all the election doesn't go as it's supposed to be.
If it doesn't go as supposed to be, then you get those things like the travel advisories.
Exactly.
Which doesn't help. Back in the day, there was a mishap in CNN where they said hotbed of terror. And you see that is bad publicity, and it actually doesn't help as a country which is trying to re-engineer its economy, which has suffered courtesy of the COVID. So you get the sense that even this, the observers, the international or the local ones, or actually the ones from within Africa. Thing is, you find most of them, it's, you see, as a country, like we talk about the economy, their interests. There are those who have actually invested in the country. So they have to see how the interests are going to be post the election.
Just hold on to that thought. I'll come back to you. Gladys Wanga is almost addressing the media in Homabay County. She's already cast a ballot, and her general feeling and how the process went. Let's just cross over to Homabay and listen to Gladys Wanga.
Well, good morning to all of you. I think so far, so good. The process has been fairly smooth. We are receiving challenges across the county of KIMS kits failing to work and returning officers not giving authority for use of the manual register. So we want to urge returning officers to please allow use of the manual register, because the people most affected by the failure to be identified by the KIMS kit are the elderly. So we don't want the elderly to be turned away or to be made to wait for too long. That is the major challenge we have had. We had certain instances of slight disturbances, chaos here and there, but those have been contained by the authorities. So now we are hopeful. People are voting. I want to continue urging our people to come out. Wherever you are, if you haven't voted, come out and vote. We want 100% voter turnout here in Homabay. So otherwise, things are looking up, upbeat, and looking forward to a win.
Are you confident of your victory?
Very, extremely confident. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi na nimeiona tayari.
And on the flip side, if things might not go well, will you concede defeat?
Things will go well. Things will go well.
We know that the goal is to get Homabay moving towards one direction. Are you committing that, irrespective of the result, as leaders you're going to work towards uniting the country and making sure that the money that is sent from the national government works for the people?
Our biggest priority is Homabay people and service delivery to them. So that remains our sole objective. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Briefly.
process mar voter chenro mar gombola dhi nyime to gi chede mobiro kato oriembo dok dala nikech lwetgi ok nyal masin chok nyal bedo identified.
All right, now that is Gladys Wanga already addressing the media. She's just switched to the mother tongue, which is quite okay. All right, so she said that there is a point of concern that she's raised about the manual register, and it's something that we just talked about not too long ago about the use of manual register, and she said that there are some instances where the elderly could not vote because of a case or two, because of the issues to do with the fingerprints or the thumbprint, and now she's raised that. Allow me to ask you this, Shadrach. This is something that has been talked about over and over and over again, and now Gladys Wanga has spoken about it. What do you foresee?
Well, Victor, I think there is to some extent there is a misunderstanding of the ruling or ruling actually that was read yesterday. Of course, setting aside some of the orders that were given by the learned Justice Thronira Thande. Now, one thing is for sure, we need to understand things in their totality. Number one, we have embraced the use of technology when it comes to the registration of voters, the identification of voters. And the use of technology during the identification of voters was to help for us to get what we call a credible result during the election, because we had instances in the past where we had complaints of dead people, or rather allegations that dead people arose during the election date, they voted and then they returned back to their graves. So in an attempt to avert that possibility, we have accepted for ourselves the use of the electronic identification. Now, we know too well that the electronic voter registration or identification can also fail. And knowing too well that it can fail, then we have adopted some complementary mechanisms to ensure that indeed we do not have a voter who turns up for the election date and he's turned out, or rather he's denied the opportunity of participating in the elections. So other than the identification of your fingerprints, if the machine fails to capture your fingerprints for one reason or another, because probably like you, Victor, we work sometimes in this mijengo, and because of your constant use of simiti na mchanga, then your fingerprints are just they fall into error and you cannot be identified by that king's machine. So because you have not been identified by that king's machine, then we'll allow the alphanumerics. We'll take your ID details. We'll key in your name, Victor Olo of ID number 20 what, blah blah blah, and then after keying in, then we should get the information popping up from the machine itself. So if we fail on those two limbs, then what the Court of Appeal said yesterday, and this is what should be understood, it did not say that we cannot use the manual register. No, it said that we will only allow the use of the manual register after authorization has come from the Commission itself. So really, the problem, as you understand from Her Excellency Wanga, as you had mentioned her name, is that the indication is the Commission is not giving authority to the presiding officers to identify these people using now the manual register. With the KIMS kit having failed either through the identification of the fingerprints, alphanumeric, and now during the use of the manual register. So the question then is what is the working relationship between the returning officers and the presiding officers, so that the presiding officers can get timely authorization to allow people whose identification has failed using the KIMS kit, so that it can be done properly and in good timing. Thank you.
And you don't see any alarm being raised by that statement?
There is. You see, at the end of the day, that is what a politician would do, because they are trying to make sure that IEBC is on toes at the end of the day. But I believe that we pray for the best, because it's still early in the day, and if there's a mishap anywhere or there's a problem, it can be fixed. There's still time. The only issue is that if...
All right, hold that thought a bit, Wakili, for a moment. Let's head over to Nyamira, I believe, where the Interior Cabinet Secretary, Fred Matiang'i, was voting, and this is earlier. Let's have a look. All right, Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i voting in Nyamira, and right about now we'll head over straight to Murang'a. But let's listen in to Matiang'i first, and then before we head over to Murang'a County.
Based on what IEBC tells us to do. So it had nothing to do with the security, so I don't want to comment about IEBC matters. I mean, I have no role in it, and I have no powers under the law to comment on, electoral administration. That is really the province of IEBC. But I have been told by the regional commissioner for Northeastern that they have resolved the matter, because all of us through the night, both the Inspector General, myself, and our regional security team, we said, let IEBC guide us and give us a decision to enforce, and we will enforce that decision. Because once IEBC decides this is Mary who's going to be in charge of this, escort Mary to that particular place to preside over. That is exactly what we do. We escort Mary, but we are not the ones who are going to appoint Mary or John or Andrew. That's IEBC. We are all on the alert, and all the security agencies are on duty, and then we'll ensure that every Kenyan votes. No one is going to have a problem accessing their polling station. No one is going to have a problem, going out to do what they want to do as far as this democratic process is concerned. That's all I can say at the moment.
All right, that's Fred Matiang'i. Now we in Murang'a County, where the Jubilee candidate for the governor position, Jamlek Irogo Kamau, is voting. As you can see him on the booth, sifting through them. And I think this is a list of MCAs. There must be so many. You can see how he holds his ballot leaflet as he signs, or rather ticks against the favorite candidate, and then he will move to casting the ballot. It's quite an intense race in Murang'a County. Jamlek is running against UDA's Senator Irongo Kangata, and Farmers Party's Irongo Nyakera. There is also the former PS for water, Irongo Wairago Wamae, as well as Mbae James of Usawa Kwawote, and there's still one more candidate, quite a number of them, but pundits say the race is between the two. Jamlek Kamau and UD is Irongo Kenyatta, as well as farmers' parties, Irongo Nyakera. But I've told you there are other candidates, including Irongo Amai or Wairago Amai, who is the former PS for water, immediate former PS for water. Jamlek has spent quite some time on that ballot, on that booth. I think right now folding them up before joining to cast the ballot paper. You've got boxes here clearly indicated, and there he goes, Jamlek Kamau. But before we witness probably hear from Jamlek Kamau once he's done with voting, let's go to Kakamega and hear what Cleopas Malala, he's the ANC candidate for governor in Kakamega. Let's hear what he had to say. Remember, this is one of the places where the gubernatorial election is not happening in Kakamega.
IEBC walituambia wiki iliyopita, tulikuwa na mkutano nao, wakatuambia kwamba wako tayari kabisa kufanya uchaguzi wa hapa Kakamega. Wakatuambia kwamba makaratasi za governor ndio zilikuja za kwanza. So swali ambazo tunauliza ni kwamba kwanza kulikuwa na verification kabla ballot papers ziprintiwe kule Greece, na kukawa na commissioners ambao walitumwa kule Greece kuangalia na wakaverify na wakaauthorize kwamba makaratasi zote ziko sawa kabla uchapishaji. Vile makaratasi zilitumwa hapa Kenya, zilitumwa wiki 2 zilizopita. Tena commissioners hapa wakaverify. Itakuwaje wanangoja masaa machache kabla kura ndio wana airisha uchaguzi wetu? So, mimi ningependa kuhimiza wakazi wa Kakamega na wale ambao wananipenda, tafadhali mjitokeze kwa wingi, muende mpigie William Samoei Ruto kura ya urais na wale wagombea viti katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza.
Now that is Senator Cleophas Wahungu Malala of Kakamega making his remarks there and raising some matters of concern. He's also running for the gubernatorial seat of Kakamega County amongst other 7 candidates there. That's as far as that is concerned, and we are still continuing with this coverage as the best way we know how. Somebody made a joke that Kiore, when you went to Kigumo, ulikuwa site, ulifika home.
Well, I'm not home in Kigumo, but well, I'm closer home, because Murang'a County is my home county. But I feel more home when I am in Mathioya. That's my native home.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So whatever you can see on the scroll of the television is there. That Professor Wajakoya is yet to vote. We are yet to ascertain some of the information coming from that side of Western Kenya, why he's not yet voted. But we are keeping in touch with our reporters there, Sylvia Kolo, to give us the real details of why that has not happened. That is Lunga. Already now, I think that's a candidate who is already voted. The excitement there is always imminent after voting. So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. All right, so coming back to here in studio briefly, Ngugi, allow me to ask you this question, because when you see certain, candidates coming out of the polling station, for example, Matiang'i said that he doesn't expect, doesn't work for IEBC, the security sector is intact. And just yesterday, we had in particular, Kiore, if I get it right, in Aldas, there are some cases of insecurity. Do you really think this is something that the security sector should go back and say that was just an isolated case?
I think so, because we remember what I've just had said previously. This is a very special election. In Kenya, it's very special. And as a leader, you are supposed to speak peace. You're supposed to make sure that whatever you bring out is actually encouraging voters to turn out. And in any case, if they end up commenting on these other small issues, maybe a single case, which I believe you're right by saying that they're isolated cases, then if they speak on them, they are going to push away the voters who might be on their way to the polling stations. And so it's important for even any leader out there to encourage the members of the public to actually come out and vote. If there's any issue, any mishaps, what is going to happen is that IEBC is working on it. We still have quite some time before the stations close at 5 p.m. for IEBC to rectify some of those kits which are not working.
Yeah.
And so we shouldn't worry about the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me come to you, Nordin. It's 11, and so far we've not reported any case of eventuality, any case of insecurity, or name it. What's your projection moving forward? Because it's almost midday.
It means that first and foremost, those aspirants are behaving, because anything that comes with chaos or whatever is majorly courtesy of their supporters. So it means the calmness that we have, yes, there might be pockets of apathy where people haven't moved to vote, but I'm guessing they would want to go in the afternoon, which is a risky event because you might be locked out if you get there past 5. But we just hope that people turn out, they vote, and we go back home and wait for the results at the end of the day, hoping for the best. And whoever wins, you support. Whoever doesn't win has 5 years to plan and come back again. Yes.
Okay. I don't know, what's your take on that, Shadrach?
Now, I understand fully well that, I mean, we have always had thieves, we have always had armed robbers. We have not just recruited police officers to participate in this election. So really, the instances of theft will always be there. I mean, what is important is that when media people are reporting some of these instances, is that we do not blow things out of proportion. We do not just give credibility to something that lacks credibility. So that if there is an instance of someone fighting with their relatives somewhere, we do not attribute it to the elections. But so far, so good. There has not been any, at least to my knowledge, any issue that has been reported that revolves around, election violence.
We will allow you to continue just a bit, but let's head over to Murang'a County. And I see my colleague Carol Jenga is on standby with Jamlek Kamau, who is the Jubilee gubernatorial candidate for Jubilee Party in Murang'a. Carol Jenga, good morning. You can engage Jamlek now.
Good.
Thank you, JJ. Back in studio, we are now in Kigumo, and right here is Makomboni Primary School, where Jamlek Kamau has already casted his vote, and he will be telling us how the process was, and he's joining me right here with me. Jamlek, thank you so much for giving us this interview. Maybe you can just start by explaining to us maybe how the process was. Have you found any hitches? And then from there we can proceed.
Yeah. Well, I think the process is quite okay. Of course, once you get in here, you go through the process and you get the votes, and the papers, of course, seem to be quite long, especially for the MCA positions. But that's understandable, given the number of MCA aspirants that we have. But basically, the process seems a little bit slow, yes, but moving. Voter turnout looks a little bit low as well. So so far so good, and I think this is a lifetime moment for any person to make sure that they come out and vote and express themselves in regard to how they want this country to be governed and how they want the counties as well and all the areas of representation. And those people who have not come out to vote, please just come out, vote, exercise your democratic right to vote, and make sure you get readers that you want for tomorrow.
Okay, we've gone to various polling stations, and we can see the older generation coming out to vote as compared to the younger generation. Maybe you can speak to them through KBC and tell them to come out maybe and vote.
Of course, the older generation sometimes are always very fast in coming to vote. They know their rights very well. Unfortunately, sometimes you find that the younger generation sometimes do wait for incentives to vote, or reasons that sometimes we don't understand. But yes, indeed, that happens. I've even seen in quite a number of polling stations, the older generation are the ones who are coming out. The younger people are not so keen, but also they express themselves and say that sometimes they come in the afternoon when the lines are a bit low. So that is something that maybe by the end of the day we'll know whether the younger people came or not. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can speak on the voter turnout. We have seen it is very low. We've gone to various polling stations. What could you attribute to this?
I am not very, very sure why the voter turnout is that low, especially here in Mount Kenya. But where I am right now, as you can see, it's quite cold, very cold indeed. And that could actually be a factor, although the coldness may not stay the whole day. But by and large, I have not seen this before, because even in 2017, when we were doing the two elections, at this time the lines were all over, in fact, up to the gates. But now you can see the lines are just a few people, and it's what time, 11 o'clock. So there is concern, of course. There is clear concern, of course, in Mount Kenya. There could actually be a very, very serious voter apathy in Mount Kenya, in which case that will have serious ramifications for not only us, but so many other candidates who maybe their hopes were pegged on Mount Kenya. But again, these are things that we can wait and see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that has been Jamlek Kamau, who is a candidate for the gubernatorial seat right here in Murang'a County. He has already cast his vote. He has shared with us his expectations and what he thinks about the whole process. And now we'll be moving now crisscrossing now to other sub-counties and other polling stations to now get to see what the voter turnout is in those counties. JJ, back to you in studio.
Much Carol Janga in Kigumo constituency of Murang'a County. That's where Jamlek Kamau has been representing as Member of Parliament and now running for Governor. Thank you, Carol. We'll be coming back to you later, but we can say there's quite a problem here. And if it continues the way it is, and we'll probably get the numbers from the IEBC, it looks like there will be quite a problem in terms of turnout. Shadrach.
Yes, I mean, what we can hear from Mheshimiwa Jamlek is that what he attributes to the low turnout to himself is the cold weather. Number one, that could be a reason. And number two, especially in the Mount Kenya region, remember, we do not have per se a kingpin in these elections. The prevailing view seems to pit Raila Odinga as against William Ruto, so that people from the mountain do not feel like they have their own to go and vote for. In any event, it has only been a call to support either Raila Odinga or William Ruto. So to that extent, I would believe that should be attributed to the low voter turnout. And secondly, we even mentioned, even previously when we were doing the registration of voters, that as far as the IEBC was concerned, their expectations was not even met. We had hoped against hope that a majority of the young Kenyans, because this country is just youthful, a majority of us who are between the year 18 years and 35 years will be going out there to register as voters. But they didn't register as voters. So that should also tell with the high number of the elderly in our society turning up to vote as opposed to the young men and young women in our community. So to that extent, yes. And of course, you also agree to some extent with what Mheshimiwa is saying, that young men and women, for justifiable grounds and reasonable grounds, they rely so much on incentives in terms of kitu kidogo, so that they can go and participate in these elections or any elections. And of course, they should know too well that in as much as it is a right and you can choose not to enjoy your right in any event, but you have also a civic duty. This is your country that is at stake. People have stolen this country left, right and center. We have nothing left even to buy. Even the ones that is left to buy, they will still exaggerate prices. That is why you see big buildings in this town with empty houses. they have never sold those houses. Why? Because some of these proceeds of crime have been used to invest in these buildings, and the economies of scales, demand and supply, is not one of the influencing factors when it comes to the sale of these houses or apartments. So you end up getting so many buildings in town and everywhere else that have no occupations, no occupants. They have not been sold, and the people who are selling them are not even moved. They are not bothered that these things have not moved, because this money is not theirs anyway. So really, the kind of frustration you see from young men and young women is that. But I'm hoping that, this platform, when you give us this platform, we use this platform so that we can encourage our young men and young women not to lose hope in their country. After I leave this studio in the fullness of time, probably in the next 1 hour or so, I'm going to rush to Kibora Primary School so that I can ensure, against all odds, even with my, the embarrassment I have faced from my leaders, the kind of theft we have experienced of public resources, I will not lose hope with my country, so that I will leave a country for the future generations.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Victor, it was long coming from the time of registration of voters, and once the IEBC released the figures, you could tell actually there was a problem. First of all, because the youth kept away from the registration exercise. If it is coupled with apathy, then to be the devil's advocate, we're looking at very bad numbers in terms of turnout today.
Absolutely. And the same question I want to throw to my guest here. When you look at the turnout, responding to what Kyori said, Ngogi.
Yes, there's a low turnout in terms of voters, and especially young people. And the reason maybe that could be attributed to that might be because the young people have no representative on that, or rather, someone they can relate to in terms of the presidential candidates. Because when you look at the candidates who are vying, the youngest is Dr. William Ruto, who is actually 55 years of age, who is past the age of 35 years. And the oldest is Honorable Raila Odinga, who is 77 years of age. And so they have no one, probably they don't have a push because they don't feel like one of their own is actually out there.
Yeah.
But they need to remember that we are the leaders of today. And if we go out and vote, the leader who is actually going to become the next president of this country is likely to appoint one of the youthful members, or even avail those jobs that are not there, or even work on the economy that is going to help we young people out in this country. And so my encouragement is that the young people should actually go out, vote, and make sure that they...
Wakili, sorry to be the one to interrupt you, and we'll keep doing this, but because of time, let me head over to CS Eugene Wamalo, who is also exercising his right to vote. The Cabinet Secretary of Defense, Eugene Wamalo, we're about now preparing to cast his ballot paper. He is from Trans Nzoia County, and I assume that's where he will be casting his ballot. And there's been quite a contestation between him and Senator Moses Wetangula in terms of who is the kingpin around that area, and it has lasted for quite some time. Well, probably this election will sort it out. We will see about that. But that's CS Eugene Wamalo, the CS for Defense, casting his ballot, Victor.
They will say that he formed the Kenya. He's the leader of DP Kenya, perhaps, which was formed to rival other parties in the western side of Kenya. But then now, that doesn't matter right now because election is on this particular day. Whoever you're going to choose is your choice. But then you have got defense. That is Eugene Omalo there, and we are likely to see how he's going to, whether he's going to address the media after this, and what he's going to say, having in mind that he's had some not so good words with DP later, sometimes last month, and it was not so good. And again, we also see that he's also pushing some old lady there. We don't know who that lady is. The same happened to Rigathi Gachagua, remember? And now we're also seeing this with Eugene Wamalwa. A clear indication that if you are alive and kicking and you can still feel your pulse, then you still have a chance to go and vote. Yeah, if you can feel your pulse, then it means that you have a chance to go and vote. Very important. Be counted.
This is an election of historical moment, or what you'd say a monumental history, because never before in a general election has we seen, and I'm not being an alarmist, we have not seen a turnout like this one at this hour, at 11:26. And you know, the IEBC set to address members of the press at around 11. It's 26 minutes up of on top of a clock. Maybe people will come out in the afternoon, but these are not good numbers. So we still continue to ask people who are still at home, kindly get out and exercise your right to vote. Like we said, bad leaders are elected by people who choose to sit back and not vote. It is important that you get out today and exercise your right to vote. Wakili, I cut you short when you're making your points, probably, because you can proceed.
Secondly, yes, thank you. The other second reason why I think members of the public have not showed up this morning is because we had some of the candidates refuse to turn up for the debate, which I believe was a reason why was a very important time for members of the public to actually gauge and get to know who the candidates were, the presidential candidates were. And so this probably discouraged members of the public because they saw that it was not such a serious issue. It was not a serious issue, and they didn't even need to actually turn up today. Okay. And so that's my other reason why I think there's a low turnout. And the third reason why I think there's a low turnout is because probably the weather and many other factors. One, you would, again, COVID, and now the economy. The rate of inflation has affected most of the people, and most of us tend to register up country. And with the cost of fuel going up, with the cost of living going up, the price of unga, I had a friend complaining about the cost of unga. Okay. And so with such economic reasons, members of the public are being held back from traveling and participating today.
Let's take a break. Right, we can come back. All right, so it's 28 minutes past 11 at this particular point. Let's just take a very small breather. We are still going on and continue to give you the coverage of this particular election. But then, let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu. What did you just say?
Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you're saying that yeah.
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Enda kabisa kama uelewi kitu inafaa uelewi.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
Uchaguzi utakuja na utakwenda. Rafiki atasalia kuwa rafiki yako na jirani atasalia kuwa jirani yako. Usikubali tukio la siku moja liharibu uhusiano huo. Kumbuka, Kenya ni kubwa na ina thamani kushinda mwanasiasa yoyote. Chagua amani.
Let's not destroy what we have built for so many years. So show up on the 9th of August, vote peacefully, and go back home.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Hello? We've got to take some time off and laugh, 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 and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who. Huh?
With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
KBC Channel 1 imejikita kote nchini kukuletea mchakato huo wa Agosti 9 katika kaunti zote 47.
Domo limeisha na kampeni zimefifia.
Sasa msema kweli ni mwananchi, utekelezaji wa hatua itakayosubiriwa kwa hamu na hamu.
Kura ya kumchagua amiri jeshi mkuu wa 5 miongoni mwa viongozi wengine.
Habari na uchambuzi saa 24, hatua kwa hatua, hadi chaguo la Mkenya libainike.
Kenya yaamua katika KBC Channel 1, jicho la Mkenya.
And welcome back. We are glad you are still with us. This historic day, 9th of August 2022, 22.1 million Kenyans taking to the ballot to elect their different representatives on, depending on who you want to vote. But that is a choice that we are making today. And in studio, we have got learned friends, senior counsel, so to speak, who are also helping us to gather and scatter some of this information that we have. I call them senior counsels and they laughed. I don't know why you laughed, Nurdin. You're not a senior counsel.
Because you've talked about the future, which I like, which is good. Where we are headed. I like that. I like the vision.
All right.
I like
but
the vision.
We have got them, and they're advocates of the High Court, Nurdin Kakai, Eliud Ngugi, as well as Shadrach Wamboi, the other side. Nurdin, before we took a break, now at this particular point, let's get to understand the effect of this particular vote, if at all it doesn't get the 50% plus one vote.
If we don't get to 50 plus one, it means
50 plus one, right?
It means there is no clear winner. So there has to be a rerun between the two.
And that is something that many people are not anticipating.
Which is quite costly, if you ask me, because it's also part of an election which you have to plan for.
Okay. Again, cutting you short.
It's okay.
Let's cross over to Machakos and have a listen on what is happening there in Machakos County.
Thank you so much, John Jacob Kihoria. We're here at Mwanyani. It's just some few minutes after the governor aspirant Nzioka Waita has just voted, and without wasting time, let's just go direct to him. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Asante.
Uchaguzi wa leo umeuonaje? Jinsi watu wamekuwa wakipiga kura.
So far so good. Nimeona watu wameamuka, wameenda kwa kituo, lakini si wengi sana. Na nadhani labda wanangojea muda ifike ndio wengine watoke kwa manyumba, lakini pia process ya IEBC hapa katika hii kituo ya Mwanyani imekuwa very fast. Kwa hivyo labda kuna wengi ambao wamepitia na wamepitishwa kwa haraka sana. Kwa hivyo nataka niwapongeze watu wa IEBC.
Ukijaribu kuangalia kuna maeneo ambao watu wengi wameweza kujitokeza. Je, umesikia kana kwamba kuna mahali ambapo umepata kura zijaenda vizuri ama zimekuwa shwari?
So far hatuna ripoti mbaya sana, ni shida tu za kawaida. Tumesikia booths za eneo ya Kenanie na Chumbi, polling booths haziko za kutosha, kwa hivyo inabidi watu wasubiri, na hiyo muda wengine wanachoka wakiwa kwa foleni. Pia tumesikia kuna mahali fulani ya kwamba kimskit hii ya kuchukua vidole haifanyi kazi, na wasimamizi wa IEBC wamesema watareboot hiyo kit, lakini imechukua muda sana na wengine watu wamechoka kupiga foleni. Leo asubuhi tuliona ile shida ilikuwa hapo Chumbi, wakati kuna polling clerk moja alikuwa akipeana makaratasi mbili, na hiyo ni wizi wa kura, lakini amepatikana na tunataka idara ya polisi chukue hatua ipasavyo.
Kwa kumalizia, Mheshimiwa, una neno gani kwa watu wa Machakos kama watakuchagua kama governor wao?
Nataka kwanza niwashukuru watu wa Machakos kwa sababu wamenisikiza na wamenipatia nafasi hizi miezi 6 ambazo zimepita niwauzie sera, na wamenipokea vyema, na sasa leo uamuzi ni kwao. Wakiamua ya kwamba watanichagua kama governor wao wa pili, sisi tuko tayari kuanza kazi kesho, na tumejipanga tuanze kutatua shida za maji, za njaa na shida za kazi kwa vijana wetu. Asante.
We will be telling you more and more of how the voting in Machakos County is ongoing. Back to you, Jacob Kihoria.
All right, it's Victor here, but of course with my colleague Jacob Kihoria. That is Nzioka Waita, former State House Chief of Staff, who is now eyeing that gubernatorial seat in Machakos County, going head-to-head with Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper Party. All right, Kanini Kega there, also making his way to cast his ballot. Jacob Kihoria. All right. That is Kanini Kega, who is a staunch supporter of Azimio la Umoja, also making his way to cast his ballot. We've seen a number of leaders. Tuli has voted, Raila Odinga has voted. We've seen Deputy President also voting at 6 a.m., Martha Karua, and that is Kanini Kega, that is Nyeri, going to the booth now. At this particular point, you've been making a joke out of it, that it's between you and the papers. Between you and the papers. Unless you need some assistance from the IEBC officials. But as it is, it's you and the papers. So far, so good. And of course, we also expect him to address the media for us just to understand and get to know what is happening there. According to Nzioka Waita, who just spoke a minute ago, he said that the KIM system kits are working pretty well in Manyani, where he voted. And I think that's a good indication that so far nothing has failed and we can be replicated to most parts of the country, because most of the reporters who are out there and even the leaders who voted have not raised any alarm on the failure on the system kits, and that is the way I think it's supposed to be until the close of business at 5 p.m. We said that you have got time. It's almost midday, and if you're still planning to go to the polling station 5 minutes past 5, utakona sumba watu wa IEBC bure. There's no need. You have enough time. This thing has been prepared for the last 5 years. Yeah. Even the elderly are taken there on wheelchairs. What about you? You have to go out and vote. Split screen, Nyeri and Mombasa. Wananchi doing what they should do after every five years. All right. Nurdin, so this is it. What you had from Zioka Waita, so far so good. The KIM system, the kits are working pretty well. We've complained about IEBC not doing this and that, but such kind of a statement is somehow a positive one.
Yeah, because I'm also getting some confirmation that where the kits have a problem, they're getting replaced, although albeit late, but they actually get to replace them. So that is also a good sign at the end of the day. You know, Waswahili wanasema mgala huwa lakini haki yake mpatie, because in as much as they're trying, also there are mishaps here and there, but we can see they're also trying. Yeah. All we want is that a seamless election, because you see, we're talking about the turnout is low. What those who haven't turned out to vote or plan not to turn out to vote need to realize that if we don't get that 50+1, we have to now plan for another election. That means whatever you had planned, or if you felt this political process was draining,
and that will have a ripple effect.
Exactly. If this was draining, now you have to contend with the campaigns again, then you have to contend with a new election. So what you have a duty to finish this thing today and sit back, await the declaration from Chebukati, await from declaration from the arrows for the other seats, so that life goes on. Because the more you postpone this, the more you put your life at...
You postpone other problems.
Exactly.
As well.
It's like moving the cancer from the left leg to the right leg. It doesn't solve it, you know. So just, if you're at home, you're watching us, and you had planned not to go and vote, just go vote. The election observer was there told us it's more or less 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So yes, I believe...
of Nyali. There you have it. That is Mombasa Moha. He was a colleague in the industry and decided to drop his pen and paper, notebook and camera and go for the legislative role, which he's done pretty well. So he's also taking part in that exercise. This is a point where everybody is going back to ground zero.
Yeah.
It's a point of going back to ground zero, starting all over fresh for the next 5 years. Wamboi, I don't know what's your thought on the kids. What Zioka has said, that so far so good, it's running pretty well, and in places where there's a problem, there's that quick interjection, and IEBC is moving, with speed to, rectify the process.
Well, Victor, I think what we should be expecting, because all of us have a legitimate expectation, is that the IEBC has been preparing for these elections for the past 5 years. So we expect that should be the order of business throughout the polling stations in this Republic of Kenya. So as far as Machakos is concerned, the particular polling station that Governor Waita makes mention of...
Just to cut short, and let's listen what Honorable Karini Kega is saying. So to Nyeri.
To vote, then definitely you vote for the person you didn't want to vote for. So I beseech the voters in all parts of the country, because I think this is a trend that we have seen literally and especially in Central, where the voter turnout today is a bit low. Maybe it could be attributed to the weather. In some parts it's a bit cold, and it is also still early, so we still have more hours up to 5, but the percentage is not very promising. And that's the reason we beseech our voters to come out in their numbers to make sure that they do their civic life or their civic duty. Secondly, it's also very, very important to inform the voters that when you are going for a transition, it is very, very important for you to participate in that transition, because we will be going for a transition. We will be having a new president by the end of today or maybe by tomorrow. So you can imagine how you will feel if your favorite candidate does not win by +1. And that is the reason one vote is so critical. The presidential vote is so critical because that one vote can make that determination. The same vote, even for a member of parliament. We have been in parliament and I have seen members of parliament who have won, we know, with a single vote, an extra single vote. So basically that one tells you that if you don't do that civic duty, then definitely you'll be doing a disservice to yourself. We will try as much as possible, and especially for us who are aspirants, where you can beseech people, whichever means that you can use to make sure that people come and vote, which are lawful, because basically the laws or the channels that you are using must be lawful. It cannot be in terms of inducement and all that, because it is your right to go and vote. However, you also have a right, if you feel that you don't also want to vote, of course, that's also your civic duty. So I am happy with the campaigns that we have had. I am very impressed because we have not had major incidences. One in the constituency, in the county, we have not had major incidents. It's only that, the smear campaigns, the propaganda, the lies and all that, which I think sometimes they go with politics. But we have had very peaceful campaign period. We have not had, like in the past where you would have people fighting and all that. So I believe that the democracy of our country is growing every day, and that is something that we need to encourage. The challenge to IEBC, there is no way you can import ballot boxes or ballot papers from whichever country. You have a department of quality control. And when you are opening the boxes, the material day, that's the time you realize that there are some gubernatorial papers that are not there, some members of parliament positions that are not there. Honestly, that one, IEBC, you have to carry that burden, because an election delayed for a day can have different results. So, if, for example...
Kenny, Member of Parliament, Kanini Kega, making his remarks there after voting. There's something he's talked about, the low voter turnout, and he's attributing that to perhaps the weather condition there in that central part of Kenya. But before we continue the discussion, let's cross over to Kisii County and listen to Simba Arati. Oops, it's like we've missed him. Kidogo too. All right, so that's how it is. That is Simba Arati, who is vying for the gubernatorial seat in Kisii County. He's just finished his address there to the media. You were still on the floor, Shadrach, but as you continue that your submission, let me put it that way, also talk to this issue. Honorable Kanini Kega has talked about the low voter turnout, and it's a threat. It's something that we also discussed in the morning, even in Kisumu. When you look at the lines, people are taking advantage either because it's too early, some went for their businesses, and as Kanini Kega said, some could be because of the weather. What do you think?
Well, Victor, if you read keenly the spirit of the speech that has been made by Mheshimiwa Kanini Kega, is that at some point he attributes the low voter turnout to the cancellation of the elections, the gubernatorial election in Kakamega and probably Mombasa and some other 2 or 3 constituencies that the IEBC mentioned yesterday. But one thing that the Kenyan citizen must understand is that the IEBC has the power, has that discretional power under Section 55B of the Elections Act to postpone elections. Number one, if there are natural disasters or for any other informed or reasonable reason. So that a perspective, if you focus on the issue about these ballot papers, there is a recognition that is made by the IEBC that the ballot papers, especially in Kakamega and those of Mombasa, they have different pictures of different individuals, names, there are errors. So I think it is just good for the IEBC. It makes good sense for the IEBC to resort to the postponement or the invocation of their power under Section 55 of the Elections Act to postpone those elections, because you do not want a situation where you will be going to court saying that you see, I was a candidate, I am not in the ballot paper. Remember, the Mombasa gubernatorial elections or nomination processes in Mombasa and those in Kakamega have been a subject of court discussions. You remember Honorable Sonko, who was at one point to be included in the voter in the ballot paper, at another point to be removed. Just yesterday, a ruling was delivered by the Supreme Court of this country, throwing out his application seeking a review of the judgment that they had delivered on the 15th day of July that affirmed the impeachment that was done by the County Assembly of Nairobi and affirmed by the Senate. So really, the confusion is quite understandable. And again, if you rush to Kakamega, probably your neighboring county in, Victor Olo, on the other side of the studio. So you will establish that there was also some concerns about the academic credibility of Mheshimiwa Cleophas Malala. So that at some point, one was undecided whether these people's names or images are going to find themselves in the ballot paper. So really, the confusion that we have seen, because it's quite apparent, is quite understandable from the IEBC. And this must explain also, and now going back to the question you asked, or on the question of voter, the low voter turnout. Remember, the voter turnout is a question of mobilization. It's how many people are you going to mobilize? The presidential candidate becomes a beneficiary of the mobilization by the people in the grassroots. There are people who are going to vote in, or who would have voted in, let's say for example, Omar Hassan or Sonko, if they were in the ballot paper, and the presidential candidate in that coalition will have benefited from that mobilization. And the reverse is also true. There are people who are keen only on voting for the president. So they are going to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. And people who are in that political outfit or that coalition are going to benefit from that. So when I am not, my election is not going to be held today if I'm a gubernatorial contestant, then it means I'm not going to rally my people. So if I'm not going to rally my people, then it automatically translates that the presidential candidate is not going to have a lot of supporters. So really, this must explain why the voter turnout, other than those, the cold weather. But if the cold weather is anything to go by, I'm hoping that we will be having the sun out by the midday. So that some of these people who are complaining of the cold weather, and they have been all, people from the central the Mount Kenya region have been encouraged.
All right. Well, let's hope the sun will be out and in good time. Professor George Oluchiri Wajakoya is speaking right about now. Let's listen to him.
Koyonzo, I'm told, is on fire. I've just asked those people to cool down. I've been around most of the polling stations and I've told them to cool down. But I'm very disappointed because if they wanted, the opinion polls have been saying 2%. Maybe they meant it. Because why in my stronghold? I have not voted. Please switch off that phone, and if it rings again, I'll send you away. This is very important because I'm addressing members of the fourth estate. Then why should we vote for presidential elections if I'm the only one who has not voted? I'm told Raila has voted, right? Maure has voted. I've just spoken to him to congratulate him. Ruto has voted. Wajakoya has not voted. Why? Is that really something that somebody has to question? Why Kakamega County? Why Matungu Sub-County? Why? Why are these people afraid of? Why couldn't they test the kits? Why couldn't they test the kits? Does it mean if I don't vote, votes will be counted? Or do they want us to go to court? Go ahead, journalists. I'm not really happy, but what can I say? I was supposed to fly back this afternoon. I have to buy another ticket. And you know, from here to Kisumu is very far. So,
Have you perhaps been in touch with the IEBC officials, and what are they telling you?
I don't need to. Because they were there when you guys were there, telling me, oh, you're supposed to be here, like it's not working. Then I'm asking them, what do we do? At all, you have to wait. My people are defranchised. The older generation have gone home. So we'll come and vote if they make them. Why rig me out of this election? If the opinion...
All right, the concerns of Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. He claims he's yet to vote, and actually it's true he's yet to vote because there was a problem with the KIMS kit at his polling station in Matungu constituency. Let's head over to Johnson Sakaja, who's voting at St. George's Primary School here in Nairobi. He is the UDA gubernatorial candidate, and he's there being identified, obviously ready to vote. But quite some concerns raised there by Professor George Wajakoya. There you go, pictures live from the St. George's Primary School. But those are concerns expressed by Professor George Wajakoya as regards the failure of the KIMS kit. Let's go back to Wajakoya.
Shall prosper. That's the ground that we stand on. So you all remain vigilant, remain cool, remain calm, and we'll see this thing to the end. So, thank you.
Another attempt to just try the KIMS kit. I have no mechanical engineering in my head. I've never done mechanics. So even if I go there, I mean, how do I answer that question? You said another attempt. How? I'm not an engineer. If they tell me they're not working, that means they're not working. Why would I go to do another attempt if they're not working? Unless I'm the most foolish lawyer in the world.
In terms of the voters you have lost, could you give an estimate? Those ones who came and
I have voted millions. I've lost millions of votes. You know, this is the strongest. The Kakamega County has the second largest number of voters in the country. And if you go everywhere I've been in the morning, especially in Muira, in Matungu Division, I've been to Bungoma this morning, everybody's yelling me. Sorry about if I answered you wrongly. I do apologize because I didn't get it right. You are right. But if I lose in my strongholds, what happens?
What is the next course of action for Professor Wajakoya? Because now failing to vote is a very unfortunate thing.
Well, let Kenyans decide and say. This will be the first elections where a presidential candidate has not voted because the government has rigged him out.
Maybe, Prof, you're a lawyer of high standing, and we understand that just the other day, the court ruled that the manual voter register should actually be a complementary one. Why, maybe, what do you make of it that IEBC has not provided that as a complementary?
That's why you see me saying that I'm going to do away with some parts of the Constitution. Now you see the answers. This Constitution is vague, the lawyers are vague, the judges are vague, and had I been given an opportunity, those are areas of the Constitution that you're going to look into. Because what is the alternative? The law, as rigid as it is what I was talking about. What alternative has the Supreme Court given to the IEBC? Members of the press, are you getting the reasons why I've been saying that some areas of the Constitution ought to be reformed? What alternative is Chebukati given? If somebody has cleverly gone to court and eaten with the judges to make sure that Ruto gets his way, because Ruto was advocating for that, so that they can rig the election. This is how they are rigging the election. Tufanya hivi, Professor ameshindwa kuingia kwa sisi, I've refused to join them. This is an allegation I'm making. And I take it to myself. So do not be responsible for it. Ndio sasa, tukistarve yeye, the way I'm being starved, you'll have no alternative. Now, what if Chebukati came in the manual, and the court has overruled against the manual? Then I vote through the manual. Will that not be an illegality? Members of the fourth estate? Why would I, as poor as I am, a small person, now if I go there and stand and say, oh, they have now come back at 8 in the evening, we vote for 11 hours, you think those old men are going to come back? Is that not indirect rigging? I am pained. But what can I do? I've done, listen to the conversation. They said they have died, you can't vote. They're waiting. I said, it's fine. Peacefully, I walked away.
In other polling stations, the POs are having alternatives. In case a name is appearing, but perhaps the fingerprints are not appearing, there's a way they are ensuring that this voter does not go away. Especially the elderly, they have a problem with their fingerprints. But they are using alternatives to make sure that these elderly are able to vote. So in your case, given this particular situation, because you said that you leave it to Kenyans to decide, masses of Kenyans cannot decide. So what exactly is your next course of action?
No. You asked me a question, but then you deviated from it. You asked me what happened. Let's start it from there. I went there and they said, this is where you are supposed to vote. But unfortunately, the machines are not working, so they could not even have the opportunity to take my fingerprints. But then, however, they told me that they are talking to, and they are going to go into the manual. Then my question is, the Supreme Court ruled against the manual. Is it Court of Appeal? Yesterday. So what manual is going to be manual? You know, that's a question that one ought to. Only a fool, Katanga's fool, can look at the way things the way I'm looking at. Now, even if they brought the manual, and then I participate in the manual, by the Supreme Court decision yesterday, the Court of Appeal, how manual is going to be manual? If they make this, the kids, what about people who are old who have come in and they have been told, and then they are saying, we shall now do the 11 hours for it. This man has come from very far, coming. Maybe he was brought in a wheelchair, then taken back. Who will bring him again? Those are questions that we need to ask, which means that these guys knew that I was going to win this election outright. That's why they started with 14%, 11%, the opinion poll bastards, 14%, 11%, lunatics. They are lunatics, I'm sorry to say that. Then they came in and they said 5%, now 2%. So that I don't come out. But if it is the president doing this, he will have to be accountable. If it's Uhuru Kenyatta doing this, because he has said Raila must win, he will have to be accountable, because he's the president of this country.
Do you think these elections will be postponed?
Why postpone? How much money has been? It's up to them. If they want to bring in a lame duck president, we shall have alternatives. They are always available.
And which are the alternatives?
Yeah, you ask me stupid questions, I give you stupid answers. You have asked me stupid questions, you have come here. Please don't ask me any question, I'll not answer you. Next question.
The second question that I was asking, you had said that you leave it to Kenyans to decide. The masses of Kenyans.
Clearly, Professor George Wajakoya is in a foul mood. He hasn't exercised his right to vote because of a failure of a Kim Skit, and there's a problem with the Constitution. And obviously, lawyers, including the ones I have in studio, he's accused them of being very vague. Shadrach El Wakili there. That's the accusation by Professor George Wajakoya. But you get a sense of frustration from him as a candidate that he's not been able to participate in this process, and that is as far as it goes. At 11 a.m., the IEBC was supposed to give us a status update on the election. They're yet to. At this point, it's 12:05. They had to give us a status update. I don't know whether there's a turnout problem also. But that is as far as it goes. The complaints by Wajakoya, the Kim's kit was not able to identify him. Therefore, he was told to go and come back as they reboot the Kim's kit. That is yet to happen. And he expresses concern that he may not be able to participate in this election, and thus just date. Otherwise, Shadrach, the Constitution, and yourselves are very vague.
No, I personally don't think he's making reference to me because I represent him in other matters. I've given him.
But he said lawyers, and you are one of them.
Yes. I mean, I was even there when we refused. We advised him actually to decline the invitation to participate in the presidential debates. I had my colleague there on the other side of the studio saying that the reason we are having a low voter turnout is because some of the candidates refused to turn up. And perhaps just to clarify, the reason we advised Wajakoya to refuse the invitation was that, number one, we had even written to the organizers of the presidential debate and they did not respond. And our reason or our question was, why were we celebrating presidential presidential candidates, and yet the elections of these presidential candidates will be held on the same date. So today, on the election date, we are having the election for either Uhuru Muigai, either the deputy president, Raila Molo Odinga, Mwaure, or Wajakoya. We do not have a separate date for these voters. So we thought we needed an explanation why they were separating the four from the debate. Now, turning to what Wajakoya is saying, I mean, you understand.
And to interrupt, those are pictures, live pictures of Sakaja as he votes at St. George's Primary School. Go ahead, okay.
Yes. Now, we need to understand the frustration that Professor Wajakoya is venting out.
Can I cancel short you again? Because we'll keep doing that. The member for Rariada constituency in Siaya County, that is Otiende Amolo, is addressing members of the press. Let's listen in just a bit. Probably there are also concerns of turnout from that end.
Two or three incidences where it's alleged that voting started late and that therefore there was a slight delay from the time when they were supposed to start. They raised that, of course, with the presiding officers, asking to be compensated by an equal time of the delay. We will see whether the presiding officers factor that in. Other than that slight delay, and mostly it was caused by lack of lights, because at that time there was a blackout in part of this area, and the lights, which I think are solar based, may not have been charged or something, but I'm sure they'll address that. The second issue that appears rampant is the delay in voting. A lot of people are complaining that the KIMS kit identification takes a bit too long. In our case, my wife and I, it did not take long. It barely took seconds. But we've received various complaints from various people that identification and therefore the process is taking very long. And that is something that needs to be checked. Hopefully, it's not widespread. The third issue is in terms of identification. There are those who seek to be identified by the KIMS kit and then it fails to identify them. And in those instances, they've been asking the presiding officers to resort to the manual register. In all the instances that have been reported to us, the presiding officers have declined, saying that they only resort to the manual register if the KIMS kit fails. And by that, they understand it to mean that if it does not work at all. But my understanding of the...
All right. That is Otiende Amolo, Rariada member of Parliament, speaking shortly after casting his ballot there, and he's raised a number of concerns which we'll be talking about shortly. But before then, let's cross over and listen to Johnson Sakaja, Nairobi gubernatorial candidate, just about to address the media. Let's cross over.
Who is not ready?
Right. Sauti iko sawa? Sawa.
Mr. Sakaja, you've already voted. How are you feeling after the exercise?
I'm very happy that we've gotten to this stage. I came with one of my sons who's helped me to choose candidates, and this is one of the most important aspects of our democracy, the right to choose. It's really what is the right of that we've got when we got independence, self-determination, the ability for us to go to the polling station every so often and decide who our leaders are, the fight for multipartyism. People paid the price for us to have multiple parties. I've seen some ballot papers which are really long, especially the Senate one. I don't know why everyone wants to replace me. But all in all, it's a proud moment. I'm very happy. It's been a long journey. Many would have wished for me not to be on the ballot today, but I'm there, and I can confirm that we voted for me. Yes. And so,
what's your opinion on the entire process, voting process?
Well, there's a bit of confusion, but I think IEBC is trying their best. For instance, I was in one line because they said it's alphabetical, starting with the first name, which is Johnson. But then when you get to the front is when they tell you, no, there's a spillover of this line, so you go to another I think a lot of that information should be available before people line up. Before I voted, you saw there was an old man who had been here for a while, and he's had to go to another polling station. The directions are not clear. So I think just helping the voters understand the process is an area we can improve on. Number two, what I've seen, because I have agents in all the stations, I have 3,641 agents across the city. We've been getting reports that in the morning, some of them were not allowed. Some of them were being asked for requirements that are different, and I've spoken to the county returning officer, because UDA as a party is not fielding agents. It's us, the candidates, who have agents. So some are being asked for a letter from UDA, yet they should have a letter from me. The oath of secrecy, which we have stamped, they are saying that it should be stamped by IEBC. Yet it's not IEBC, it's a commission of oaths. So there's just need for clarity and the same standard to apply in all the polling stations. There are certain areas where Kim's kits are not working, like in Westlands, Farasi Lane. There's one ballot box in Toi Primary that had a cover of Kitengela Primary. So just those small hitches. But all in all, I'm glad to see that people have turned out. The numbers are good. The reports we're getting from my secretariat that there's no incident that is out of the ordinary to the extreme. But I would urge the returning officer, the county returning officer, to make sure that all of those questions on who gets into the station are addressed before the end of the day, so that when it comes to counting, which is the most sensitive time, we have the right teams in the hall.
Do you think it's in order to revert to manual totally, or should we go there?
That's a matter that's been determined by court. So my opinion doesn't matter on that. The court gave its position yesterday on the issue of the Kim's kit and the manual register. So we have to abide by the law as law-abiding citizens. Yeah.
And there were some delays in many constituencies in Nairobi, especially Westlands, which made people queue for a very long time, and some maybe gave up and walked away. Do you think that will affect the results of the elections in Nairobi County?
First, we'd like to urge all of those who experienced undue delays in whichever stations to please go back. All the stations are now voting. It's moving on very efficiently. So if you gave up because of that long wait, please, I would urge you as a candidate to just go back to that station and to cast your vote. Your leaders determine how we live moving forward. I don't think it necessarily changed the outcome. I think Nairobians have decided, and they have decided resoundingly. And for as long as this process remains free and fair, there'll be a resounding and definitive result. It will not be 50-50. There'll be a defining result at the end of the day. And God willing, we'll have the results possibly by tomorrow.
Are you confident you're going to win the gubernatorial seat?
Of course. I'm hopeful that we're going to win. And I say, inshallah, God willing, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Yes.
Kwa Kiswahili, ujumbe wako kwa wakazi wa Nairobi, wale ambao bado hawajajitokeza katika vituo vya kupigia kura, labda wanafuatilia kwa runinga hivi sasa na wanaona line ni ndefu, naona hakika nitoke ni vote au nisivote.
Line inaweza kuwa ndefu lakini inasonga. Na line inaweza kuwa ndefu lakini miaka 5 ni refu zaidi kupata kiongozi ambaye hafai. Na viongozi wabaya huchaguliwa na watu wazuri ambao hawajitokezi. So tunaambia watoto wa Nairobi, tafadhali mjitokeze. Kuchaguana ni jambo ambalo sio la kuchukuliwa hivi hivi. Kuna wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yao, kuna wale walioko kwa jela, kuna wale walipitia mambo mengi ili tupate haki hii ya kwenda kuchagua viongozi wetu. So ningependa kuambia tafadhali tujitokeze. It's an event pale mkitokea mnazungumza na wananchi wengine kama sisi wa Kenya, na baadaye tuweke amani. Tumesema kwamba Nairobi round hii lazima tuwe na amani, ya kuwa hakuna shida ya Mkikuyu tofauti na Mjaluo, hakuna shida ya Mluya tofauti na Mkisii. Hata kama vyama ni tofauti, tuheshimiane. Kwa wale ambao labda mtu hakubaliani na wewe kisiasa, kwa sababu ni haki yake, lakini tusitumie siasa kujigawanyisha. Jirani yako ni ndugu yako. Siku ya uchaguzi leo itaisha, kesho bado tuko na Nairobi, kesho kutwa bado tuko na Nairobi yetu. So tubaki kama mandugu na dada.
Pengine mheshimiwa, kwa unaweza gusia mpangilio.
Right, that is Johnson Sakaja there, the outgoing, the current actually senator of Nairobi, eyeing the gubernatorial seat of Nairobi County, speaking shortly after casting his ballot. He's gone through a lot, and he's saying that he's happy that finally he's made it this far. We've also heard what Professor Wajakoya said. He's failed to vote because he failed to get his details from the KIMS kit, and he's still waiting as per what he was told by the electoral officials at Matungu in Kakamega County. So he'll just be patient and wait. So let's cross over to Gatundu, and that is where President Uhuru Kenyatta voted earlier. That is Mutomo Primary School a while back. Let's take a listen.
President Uhuru Kenyatta being identified there by the KIMS kit that was earlier before casting his vote, accompanied by a First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, whom I assume, obviously looking at the pictures of her earlier footage, had already voted by the time of accompanying the husband and the President of the Republic of Kenya to Mutomo Primary School for voting. And the pictures you have on screen really are of the president going through the identification process. Victor, have you stopped for a moment to wonder, what if the president got to that KIMS kit and then it failed to identify him like it has done Wajakoya?
I think he's a voter just like any other. He'll be told to wait.
Voter like any other in the sense of a word.
Of being a voter. Oh, yes.
But, yeah, you know, voter, you know, he is a voter, yes, in the sense of a word, but this is a president of the Republic of Kenya. So imagine a standoff there where the IEBC are trying to see him on the KIMS kit, but he cannot be identified. What do you think could happen there?
Let me just make this comment. Kyria, you're thinking too hard.
Don't make the comment. I'm just imagining. I was just imagining in my mind what would happen.
What would happen?
Because obviously it would cast very negative aspersions on IEBC.
Yeah.
Very negative.
Negative picture,
for a person who has voted in these last two elections as a candidate, now that he cannot be identified through the KIMS kit, and probably hapo ndio unasikia mkutano itawisha. But that's the president, anyway, winding up on marking the ballot papers and casting his ballot papers, and that was earlier. Now you see him almost finishing up. Yes, and that's just date. We will head over to Nakuru in a bit, but that's Mama Ngina Kenyatta also. Mangina Kenyatta, the former First Lady, also arriving at Mutomo Primary School. Like I informed you earlier, Victor, Mama Ngina Kenyatta also votes from Mutomo Primary School, and this is the process of voting for her. That was earlier. You can imagine she arrived almost moments later after President Uhuru Kenyatta left the polling station. But this is the former First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta, exercising the right to vote.
All right. The new city in town that is earlier on in Nakuru County, voting started very early. There you have it. That is Susan Kihika also lining up.
This is Gomongo Primary School, where she votes.
There you had it. Is there something we talked about as well? What if Mheshimiwa kuja pange line kama kawaida? All right. Oh, okay.
The presidential ballot, then you go to...
Which color is that, Kyria?
It's green. Okay. I know what you're trying to do. But the gods are on my side. And finally, I think the ballot box for governor is the last of these end. So yes, green was representing the woman opposition, Senator Yellow, pink for member of the National Assembly, beige for member of a county assembly, and finally the position of governor with blue.
Okay. Unajua una vote wapi, kwa hivyo haina tatizo. Saa 11:30.
Labda umekaa kwa line ama kila kitu inaenda haraka?
Unaona hakuna watu kama wakati uliopita. So I expected to find a very big queue. Lakini sikupata.
Process was great. It was seamless. I actually got here about a few minutes to 6 and waited in line for my turn. The turnout was good because I could see even at 6 o'clock the line was quite big. I am very, very, very pleased this morning to see that my fellow Kenyans really came out to exercise their civic duty, their democratic right. You can see the process went on very smoothly. The lines were long, not very long, but just long enough to be quite exciting. Yani, to mean people are not sleeping, but they're out here waiting to vote, waiting to make a difference and determine who becomes who in the next upcoming government. But I was also happy once I got inside with the process. Initially, initially I was on because the setup of this specific polling station, there is not different classes or anything, but it's one side of the table and then the other side. So I was on the wrong side of the table and they were able to determine that. And when I went to the right side, then my information came up and I was able to vote. I was able to see them give me the different ballot papers, stamp them and all that. So it was very transparent, a very clean process, so to speak. And even after picking my choices, then I was able to very easily put the ballots where they belong and be done, and the line continued. So I just want to let everybody know, or to ask everyone who is still at home, please make your way to the polling station. It is seamless, it is easy, it is nice, it is peaceful.
All right, Susan Wakarura Kihika, who is the UDA gubernatorial candidate in Nakuru. Earlier in Kiambu, Karongo Wathang'wa was voting. Let's have a look at that. And those are pictures from earlier at the in Kiambu. When Karongo Wathang'wa was voting. Remember, this is a gentleman who has had quite a level of problems, but let's listen in first.
It was said that when the machine is not working, they can refer to the manual register. And of course, that is happening. And we are happy because the IEBC is expeditious enough to work on the problems when we raise them. And all we are urging IEBC is, if it was on their side that they delayed the voting process, they should give time to those polling stations. They can add a few hours to those polling stations, and I believe that's what they have promised. All we want is everybody to be given an opportunity to vote.
Karongo Wathang'wa, the UDA senatorial candidate in Kiambu, speaking after voting. Let's go back up and talk about the concerns by Professor George Wajakoya about the failure of Kim's kit and, you know, the processes that led to it. And probably Victor would want to hear from your panel about these accusations of lawyers being vague and the Constitution being vague too, as Wajakoya alleges.
And I think at this particular point, Nudin, you can take it.
Yeah, first and foremost,
a lot of, you know, some grave matters of concern there from Wajakoya.
Yeah, you know, first and foremost, someone has misinformed the good professor. Because as per the orders from the court, it talks about biometrics, it talks about alphanumeric. Now, alphanumeric is the PO plus the agents. And then after that, if you're found via that, you fill a Form 32A, then you're given the ballot papers. If that doesn't happen, that is where now the PO contacts the commission so that they can be able to use the physical register. And that is what he's been told, that they have to contact the commission so that they get the go-ahead to use the physical register so that he can actually vote. So that is what he has not been informed. Now, on the second part, he has talked about Australia as a diaspora voting country, which is not true, because at the end of the day, we only have 12 gazetted countries. That is our East African brothers. Then you add South Africa, Germany, USA, Qatar, Canada, UAE, United Kingdom. So there are 12 only. So at the end of the day, there is some misinformation that he's spewing, which we need to correct. That is why I wanted to correct that before the day ends, at the end of the day.
Okay.
And I believe that he should be able to be given the right to vote via the physical register, because now the two steps above have failed to identify him.
Okay. You know what, Eliud, because he said that he's not been identified yet. Actually, he's not voted as we speak. The same question Kiori asked. What if President Uhuru Kenyatta went to the polling station and found that his details are missing from the KIMS kit? This is the same situation with Wajakoya. So what next?
What's next is what my colleague here has mentioned. If the details are not there on the KIMS kit, you wait until the polling officer contacts probably the returning officer, and the returning officer will get authorization from the commission in itself to actually come back and now authorize the use of a manual register. So it doesn't matter, we are all equal citizens of this country, whether you are a vying candidate or you are a normal voting candidate.
Right.
And so if it would have happened to Uhuru Kenyatta, the president of this country, he would also have had to wait, because there's a procedure that has to be followed. That's all that has to be done, and we have to exercise some patience, because you understand that we have a big number of voters who are supposed to be turning up today, 22 million voters. We have until around 16,000 interested candidates who are also supposed to be actually authorizing their right to actually represent the people.
Yeah.
And so we need to exercise some patience. But also something interesting to note about an observation I've made about the earlier voting by the president and the first lady. The president voted first before the first lady, and when the first lady turn came, you could see that the first lady was donning the president's jacket, which basically means that it was a very cold morning, and that the first lady was actually feeling cold, and the president was a gentleman, and he gave his coat to the wife. So that's something interesting that I've noted about
perhaps
today.
They were twinning. They're twinning.
No, you could note that the jacket is actually oversized for the first lady.
All right. Because I'm still interested in understanding this, Shadrach. Allegations by Wajakoya that he's not yet voted. And here's the situation. We only have 4 presidential candidates in the country. And Wajakoya's details are missing from the KIMS kit. They have now to call the commission to rectify and see a situation, see on how they can save the situation. Now, what happens if this happens past 5 p.m.?
Well, I believe there should be a compensation of the time. There should be an acknowledgement that there has been a delay, of course, inadvertent delay from the part of the IEBC officials, which has, of course, hindered the process. But what is important is this, Victor. I think the misunderstanding I was making reference to previously on the ruling that came from the Court of Appeal yesterday, you can actually vividly see it, or the effects of that misunderstanding. So that what we expect, now that JJ had mentioned that we expect the IEBC to be having a presser in the fullness of time, we want the IEBC to come out clearly and explain to its returning officers, its presiding officers, that the court did not say that we should not use the manual voter register. The court did not say that. What the court has said is that there is plan A. If plan A fails, which plan A means the identification of the voter through the KIMS kit. If plan A fails, the fingerprints cannot be captured. Then we go to plan B. Plan B means we use the ID, the identification, the names and the ID numbers by keying them in. If plan B fails, then the presiding officer must contact the returning officer, who is now the representative of the commission, so that he can be given permission to use to use the manual voter register. So I think the IEBC must come out clearly and explain to the country that the code did not say that we do not use the manual voter register, so that when your name does not appear, then you should now go home and wait. No. Yeah. I mean, the indication I'm getting from Professor Wajakoya, knowing too well that he's a professor of law and he's taught in a number of universities in the United States. So it's probably a misunderstanding. So that what you see is, he says that to the extent that his name has not been his name has not been captured from the KIMS kit, yes, or he cannot be recognized by the KIMS kit, then he does not want to participate in an illegality as far as, you know, participating in, you know, his name being identified from the manual register. No, I think we need some clarity from the IEBC. We need to tell the Kenyans that if the KIMS kit fail, then we have a plan C and a plan B that is going to help you. So ultimately, the question, and this must inform the earlier question you had asked my colleague, that the threshold that is set in law for the presidential candidate or a president, or, you know, any person who is going to be elected as a president, the threshold is not on the registered number of people or the 21 million people who have been registered as voters. No, the threshold is on the votes that will be cast today. So that if only 2 or 5 million people will turn up to vote, now that 5 million will be now the 100% vote that we'll be looking at. So that the threshold will be, now from these 5 million voters that have been have participated in this election.
Thank you very much. First question on the turnout. What we gave you as turnout as at noon is national, not constituency or county specific. I know why you're asking. So we will give you our data at the end of the day, and you can make that conclusion for yourself. So the other thing is about withdrawal. We are not aware. We are in touch with our all 290 ROs. If there is any such incident, we will be able to find out and give you update in the next update. On ELDAS, we have sent a commissioner to the ground. The ELDAS issue is not a commission problem, it's a security issue. So we have sent a commissioner today morning with a chopper there to go and find out whether there can be a solution out of it. It's militia taking over the whole place and they are fighting in town. So we are trying to work with candidates plus the security so that we can see whether they can vote tomorrow or later in the day. So that conclusion we'll be able to give you in our next update. Yes, Leila?
There's a question from one of my colleagues in South Sea, and the issue there is there are people who had looked into the portal 3 days ago, and their names were there on the register. They are in the line today. And
repeat, please. There is what?
There are voters who went to the portal 3 days ago, and they were cleared.
Which portal?
70,000.
Yes. But today, when they go to the polling station, their names are not there, and they have not been allowed to vote. This specific polling station is Kirdi in South Sea, and many are still waiting even 2 hours after they arrived. How will you address that this go? Going to the portal and finding out that you are registered, and then when you go to the polling station, your name is instead.
First of all, portal has no link to the KIMS. It is just where we keep our entire national register so that anybody can check. So the issue of possibly when you go and check in your portal, you are removed or something like that might not arise. But we check people using their biometric or their ID. If you cannot be found, if they have that message and it shows which polling station, the message tells you even which stream you are in a polling center. So they should go to the stream specific and find out. But if you give us the details of the polling station, we'll be able to pick up with the, you said it is South
polling station in South Sea.
That is Langata constituency. So we'll be able to find out specific. So we'll take note, and in our next report, we'll give you an update specific. Yes. So we'll come back after. Last one.
Okay, I have a question. My name is Cecilia Lubanga from Lookup TV, and there was an incident today in the morning from a voter who goes by the name Moses Onyango, who lamented that by the time he was reporting at the polling station where he's registered and supposed to vote at Kangemi Social Hall, apparently it was stated that according to the system, he had already voted, yet he was not yet back. So what can you respond to that?
He has already voted?
Yes, according to the system, he had already voted, but apparently he had not even reported to the polling station. So he came later only to find out that by 8 a.m. it is recorded that he had already voted.
Really? I don't think such situation can arise. Because unless you go there and put your fingerprint on the machine, and once you vote, your small finger is inked with indelible ink, there's no way system can mark you as voted.
He was not inked. Yes.
He was?
By the time he was reporting, of course, his finger was not inked. So he was complaining that according to the system, it was already reported that he had voted by 8 a.m. in the morning.
We are not aware of any such incident, and I don't think it can arise going by our system protocol. Because you can only vote by visiting a polling station. You cannot vote online or anything else. So we don't even have online voting. Yes, so when you go to polling station, it is impractical or impossible for system to tell you have already voted. How will you have voted before you have visited the polling station? And it's a first story we are hearing about that, but we will find out. Will you tell us the voter and the polling station? Then we'll be able to find out from the PO whether there is such occurrence. If the such occurrence is supposed to be marked in the polling station diary. There is a PO's diary that they mark anything that looks abnormal or any incident, including anybody who is not a voter who visited a polling station. Yes.
Sorry, naitwa Bonina fanya na Wero TV. Kumekuwa na kizungumkuti kule Meru kata ya Nyaki West ambapo kuna mgombea mmoja kwa jina Mutuma Mugambi amesajiliwa na tume ya IEBC, lakini jina yake picha yake haipatikani. So unazungumzia
jina yake na nini haipatikani kwa kids.
Jina yake na
picha.
A picture. He's a voter. He's a candidate.
Yes, yes. He's from Meru. His name is Mutuma Mugambi. Nyaki West. Amesajiliwa na nini lakini picha jina yake haipatikani. Yeah.
Okay, we have to find out specifically from the register. Otherwise, it's not possible for me to tell you what has happened. But if you can give, since you have a message from him, give us his voter number and ID number and name. Then we'll be able to find out and give you a report. Or in the meantime, you can go to our returning officer. The returning officer has an access to the register of that particular constituency. So you can find out. Yeah. As we give you the details. Because even if I can only ask people in charge of the register to find out using the ID. Now that it's not here physically to put fingerprint. But in a polling station, his fingerprint, if he's a voter, will be able to show. If not, barcode of his ID can be read, can be scanned, or an ID number is inserted into the KIMS kit. Those three cannot all fail if you are really a voter. So we will be back maybe in an hour or two. Thank you.
You have said there's some places that they are flooding. Would you kindly tell us which are these places?
I thought you already said.
I see. We didn't mention exactly, but we are using choppers. Natural calamities, but using choppers. Yeah.
We shall give you specification in the next. Is this yours?
Good afternoon. Thank you for creating time for us. You are in time for the lunchtime news. It is the 9th day in the month of August 2022. Kenyans are turning up in numbers to cast their vote. This as they elect their next leaders. We are in all the 290 constituencies, and our able teams are on standby to give you the latest developments. This morning, President Uhuru Kenyatta casted his vote at Mutembei Primary School. This as he exercised his civic rights. My colleague Beatrice Gatonyang-Etich was with the president as he casted his vote. Security was heightened at Mutembei Primary School, and voting started as like any other polling station as early as 6 a.m. and by 9 a.m. President Uhuru Kenyatta had already arrived, and he got his name in that polling station, and this was amid tight security. He was also accompanied by his wife, the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and a number of friends. A contingent of security officers had earlier arrived at the polling station just to ensure that everything goes according as planned. The pictures on your screen are when President Uhuru Kenyatta was casting his vote at Mutembei Primary School in Gatundu, and we can see he did this as early as 9 a.m. as much as all the polling stations were open as early as 6 a.m. And the president has been in the country urging voters to be keen and ensure that the country remains united even after the August elections. And he says he would like to see a united country even as he is leaving office. This as the next president is expected to take office after he concludes his term, and he said he will be stepping aside to allow other leaders to be able to take the country forward. He has always said that he has put his best foot forward to ensure that the country remains united and the country makes progress on development. The president will also be remembered by many, even as he gets out of office, that he really improved the infrastructure sector. Many will associate him with the expressway, the one that connects Nairobi and Machakos County. And Kenyans will be saying this is one of the products that they are looking at as an example for other leaders to follow suit. President Uhuru Kenyatta was also accompanied by Mangina Kenyatta, the first lady of the country. There we go, Mama Ngina Kenyatta casting his vote in Gatundu. This as she is exercising her civic right. And they are just among other leaders who are able to cast their votes in the country this morning. And of course, our reporters across the country are in 290 constituencies, and they're giving us updates as events unfold. Earlier on, we had Mama, the First Lady of the country, Margaret Kenyatta, casting his vote in Mutembei, casting her vote in Mutembei Primary School in Gatundu. And these pictures were able to get the pictures for you earlier on in the day as she was exercising her democratic right. That is Margaret Kenyatta casting her vote. And Mama Kenyatta has also been at the fore, urging Kenyans to be united, and she will also be remembered by many as one of the leaders who have been fostering for health services in the country. She will be remembered for also giving priority to maternal services, and this has largely been of great benefit to women, especially in rural areas, who are now being able to access the services without many hitches. And We will see various leaders as our reporters are on the ground to follow suit and cast their vote. This has been as they have been traversing the country, urging Kenyans to turn up in numbers on this important day to cast their votes and make their votes matter. And we also heard the Deputy President, William Ruto, who casted his vote earlier on in the day at the early morning hours. He was in Sugoi and he exercised his democratic rights. My colleague Timothy Kipnusu was able to catch up with him at the early morning hours, and there is the Deputy President William Ruto, who exercised his civic rights in the morning hours. He was accompanied by his wife, Rachel Ruto. And Rachel Ruto has also been at the front line in encouraging women to support one another towards empowerment. And the Deputy President, while holding his last rally, he urged Kenyans to turn up in numbers and vote in. Let's listen in.
As you have all seen, everybody here wants a peaceful process. We even have had a spontaneous prayer, and that prayer was all about having a peaceful election. So I'm very happy that this morning the exercise of choosing the next leaders of Kenya for the next 5 years is now underway. I want to ask all voters like myself to do this exercise, go vote peacefully and intentionally and deliberately, so that we can choose the men and women who have a plan to take our country to the next level over the next 5 years.
Deputy President William Ruto, there he casted his vote as early as 6 a.m. from Sugoi. And the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, casted his vote at Old Kibra Primary School in Kibra constituency at 11 a.m. The arrival of Raila at the voting center caused a standoff as hundreds of his supporters escorted him to the voting center. Raila was accompanied by his wife, Ida Odinga, who also casted her vote at the same center. Well, we now cross over to Kisii County, where my colleague Benson Rioba is on standby with the latest updates from that end. Rioba, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mchuma. Good afternoon to you there in Broadcasting House. Now, we are coming to you live from Itiero Girls Primary School. This is one of the polling stations. This is one of the polling stations in Bonchari. Now, as you can see, the lines are getting shorter each and every time, and this has been a recurring theme in all the polling stations that we have visited. Now, Bonchari constituency has a total of 64,630 registered voters across its 4 wards. But I have a feeling that we won't get anywhere near the 70% if this trend will continue. Now, but we are still hopeful that it's relatively early in the day and people will actually come out in droves before the exercise completes. Earlier on, we were at Nyakurungu polling stations in Bobasi constituency, where Simba Arati cast his vote, and he was also concerned about the low turnout, and he was also hopeful that things will maybe. He was hoping for positive returns in the afternoon. Now, the only negative, the polling has been relatively peaceful in most parts of Kisii, but there was incidents in a place called Nabioto area, that is in Bobasi, or that is in Bonchari constituency. One person was shot last night, and it was alleged that 4 people were trying to purchase votes or ID cards from voters in that area, and that's when the fracas ensued. One person was shot, and the OCPD said that he was shot by a civilian, and the UDA aspirant, that's Cliff Ombeta, said that will follow up the matter, and he said that IEBC should act fast and jail the perpetrators, or maybe bar the perpetrators from the polls. Now, apart from this incident, the election was mostly peaceful, and that's it from us, Irene Mchuma. We'll come back to you during the evening when the actual tallying of votes will start. Back to you, Irene.
Thank you, Rioba. We now cross over to Mwingi Central. Our man in Mwingi Central is Stephen Maina. Let's cross over and hear what he has for us.
And all of them were very eager to vote in their preferred candidates. The mood here among the voters is generally calm. Residents have come out in big numbers, and they're equally very eager and very elated. We've engaged with voters who are voting currently for the first time, and to them this is a historic moment, and this is a very thrilling occasion. I can confirm that voting here at Mwingi Boys High School started around the stipulated time of 6 a.m. However, in polling station number 2, this is Mwingi Secondary School 2, voting was delayed until 6:24 a.m., arguably around 24 minutes into the stipulated time, owing to a technical hitch on the KIMS kit. This was confirmed by Deputy Returning Officer for this constituency tallying center. This is Stephen Kimongo, who explained that the KIMS kit in polling station 2 initially could not pick up any voter biometric, and this delayed the voting process for about 24 minutes. However, the DRO has since assured us that the commission has resolved and has moved with speed to resolve this issue, and currently I can confirm that voting is underway for both polling centers. This is Mwingi Secondary 1 and Mwingi Secondary 2, both of which are hosted here at Mwingi Boys High School. Earlier on, I engaged with voters here at Mwingi Boys High School, and this is what they had to say.
Tumekuja hapa kupiga kura. Isipokuwa sijaona watu wamekuja kwa wingi, lakini najua tukiendelea tutakuwa wengi. Ataweza kuwachagua viongozi wale ambao sisi wenyewe tunawahitaji.
Watu naona wanaendelea kujitokeza kupiga kura, na ni hali yao ya kuimarisha demokrasia, upiga picha wa uchaguzi wa halali, na watu wamechagua kiongozi wao ambaye wanamtaka bila kuhakikisha usawa, na mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Watu wanaendelea kuwa kwa wingi na kasi si mbaya.
Ninaona shughuli inaendelea mzuri, tunaendelea mzuri. Kwa hivyo tunaona kama tukifikia jioni tunakuwa tumemaliza kazi yetu vizuri. Hakuna vurugu, tunaendelea mzuri.
Security imeimarika, na tunashukuru serikali ile inasimamia security. Election itakuwa fair na hakuna vurugu, na tunaendelea mzuri. Maskari wako wale wamekuwa assigned kwa hii station wako imara.
Nataka tuwe na amani, ili nchi yetu iwe na amani, kwa sababu mahali kuna amani kuna Mungu, na Mungu achilia baraka zake. Ninaomba amani katika nchi yetu, naomba amani.
Na ndio nimekuja hapa tuchague kiongozi mwenye anaweza lete maji ya ukulima, juu hapa kunaweza kutokea chakula mingi sana, hata tunaweza lisha hata Wakenya wengi.
It's back to you in studio, John Jacob Kioria.
Thank you, Steve. It is myself, Irene Chungodim, in studio. And right now we are crossing over to North Horr, where Sheila Kayaro is on standby. Sheila, good afternoon.
Horr Primary School polling station, the largest polling station in North Horr constituency, with a total of 652 registered voters. Voting kicked off at 6:15 a.m. According to the presiding officer of this particular polling center, Elias Guyo, the 15-minute delay was due to the KM skids that were a bit slow, and this could extend the exercise up to the late hours of the day. I spoke to Galgalo Tuye, an elder of the Gabra community, who was the first voter to cast his vote at this center. He said that after this place, he would go from Manyata to get some of the residents to come and exercise their democratic right. This is because some may shy away from coming to the center due to the distance and the harsh climatic conditions, putting in mind that this is a desert area and transport can be a challenge. I also noted that the Gabra community is a close-knit group in the sense that they were assisting the elderly, persons with disability, and the sick to the polling station, and those on the queue were allowing them to jump the queue and vote. I just want to inform you about the member of National Assembly contestants in North Horr constituency, and these are Sabdio Mamo of Jubilee Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition, and she is the first woman candidate in history to contest for a political seat in North Horr constituency. We also have Moliubrae Tulu of Wiper Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition. We have Wario Guyu of Kanu Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition. So let's wait and see who among them the people of North Horr constituency will have decided to be their representative. All I can say, so far so good. My name is Sheila Kayaro Yogo, reporting for KBC in North Horr constituency, Marsabit County. Back to you, Broadcasting House.
Thank you, Sheila. We have our reporters in all the 290 constituencies. Many Kenyans have turned up at the polling centers to cast their vote on this important day. And Wycliffe Okech, who is in the county of Kisumu, is on standby. We will be linking with him later on. Kisumu is being perceived as one of the strongholds for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga. And earlier on, he told us that we have witnessed a good number of voters who have turned up to various polling centers. And there we have Wycliffe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Irene Machuma Odema, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Kisumu City right now, where I am. This is Kisumu West constituency, where voting is underway. As basically my colleague Christian here can basically pan around to show you the lines that have been building here since morning. But then right now the lines, the queues are getting shorter. That means the process is moving on smoothly, and voters are able to cast their votes, and after doing so, they are ushered out of the station here. This is Kisumu West constituency with a total registered voters of 82,927. That is for Kisumu West constituency. Those voters are spread across 5 wards with 163 polling stations. Among those polling stations, 3 of them are in prison. That is Kodiaga Maximum Prison. And we've been conducting a sport check since morning. Actually, we began with a sport check in Kisumu Central. That is the biggest constituency in Kisumu County. And just giving an outlook of how the casting of votes began. Actually, Kisumu residents started streaming to various polling stations or other polling centers before the clock of 6 a.m. Some of them got there as early as 4 a.m., as early as 5 a.m., and many of them were just anticipating to partake in this kind of exercise. And just to give you what's happening here right now, Irene, bring on set one of the poll officials at this station here, Millicent, probably to just give us a feel and paint for us how exactly the polling exercise has been unfolding since morning. Millicent, if you may just move here and share with us, introduce yourself and maybe share with us how has been the exercise unfolding since morning. What time did you open the station, and what do you make of the turnout? Introduce yourself first.
Okay, I'm Millicent Awiti, the Deputy Presiding Officer in Nakuru, in Kisumu West constituency, North Kisumu ward. Here we are at Wachara Polytechnic, where we are having polling station A and polling station B. And the polling station voting started at stipulated time, that is 6:00 a.m. and the voters were here as early as 3 a.m. to exercise their votes. They have been so cool, and so far we haven't experienced any challenge with Kim's kids and even the voters themselves. The voting is going on so well and so smoothly. Although the only challenge that you have experienced is that there are some voters who are here as early as 3 a.m. but reaching their turn to vote, they are being turned down because they can't be verified with the Kim's kids and even the voter manual registration. They feel so sorry for that, and with us as the IEBC official, there is not much we can do because we have to follow the rules.
What do you make about the turnout? We understand how many probably in your station here, how many registered voters are in your station, and how many probably, I understand you people gauge the turnout after every 2 hours, and the last one was done at 11 a.m.
Yes.
What do you gauge of the turnout?
Okay, so far the turnout was good. The first 15 minutes after we have opened the polling station, we had already registered 27 voters turning up to vote in our polling station. And as time goes by, at 9 they were 79. Then at 11 a.m. there were 159. Then currently there are 380 voters that have turned to vote. That is in only one polling station that is being hosted in here in this entire polling center. Yes.
Maybe if you can gauge that percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, I can say by now it is 60%. Yes.
Thank you so much. Probably before I let you go, going by the when you opened the stations here, 6 a.m. and now, going from now to all through to 5, what do you make? Could we experience probably more voters partake in this exercise?
Yes. So far, the voters are still streaming in. As you can see, there are those who came here as early in the morning to vote. They have already gone back home, and there are some who are still coming to vote. So we are hoping that by 5 p.m. all voters will have casted their votes and will be done and ready to count the votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Irene Muchuma, that is Millicent. Millicent is one of the poll officials at this particular polling center, just telling us that since the stations, or rather this center, opened for doors for the voters to partake in this exercise, the exercise has been smooth, peaceful, and actually there hasn't been any cause of alarm. And like I've mentioned, we've been conducting a spot check throughout in various polling stations, that is in Kisumu Central constituency and now in Kisumu West constituency, and I can authoritatively report that the entire process has been moving on quite smoothly and peacefully, and that the voters themselves are just speaking a message of hope and peace to their fellows, so that they're hoping that by the time this exercise ends, they will have voted for their preferred candidates. Well, this is a process that will continue. The voting will, of course, end at 5. Thereafter, the tallying will begin, and we'll be monitoring a pitching camp in Kisumu West and monitor every development and update our viewers progressively. Back to you, Irene.
Thank you, Wycliffe Okech. Wycliffe Okech in the county of Kisumu, and IEBC officials in the area stating that 60% of voters in the region have turned up at various polling stations. And now we cross over to the county of Nakuru. My colleague Jacqueline Wamberu is our person in the region, and earlier on she was able to interact with the Nakuru gubernatorial aspirant Susan Kihika, who casted her vote during the early morning hours, and also the sitting governor Lee Kinyanjui, who is defending his seat, also casted his vote during the early morning hours. It is an exercise that kicked off as early as 6 a.m. across the country. Voters started queuing before dawn across various parts of the country, eager to have their say over who will run the country for the next 5 years. Let's listen in from Nakuru County.
And that preparedness for us as Kenyans is very good, and we'll call up all Kenyans. Let's stick to the process, let's appreciate, let's give people an opportunity to deliver and to be able to participate in this great process, to choose their leaders who will be able to lead in the next 5 years.
The process was great. It was seamless. I actually got here about a few minutes to 6 and waited in line for my turn. The turnout was good because I could see even at 6 o'clock the line was quite big. I am very, very, very pleased this morning to see that my fellow Kenyans really came out to exercise their civic duty, their democratic rights to come out and vote today. And from what I can see, the process went on very smoothly. The lines were long, not very long, but just long enough to be quite exciting. Yani, to mean people are not sleeping, but they're out here waiting to vote, waiting to make a difference and determine who becomes who in the next upcoming government. So I just want to let everybody know, or to ask everyone who is still at home, please make your way to the polling station. It is seamless, it is easy, it is nice, it is peaceful.
People are taking a very short time before they are cleared and they can be able to vote. And therefore, with the exception of a few anomalies here and there, like Rongai, where the MP ballots were not available, I think much of the other areas, the logistical aspect of the election has been very well conducted, and I think we want to commend the IEBC at this stage. The second issue is with respect to voter turnout. We have noted that in a good number of our areas, the voter turnout still remains low. And therefore, this is our plea, because we still have maybe 7 hours before voting ends, that people from wherever they are able to come to our voting centers. The process is very smooth. There is no chaos or anything that you may consider unpleasant. And therefore, to come and vote and exercise their constitutional right.
That is the latest updates from the county of Nakuru. We now cross over to Gatundu, where my colleague Beatrice Gatonye is on standby with the latest developments. Gatonye, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Irene Mchuma, from the studio. I'm coming to you live from Gatundu South, particularly Mutomo Primary School polling center, where the voting process is going on smoothly. We haven't as reported, or we haven't witnessed any incidences. The voters here are very calm and very patient because of the long queues that are being experienced at this polling center. Generally, Gatundu South, the polling centers were opened by 6 a.m. and the voting process started smoothly. We haven't heard of any incidences or security incidences or any election-related incidences here. Here at Mutumo Primary School, we have registered voters 2,154, and there are 4 streams here. And Mama Ngina Kenyatta, Her Excellency Mama Ngina Kenyatta, arrived at this place a few minutes before 9, and she voted from stream 3. After voting, she left. And President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is also a voter here, arrived here at around 10 a.m. and voted from stream 4, which is just behind me. He, according to the list pinned at the wall, President Uhuru Kenyatta is voter number 156. After casting his ballot, President Kenyatta expressed hope that these elections will be peaceful and said that he looks forward to a peaceful election. Later, former President Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete arrived here with his team of observers and walked stream by stream, just observing how the election process is ongoing. And after that, he addressed the media and said that so far, so good from all the places that he has been able to visit and even observe the election. He says the election process is smooth, even as he called on the candidates to let the IEBC conduct this process and later on announce to accept the results. And just to bring you to speed, I am here with DPO of polling station number 4. Karibu sana. How is the process going so far?
The process of voting is fairly. The turnout of the voters is fairly fine, and we are expecting more voters to be on the queue, and the voting process is peaceful.
According to your polling station, would you say half of the registered voters have already turned up?
Yes, half of my voters have turned out for the election.
I witnessed very old women and men walking in here, including the disabled. How were you able to handle them?
We had the voter assister. He had to fill the secrecy, oath of secrecy form that he will never disclose that information to anyone else.
So that means that they were helped?
Yeah, they were helped.
All right. And any concerns so far, security, any concerns that you would have as a DPO here?
No, everything is peaceful.
All right. Thank you very much. As you've heard from the DPO station number 4 here at Mutomo Primary School, everything is smooth. The process is ongoing very well. Voters are still streaming here, and according to her, the voter turnout is fairly good, as half of the people who have registered here have already turned up. We can only wait and see whether the 2,154 registered voters at Mutumo Primary School Tallying Center will show up by 5 p.m. before the center closes. I take you back to the studio. We'll be following on the happenings here later in the evening as the tallying starts, as the counting starts, and we'll be bringing you up to speed on every event or eventualities that will be coming up from here. Beatrice Gatonye here from Gatondo South, Mutumo Primary School Polling Center. Back to you, Irene Mchuma.
Thank you, Gatonye. Gatonye there from Mutomo Primary School, where President Uhuru Kenyatta, the First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, and Mama Ngina Kenyatta cast their votes earlier on in the day. Now, to a big one now, and also an interesting and encouraging piece, as more than 300 inmates in Naivasha Maximum Prison turned up to cast their votes, exercising their democratic right, and this was positively received, especially by their leaders in the area. And the pictures on the screen, were able to get them for you earlier on in the day, and it is a gesture that shows Kenyans exercising their democratic rights. Let's listen in to this interesting piece.
Who are supposed to vote for the president today. In prisons, they are only voting for presidential candidates.
Tumepata nafasi ya kuchagua kiongozi ambao tumepewa nafasi ya kujichagulia kiongozi ambao anaweza kuwa na msiko kwa Wakenya kwa ujumla.
Ile kura ingine tutakayopiga tuanzie mpaka hata kwa MCA mpaka huko juu. Tuwachague hizo viongozi wote. Kwa maana kiongozi wote hao tukiwachagua tunaona ile kazi wametutendea kazi mzuri.
Pewe nafasi ili tupata nafasi ya pili kuenda kutumika katika society ama katika jamii, kwa sababu hapa tumewekwa katika njia ya kurekebisha na wengi wamerekebika. Tunaomba serikali ambayo inayokuja itukumbuke.
Well, we also had a special group in Kikuyu which cast their votes earlier on in the day. These as voters turn up in numbers across the country to also witness this historic day, the 9th of August, when Kenyans are deciding on the leaders who will take them through the development progress in the country in the next 5 years. Let's listen in.
Unapenda watu wanataka wakuwe viongozi.
Nasikia vizuri. I feel at home, yani niko sawa.
Mipango imeendaje huko?
Mipango iko sawa, wanatuelekeza vizuri.
Nimefurahia but nilikuwa naogopa, but sasa nimeona niko huru na kuvote, niko sawa tu.
Wengine tuko hapa, wengine wako HGM, wengine wako Mama Ngina, tuko wengi sana. Na wengine bado wako kwa njia wanakuja. Sasa venye tunaingia tunaona si ni watu tu kama kawaida kama sisi tu. Sasa tunaendelea.
Sijawahi, lakini nafurahia kwa sababu leo niko hapa. Hata mimi nilikuwa tunaogopa, tunashindwa, tukienda tutafanywa nini, lakini tumefika tukaona mambo iko sawa. Hata sisi ni Wakenya, tuko kama Wakenya wengine. Kwa sababu hata ID zenyewe tumepata, tuko nazo. Ni wachache hawana, lakini hata nao wanaumwa, wako na uchungu kwa sababu nao wanasema hawafurahi wakiwa kwa manyumba, wangefurahi wakiwa hapa. Wako wenye hawana ID.
And that is the Shona community which was cast their votes earlier on in the day. Now we have seen several presidential candidates casting their votes this day, and earlier on Agano Party presidential aspirants Wahiga Mwaure has called on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to ensure a seamless voting process as the elections continue. Mwaure, who voted at 7 a.m. at the Upper Hill Secondary School in Kibra constituency, exuded confidence in clinching the country's top seats.
I expect to win. I expect Kenyans to vote for me. And I expect, and for me, I have dreams. I will come in with, a big broom and make Kenya great as it should be. That's my dream. If I lose, I will concede, and I will shake the hand if I'm near whoever will win. Yes, I will. Well, it's God who gives us leaders. He uses us to choose. So you're being there, you'll be fulfilling a divine mandate.
All right, the country has 22 million voters, and my colleague Nancy Okware currently is on standby in the county of Kajiado with the latest updates from that end. Nancy, good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon to you, Irene Muchuma. Indeed, we are still right here in Kajiado County. Right now, we are at Enka City Primary School. We've been conducting a number of sports checks in a number of polling stations just to see how the situation is like since the polls opened at 6 a.m. in the morning. The first stop, we went to Nonkopir Girls Secondary School. That is where there were so many people who had turned up to vote as early as 3 a.m. And after that, we went to Dr. Likimani, that primary school in Kitengela. We also witnessed so many people because it is one of the polling stations in this area of Kajiado East that has the highest number of registered voters. Right now, when we look at the situation right here at Enka City Primary School, what we can see is that the number of people who are coming to vote is actually going down. It is an indication that people came here very early in the morning, and most of them have managed to cast their ballot. It is an institution that is hosting around 8 polling stations, that is 8 streams, and we were told that out of the over 600 registered voters at this particular center, over 400 have already voted, meaning that we only have a few that are left. And of course, the polling center will remain open for the better part of the day until probably for the next 3 hours when the polls are set to close officially. And of course, the vote counting will start at the various polling stations before the numbers, or rather the votes are taken to the constituency tallying center for tabulation. So far, most of the gubernatorial candidates that are vying in this county have managed to cast their ballot. We witnessed David Nkedienye, who is vying under the Jubilee Party. Remember that he's also the former governor for Kajiado County. He voted at Kitengela Boarding Primary School, that is in Kajiado East, and also the incumbent governor, that is Joseph Olelenku, who is vying under the Orange Democratic Movement Party, cast his ballot in the morning at Lenkisim Primary School, that is in Kajiado South. We have witnessed early in the morning the votes. 6:30 is when most of the polling stations in Kitengela East, that is in Nonkopir, were allowing members of the public to vote. There were some delays. We also had some incidences where a number of party agents were denied access to the various polling stations. Most of them had a number of issues. For instance, the presiding officers complained that they did not have the valid documents, probably letters from their various parties indicating that they are supposed to be representing them at those various polling stations. So from here we will be heading to Kajiado Central and conducting a number of sports checks in the various polling stations, and of course later on in the evening we will be witnessing the vote tallying all the way to the constituency and county level. But for now, it's back to you, Irene Muchuma, in studio.
Nancy Okware there from the county of Kajiado. Earlier on, we have seen several leaders who managed to cast their votes from various polling centers. This afternoon, we are also having Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja, who is vying for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, but the pictures on your screen are coming to you live from Kirinyaga. These are pictures that we earlier had for you when early morning hours we had leaders casting their votes. This is an area where we are having Anne Waiguru, who is defending her seat in the gubernatorial position. We are also having a number of other candidates who are intending to clinch the gubernatorial seat on this August day in the month of August 2022. And now to other matters. Earlier on, as I mentioned earlier, we know that a number of leaders have been ensuring they cast their votes before the 5 p.m. deadline. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja, who is vying for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, has poked holes into the voting exercise, citing confusion in some of the polling stations and wrongly marked ballot papers. Sakaja, who voted at St. George's Primary School in Dagoretti North at around 11 a.m., called on the IEBC to tighten the loose ends being experienced and deliver a free, fair election.
What I've seen, because I have agents in all the stations, I have 3,641 agents across the city. We've been getting reports that in the morning, some of them were not allowed. Some of them were being asked for requirements that are different, and I've spoken to the county returning officer, because UDA as a party is not fielding agents. It's us, the candidates, who have agents. So some were being asked for a letter from UDA, yet they should have a letter from me. The oath of secrecy, which we have stamped, they are saying that it should be stamped by IEBC, yet it's not IEBC, it's a commission of oaths. So there's just need for clarity and the same standard to apply in all the polling stations. There are certain areas where KIMS kits are not working, like in Westlands, Farasi Lane. There's one ballot box in Toi Primary that had a cover of Kitengela Primary. A lot of that information should be available before people line up. Before I voted, you saw there was an old man who had been here for a while. I'm hopeful that we are going to win. And we say, inshallah, God willing, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. First, we'd like to urge all of those who experienced undue delays in whichever stations to please go back. All the stations are now voting. It's moving on very efficiently.
All right, we are getting you back to Kirinyaga, where the region's gubernatorial candidate Anne Waiguru is currently addressing members of the press. Let's listen in.
I think, as you can see,
There's a huge turnout here in Kiamugumo Primary School in Gariama, Geshogo. This is my home, and we are very hopeful about the direction that the vote will take. It was a bit quiet in the morning. For those of you who are here, you know it was very cold. We are very close to the mountain.
Interior Ministry Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i cast his vote at the Manga PAG Girls High School polling center in Borabu constituency early today. Addressing the media after casting his ballot, the CS said security personnel continue to give their support in the election to ensure that Kenyans conduct elections in a peaceful environment. Matiang'i said his office continues to receive security briefs from across the country.
My account commissioner is here. We're just, as long as people are queuing the way they are queuing here and carrying on with the activities, we are fine. We are present in this polling station, as you can see, because we are keeping law and order. And if there is anything, we will act only on the basis of what IEBC tells us to do. So it had nothing to do with the security. So I don't want to comment about IEBC matters. I mean, I have no role in it, and I have no powers under the law to comment on, electoral administration. That is really the province of IEBC. But I have been told by the regional commissioner for Northeastern that they have resolved the matter, because all of us through the night, both the Inspector General, myself, and our regional security team, we said, let IEBC guide us and give us a decision to enforce, and we will enforce that decision, because once IEBC decides this is Mary who's going to be in charge of this, escort Mary to that particular place to preside over. That is exactly what we do. We escort Mary, but we are not the ones who are going to appoint Mary or John or Andrew. That's IEBC. Security agencies are on duty, and then we'll ensure that every Kenyan votes. No one is going to have a problem accessing their polling station. No one is going to have a problem going out to do what they want to do as far as this democratic process is concerned. That's all I can say at the moment.
And from Kese, let's have a feel of what is happening in Mutembei, where we have heard of voters turning up this morning to cast their votes. My colleague Edward Kabasa is on standby. Kabasa, what do you have for us?
Has been going on for close to 6.5 hours, and all over the county there have been issues which have been identified, things to do with the Kim's kit. There has been complaints by a number of aspirants that their supporters, especially the elderly, are unable to cast their ballot in time despite them arriving at the polling centers early enough. The identification through fingerprint has not been easy for quite a number of the elderly, but IEBC through their POs and all other officials who have been given this mandate, they are saying that it is possible to identify those who have challenges to do with the fingerprints. There is a photo requirement, but it has to correspond or match up to the manual voter register, which of course is used on a need basis. This is Karachuonyo constituency, the western side, Karachuonyo North Ward, and I'm going to be speaking to a number of voters and residents here who have been, some of them have voted, some of them are yet to vote, but we'll get to hear what they have to say. Karibu, what is your name, sir?
Mr. Omulo Duncan.
So by Mr., you are a teacher?
Yes, I am a teacher.
I will hold it for you. So what is your assessment of the process, and is it fast enough? Because there were complaints about the slow pace.
I came here around 3 hours ago, and so far I've cast my vote. I want to say the process is okay. It is peaceful. The people of North Karachuonyo are very happy, and they are casting their vote in the right way. Yes, sir.
So what is your expectation? Of course, when you're voting, you have a goal. There's a set of leaders that you're voting for. What do you expect from these leaders?
Okay, each and every one of us has a preferred candidate, and up to this moment, I don't want to preempt. I don't want to talk about a specific aspirant, but I want to say that I'm going to win as far as those are selected.
All right.
Yes.
So you're a teacher by profession. We know that county governments are in charge of the early childhood education program. What do you think is needed to be done in this county, especially to improve ECD?
Okay, anything regarding education should be centralized. It should not be done at the county level. And that is why you have seen it is not working out well. So I want to propose to the coming government to allow the ECD sector to be taken back to the national government and not the county government.
All right. We have another one here. What is your name, sir? Simama Tuapa, what is your name?
My name is Jared Odera.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher by profession.
All right. So what is your assessment of the process? Have you voted, and what have you noticed about the voting process?
I came here at around 10:30 in the morning. Up to now, I've not voted. Okay, the process is, I can say it is slow. It's not all that faster. But I think with time, everything will be okay. Oh, okay, we are here, quite a number of people, they are coming. But the most of the time, the time is given to the elderly. The opportunity is given to the elderly. So the youths are still just around waiting for their turn. Yes.
All right. All right. Now, I'll speak to young people. Of course, we know that the country has a huge population of young Kenyans below 35 or probably slightly above 35. And tuna switch kwa Kiswahili ama tuongee Kizungu?
Kizungu.
So, what is your name?
Okay, I'm called Uma David Odhiambo.
What do you do?
Okay, I'm a graduate of engineering, diploma in electrical and electronics. Power.
Have you voted?
No, I've not voted because I'm giving the elderly the first priority to vote is when we can vote as youths.
But that is an excuse that youth are using, and then they disappear when the sun goes down.
Actually, we don't disappear. We came to vote because we were doing our personal rights in terms of democracy. So we came to vote, and that's our option.
The election campaign was centered around the youth, that vijana this, vijana that. As a youth, do you think that the message that was spoken by the presidential candidates or the gubernatorial candidates, did the message sink?
Yes, actually the message sank because we were expecting some changes to put across in the new government that is coming. So that's why we came to practice our personal right as youth, so that in the expectation of the incoming government, we can salute to every moment that they talk to us.
All right. Yes. Aya, uwes, nani tena aya. Najua naitwa Kaviki, lakini lakini Wakenya wanataka kujua kwa majina yako ya serikali ni?
Naitwa Midday Victor, ndio jina langu la kiserikali.
Tu kazi yako ni?
Mi ni peace and farmer.
So, umepiga kura kwanza?
Nimepiga kura.
Na ni nini unatarajia kwa serikali ambayo inakuja ya county na serikali kuu?
Chenye natarajia kwa serikali ambayo inakuja ni serikali ambayo itazingatia nguvu zake kwa vitu vya vijana. Unaelewa, kama kuna wasanii like me, I say I'm a peasant farmer, but I also mix with arts. Sasa ningependa hiyo serikali yenye itakuja mpya itakuwa inazingatia mavijana, isiwe kama ile serikali yenye tumwaiona inatumia mavijana na mwishowe inakuja kusema eti mavijana hawako fiti. You see, ati wazee ndio wako tu fiti all the time. See the way they run things, wanataka tu uzuri kwa wazee na kwa mavijana ni wakuwe tu baadaye, yani watu wakufanyia tu kazi, lakini mema yanakujia wale wazee. For example, ukiona watu wakilipwa ni wazee ndio wanalipwa. Kama ni kazi ya kuvolunteer ni mavijana. Wazee wa volunteer, what we should be looking for. Ndio sababu tunataka hiyo umoja, ndio umeona tumetokelezea, tuna vote sote pamoja.
Okay, thank you. The voting will close in a couple of hours, and thereafter the counting and tallying of results will begin. The tallying center for this constituency is at the Gendia High School, but the county tallying center is at the Tom Mboya University in Homa Bay town. The voters have been lining up since morning. Others have cast their vote. There are others who are feeling that the process is not fast enough, especially the elderly whose fingerprints and biometrics are unable to be detected by the systems. But IEBC, through the officers here, they have indicated that those whose fingerprints are unable to be detected by the KIMS kit are able to have their photos taken and their identity verified by the manual voter register.
Thank you, Kobasa. From your report, it's evident that quite a number of teachers have turned up for the exercise. While this marks the end of the lunchtime news, remember the country has 22,102,532 registered voters. These are voters who are expected to turn to various polling stations to cast their votes before the 5 p.m. deadline. But for more details on that and more engagement on political matters on this voting day, the 9th day in the month of August 2022. I now hand you over to my colleagues, Harith Salim and Kamche Menza, who will take you through the afternoon session. My name is Irene Mchoma. On sign language interpretation, we have Susan Thuku on behalf of the entire team. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
You have conducted yourself in a very peaceful manner by casting your vote. That was the civic responsibility that was expected out of you. So here's the thing. Keep the peace as you forge ahead and build a beautiful nation, not only for yourself, but even for your kids and your children's children. As you prepare to cast your vote in this election, I want you to remember one thing. Just come a bit closer. That's right. That inside each one of you lies the power not only to transform your destiny by casting your vote, but you also have the power to transform the character of this election. Make it peaceful. Cast your vote and go back to your neighbor, go back to your tenant, go back to your clans, and ensure that the Republic of Kenya, this beautiful nation, is the one that wins. My name is Tomboya.
Uchaguzi utakuja na utakwenda. Rafiki atasalia kuwa rafiki yako na jirani atasalia kuwa jirani yako. Usikubali tukio la siku moja liharibu uhusiano huo. Kumbuka, Kenya ni kubwa na ina thamani kushinda mwanasiasa yoyote. Chagua amani.
Kupiga kura ni haki ya kila mmoja, lakini amani na utulivu baada ya shughuli zima ni muhimu zaidi.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Hello? We've got to take some time off and laugh, 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 and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi wala mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu. What did you just say?
Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you're saying that yeah.
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Enda kabisa kama uelewi kitu inafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
Naam, mtazamaji, saa 8 na takriban dakika 30 hivi zimepita tangu Wakenya walipojitosa katika kutekeleza wajibu wao wa kidemokrasia pale debeni. Mtazamaji, shughuli iliyoanza tangu saa 12 asubuhi ikiwa ni Wakenya zaidi ya milioni 22.1 ambao hii leo basi watakuwa pale debeni, na ni shughuli ambayo imeanza tangu asubuhi na mapema. Umekuwa na wenzetu kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ambao wamekujuza kila hatua kuanzia mida hiyo hadi sasa. Na sisi kikosi cha Kiswahili sasa sipo peke yangu, ninaye mwenzangu Harith Salim ambaye tutakuchukua moja kwa moja kutoka hatua moja yamefanyika, lakini kwa sasa tufululize kutoka hapa studioni, tufululize hadi kaunti ya Kilifi ambapo mwanahabari mwenza wetu Juni Karisa hapo tayari kutujuza kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa. Je, ni yapi yaliyotukia, na je Wakenya wamejitokeza kwa kiwango gani kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa kupiga kura? Juni, kwako.
Naam, Kamche, na kuja moja kwa moja kutoka Tezo ambayo ni eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Hii katika kaunti ya Kilifi tumekita kambi kuanzia saa 12 asubuhi. Tulikuwa maeneo ya Malindi, eneo bunge hilo, kisha ambapo mbunge huyo wa Malindi Aisha Jumwa alikuwa anatumbukiza kura yake katika shule ya Kakuyuni Boys Secondary School mida ya asubuhi. Alikuwa mpigaji kura wa kwanza katika kituo hicho, na akasema kwamba bado hajapata mshikilio yote wa wale ambao wafuasi wake pia hawajamlalamikia kitu chochote kuhusiana na zoezi zima. Baada ya Kakuyuni tukafululiza moja kwa moja hadi eneo bunge la Kilifi North, eneo la Dabasu ambaye anayewania kiti cha ugavana na chama cha ODM Gideon Mung'aro alikuwa pia yeye anatumbukiza kura yake, na pale tulimuuliza pia yeye mawili matatu, na akaweza kutueleza kwamba zoezi zima katika mahali yuko ama wafuasi wake hawajamlalamikia chochote, ila tu swala ambalo liliweza kukubaliana na wagombeaji hawa wawili ni kuwa wafuasi wao wawe na amani wanapoelekea katika kituo. Baada ya tulipomaliza pale kituoni Dabasu tukafululiza moja kwa moja hadi eneo bunge la Ganzi ambapo anayewania na chama cha PA mgombeaji wa gavana George Kithi pia alikuwa pale anatumbukiza kura yake. Pale George aliweza kutueleza mawili matatu, akawa na lalama za kuhusu kuhonga kura, na aliweza kutaja mawili matatu ambazo sisi kama KBC hatuwezi kuidhinisha, lakini tutaweza kufuatilia na idara ya polisi kuona kwamba madai hayo ya George Kithi kama ni ya kweli. Anasema kwamba kuna wagombea ambao wanatoa hongo hapa na pale, lakini madai hayo hatujayadhibiti kwa sasa. Na pia yeye aliwahimiza wafuasi wake kwamba waweze kupiga kura na amani na waweze kujitokeza. Ili tukiangalia tu mtazamo wote katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi ni kuwa wenzangu wameweza kukita kambi maeneo tofauti katika maeneo bunge 7 hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi, na zoezi linaendelea lakini lingali linajivuta. Hapo asubuhi kulikuwa na shida tu za kimskit, teknolojia kidogo ilileta hitilafu, lakini hilo halikuzuia zoezi kufanyika. Wale wanaosimamia shughuli hiyo waliwaeleza wale wanaosubiri kupiga kura kwamba masaa ambayo yameweza kuharibika hapa asubuhi yataweza kuweza kufanyika, kituo hakitaweza kufungwa saa 11 bali yale masaa yataweza kuweza kuongezewa ili wale wapigaji kura ambao walichelewa waweze kuongeza. Na ni hali ambayo ni taswira ilipo katika gatuzi nzima ya Kilifi. Kitu ambacho kinaleta utata ni kuwa watu hawajajitokeza kwa wingi. Asubuhi kulikuwa na mvuta kati ya wanaosimamia kura na wanaoenda kupiga kura, kwa sababu wengine hawaoni majina yao kwenye sajili na hawaoni iliyobandikwa kwenye madarasa, na walikuwa na maswali kadha wa kadha, lakini hii haikuweza kuwavunja moyo wengine. Wengine waliona wacha warudi nyumbani kisha baadaye wataweza kurudi. Kama unavyoona nyuma yangu, foleni bado zipo chache. Tangu asubuhi tumeweza kudadisi kuwa bado watu hawajajitokeza ukilinganisha na maeneo kadha katika nchi hii. Kwa hivyo tu ni himizo tu kwa wakazi wa gatuzi la Kilifi waweze kujitokeza ili waweze kupiga kura yao, manake kura yao yao ni haki yao. Gatuzi hili lina kura zaidi ya 580 kati ya maeneo bunge 7, na kila kura ina umuhimu ili kuona kwamba viongozi wameweza kuchaguliwa ambao uongozi huu utakuwa wa miaka 5 ijayo. Kwa hivyo tu ni kuhimiza wale ambao wanaishi katika gatuzi la Kilifi waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi ili tuone kwamba foleni bado, mistari inaweza kuongezeka na watu endelee kupiga. Watu wamekaa nyumbani wakisema kwamba bado kuna mukshikili wa teknolojia, lakini ni kuwahakikishia kuwa shida kama hizo zimeweza kutiliwa msasa, na kwa sasa zoezi linaendelea. Kwa hivyo yule aliyeko nyumbani aweze kufika kituoni mara moja. Lakini kwa sasa sisi bado tunapekua hii gatuzi nzima ama kaunti nzima ya Kilifi. Wenzangu Hibaku yuko Magarini, Nesi yuko katika eneo la Rabai, Asha yuko katika eneo la Kilifi South, na hapa Caroline Jilani yuko katika eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Wote wananihakikishia kwamba hali iko shwari. Hakuna visa vyovyote vya usalama vimeweza kuripotiwa katika maeneo katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi. Bado hatujapata malalamishi kutoka idara ya usalama, umaanisha kwamba zoezi hili linaendelea bila vurugu yoyote, na kama kuna visa bado hazijatufikia katika meza yetu ya habari. Kwa hivyo Harith na Kamche, mimi langu ni hilo. Nipo katika kituo cha Tezo tu ambapo tulikuwa na seneta anayewania kiti cha useneti kupitia tikiti ya PA, ambaye pia jina lake bado halijaonekana pale kwenye sajili. Tumeweza kuongea na anayesimamia kura ama zoezi zima la kura hapa katika kaunti ya Kilifi, ambaye ni Hussein Gure, na amemhakikishia kwamba wanatatua shida hiyo ili kuona kwamba pia yeye ameweza kupiga kura. Hichi ni kituo chake, kituo kinaitwa Bahari Primary School ambacho kiko eneo la Tezo katika eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Kwa hivyo yeye bado hajapata kupiga kura tangia asubuhi. Majina yake hayapatikani mle ndani, na kwa hivyo ameweza kumuuliza anayesimamia kituo hichi katika kaunti ya Kilifi ili kupata taswira kamili ni kipi kinachoendelea kulingana na kura yake. Kwa hivyo Kamche na Harith, kama nilivyosema awali, tunazunguka na tuko macho pamoja na wenzangu ili kukujuza mengi yanayoendelea hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Tutakuwa pale Pwani University kuanzia mida ya saa 12, ambapo tutaona matokeo yatakuwa yanapeperushwa moja kwa moja ili kukupatia taswira kamili katika maeneo bunge yote, ni nani ameweza kuibuka mshindi na ni nani ameweza kuleta shida. Tutakujuza kadri yanavyochipuka. Kurudisha kwa Harith na Kamche.
Asante sana Junei Karisa kutoka kaunti ya Kilifi. Bila shaka unakokwenda pia tutakufuata utuelezeni yapi ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo, lakini kimsingi ni kwamba shughuli kama alivyoeleza mwanahabari wetu Junei Karisa ni kwamba inaendelea vyema katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Kumbuka Kilifi ni moja kati ya kaunti zilizopo pwani ambazo zinatupiwa jicho sana kutokana na ushindani uliopo. Unakumbuka kwamba Kilifi ilikuwa mojawapo ya ngome ya Raila Odinga kipindi kile, lakini hivi sasa kuna kulitokea mivutano na wengine wakatengana. Sasa hivi wanaogombea ugavana ambao kila mtu anahakikisha kwamba atawapeleka wafuasi upande wake ni Aisha Jumwa wa chama cha UDA pamoja na George Kithi ambaye anapigania wadhifa huo wa ugavana hivi kwa sasa ili kumrithi Mason Kingi kupitia chama cha PA, na vile vile yupo Mungaro ambaye anatumia chama cha ODM ndani ya Azimio la Umoja One Kenya kugombea wadhifa wa ugavana katika eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo mengi tutakuwa tunakujuza katika kaunti hiyo ya Kilifi ambayo ni kaunti iliyo na maeneo bunge kama vile Kaloleni na Rabai, Ganze na vile vile Malindi. Kwa hiyo ni maeneo bila shaka ambayo yanawapigia kura yote zaidi ya 100,000. Kwa hiyo Kamche, nafikiri kuna ushindani mkubwa hapa Kilifi. Ni jambo ambalo bila shaka kila upande ambao unataka kupata kura nyingi wanataka wafuasi wao jitokeze kwa wingi kuhakikisha kwamba, kwa sababu mvutano mkubwa uliopo hivi sasa ni katika wagombea hawa watatu.
Ni katika wagombea hawa watatu, lakini cha msingi tunashukuru kwamba Junei alivyotujuza ni kwamba anasema hakuja kuwa na visa vyovyote vya ukosefu wa usalama katika kaunti ile. Anasema amezunguka huku na kule, akakwenda akaona kwamba hakuna visa vyovyote vilivyoripotiwa, na imani kwamba wamekuwa wakizungumza kwa karibu sana na maafisa wa usalama vile vile. Pia amesema kwamba japo zoezi ni la kujivuta lakini vile vile linasonga. Idadi ya wapiga kura sio wengi waliofika, pengine tofauti na pengine ilivyotarajiwa ama tofauti na miaka ya nyuma?
Bila shaka unajua mabadiliko lazima, na pia huwezi kujua pia hali ya hewa imekuwa hairuhusu kwa baadhi ya watu, kwa hiyo unakuta watu wanajivutavuta kutoka nyumbani nyakati za asubuhi. Lakini mbali na hayo, katika maeneo tofauti mpaka wale wazee wamejitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanapiga kura zao kuwachagua wale ambao wanawataka wawakilishi katika nyadhifa mbalimbali katika maeneo tofauti. Na picha ambazo tunaziona hivi sasa ni za hapo awali, baadhi ya wazee ambao walijitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanamaliza shughuli hii mapema ipasavyo, na kama tulivyosikia katika maeneo mengine ikiwemo Homa Bay alipo mwenzetu Edward Kabasa amesema vijana wamejitokeza lakini wameamua kutoa fursa kwa wazee wapige kura kwanza ili waende wakapumziki, kisha wao vijana ambao bado wana nguvu zao waendelee kupambana na shughuli hiyo mpaka vituo vitakapofungwa. Lakini picha hizo unazoziona sasa hivi ni za awali katika baadhi ya vituo vya kupigia kura humo nchini, ambapo baadhi ya wazee wamepewa fursa za mwanzo kuhakikisha kwamba wanamaliza shughuli hii bila matatizo, hususan ikizingatiwa wazee unajua tena hali zao, lazima wamalize shughuli, wasiwekwe sana ili wapate kupumzika na shughuli iendelee kama ilivyopangwa. Kamche.
Naam, Harith, umenikumbusha kitu kimoja. Namwona mwanahabari wetu Yusuf Farah aliyeko Wajir Kusini yupo tayari kutujuza aliyotokea kule, lakini kugusia kidogo tu kuhusu vile vijana walivyotoa nafasi kwa wazee waweze kwenda kupiga kura. Watu wamekomaa, ni kama nafahamu kwamba inaonyesha kwamba watu wamekomaa, vijana wamekomaa, wametoa nafasi kwa wazee angalau kwenda kupiga kura, kisha wao watakuja kupiga kura baadaye. Naam, Farah, iwapo unatusikia, Wajir Kusini kukoje? Takriban saa 9 sasa zimekwisha tangu vituo vilipofunguliwa. Sijui kama kumekuwa na masuala yoyote, unaweza kutujuza watu wamejitokeza na ni yapi ambayo yanafanyika kwa sasa?
Naam, nawapata mubashara kutoka katika gatuzi la Wajir, hususan eneo bunge la Wajir South, na sasa tumekita kambi katika kituo cha kujumulisha zile kura za eneo bunge la Wajir South, haswa hapa katika shule ya sekondari ya Senior Ogle Chief Girl Secondary School. Na hapa kura zilianza kupigwa mwendo wa saa 12:45, na hii ni kwa sababu kulikuwa na hitilafu ya kimitambo kidogo. Zile vitu vya kupigia kura vilikuwa havijafika, vileweza kuletwa leo asubuhi. Kwa hivyo ile kujipanga ilikuwa bado, maafisa wa tume ya IEBC walikuwa bado hawajaweza kujipanga mno. Lakini baada ya kura kuanza kupigwa mwendo wa saa 12:45, zoezi hilo liliweza kuendelea muro. Hakukuwa na tashwishi yoyote, hakujatokea itilafu yoyote baada ya hapo. Na baada ya pale tuliweza kuelekea katika shule zingine mbili, Habaswein shule ya upili Habaswein shule ya upili sekondari kunradhi ya Habaswein, na shule ya Habaswein Primary, ambapo ina vituo viwili vya kupiga kura. Kuna station 1 na station 2, na pale tuliweza kuzungumza na yule msimamizi wa kituo cha kupiga kura ambaye anaitwa Lewis Gitonga, na akatueleza kwamba kwao waliweza kuanza kupiga kura kwa saa mwafaka, hakukuwa na issue yoyote. Lakini baada ya kupiga kura aliweza kueleza wale ambao walijitokeza kupiga kura wamalize na wapate kuondoka waelekee nyumbani ili waweze kusubiri matokeo. Hapa hapajakuwa na hitilafu yoyote, hapajatokea vurugu lolote, ila hapa vile nilirejea katika shule hii ya upili ambapo ndio kituo kikuu cha kujumulisha kura za eneo bunge la Wajir South, kuna kijana mmoja ambaye aliweza kushikwa na polisi kwa sababu aliweza kuchukua kadi ambayo si yake na kujiingiza hapa ndani katika ofisi hizi. Kwa hiyo baada ya hapo aliweza kuchukuliwa na kapelekwa ndani. Kwa hivyo tunasubiria yule msimamizi wa kura hapa katika eneo hili aweze kutueleza ni kipi kinachoendelea. Lakini kwa sasa ni kwamba eneo la mambo ya zoezi la kupiga kura hapa liko karibu kukamilika. Watu wamejitokeza, wamepiga kura na bado wanaendelea kupiga kura. Kwako studioni.
Naam, asante sana. Umemsikia Farah amesema kwamba ni tukio tu moja ambalo bila shaka limetokea katika eneo hilo kwa kijana kujaribu kujiingiza katika kutumia hila ambazo haziruhusiwi katika sheria, na bila shaka amechukuliwa hatua zilizofaa. Kumbuka Wajir ni county ambayo ina maeneo bunge kama vile Eldas, Tarbaj, Wajir kaskazini, Wajir mashariki, magharibi na vile vile kusini, ndiko aliko Farah ambaye bila shaka atakuwa anatujuza mengi. Kwa kimsingi amesema kwamba ni yote yamekuwa yakitokea katika eneo la Wajir, na bila shaka mpaka sasa mambo ni shwari. Lakini mbali na hayo kuna maeneo mengine ambayo tunatarajia kupata taarifa zaidi, hususan katika eneo la Tana River County.
Kwa sasa kama unavyoona mtazamaji, hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Tana River ambapo wapiga kura ama shughuli nzima ya kupiga kura inaendelea.
Sinaona inaenda pole sana because unachukua almost 25 minutes kwenda ukafike paka uingie kwa uchaguzi.
Hayo ni maelezo mafupi tu kutoka kaunti ya Tana River. Huyo ni gavana wa kaunti ya Tana River Dado Godana, ambaye pia naye alifika hapo awali kwenda kupiga kura, na ni kaunti ambayo ina idadi ya watu zaidi ya 315,000.
Bila shaka na katika eneo hilo maeneo bunge ni matatu, kuna Garsen, Galole na Bura. Na bila shaka mbali na kuwa ni maeneo bunge matatu, lakini kura za upande ule pia watu ni wengi kiasi kwamba hii mirengo yote inahakikisha kwamba angalau wanapata ufuasi mkubwa katika eneo lile.
Kweli kabisa. Kufikia sasa IEBC ilikuwa imetoa ripoti hapo awali, kwa imesema kwamba zaidi ya kura milioni 6 tayari zimeshapigwa kwa sasa kuanzia asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tunafuatilia kujua kufikia sasa itakuwa wameongezeka ama wamepungua, lakini ama wamefikia wapi pengine kufikia sasa. Lakini kumbuka kaunti ni 47 na wapiga kura ni zaidi ya milioni 22, 120,485 katika maeneo bunge 290. Nafasi zinazowaniwa ama nafasi zitakazokuwa zinajazwa ni 1,882. Kwa hivyo katika hii pilika hii yote, na wakina waliojitokeza kila mtu akiwa anatafuta hiyo nafasi ni 16,100. Kwa hivyo Hadith, hao wote wamejitokeza wakitafuta kujaza nafasi 1,882.
Na mnakumbuka jana tulipokuwa tukizungumza na wageni wetu, ikasemekana kwamba ndio Wakenya milioni 22.1 wamejisajili kupiga kura, lakini tatizo sio kujisajili, tatizo ni kujitokeza siku ya shughuli yenyewe ambayo ni siku hii. Lakini kwa mujibu wa IEBC wanasema mpaka sasa kidogo, tangu asubuhi mpaka dhuhuri bado watu walikuwa wanajivutavuta. Kwa hiyo wanategemea labda kuanzia saa 8 kwenda mbele labda watu watajitokeza mpaka vituo vitakavyofungwa. Na kumbuka kuna baadhi ya vituo pia kumekuwa na itilafu za kimitambo. Kwa mfano mitambo ya Kimskit imekuwa na matatizo kujaribu yani imekuwa na shida kuweza kuwatambulisha wale ambao au kuwatambua wale ambao walikuwa wamejisajili kama wapiga kura. Kwa hiyo iwapo shughuli hiyo itaendelea kuchelewa, basi na maana pia shughuli ya kupiga kura itaongezewa muda. Kwa hivyo vituo vitafungwa sio saa 11 bali vingine vinaweza kufungwa saa 12, vingine vikafungwa mpaka saa 1 kulingana na wakati ambao shughuli za kupiga kura zilipoanza na katika vituo hivyo kamti.
Na huo ni mwelekeo ambao ulitolewa jana na IEBC wenyewe wakisema kwamba huenda kukawa na hizo hitilafu za hapa na pale. Kwa hivyo vile vituo ambavyo vitapatikana na hitilafu kama hizo, basi watu wasitie shaka kusema kwamba muda umefika na tumefungiwa nje na tumeanza kuchelewa. Hapana, watu watapewa ruhusa ya kuweza kupiga. Na hitilafu hiyo imemkumba pia mgombea kiti cha urais wa chama cha Roots Party Professor George Wajakoya hapo awali, akisema kwamba alifika kule lakini hakuweza kutimiza ama kutekeleza wajibu wake wa kidemokrasia kuweza kuwekele kura, manake kulikuwa na hizo hitilafu za Kimskit. Lakini tuna imani ya kwamba wale maofisa wa IEBC walioko pale basi wataweza kutatua hilo na kuwapatia Wakenya ambao wamechelewa kupiga kura waweze kupiga kura. Naibu Rais William Ruto alipiga kura yake mapema awali hii leo katika shule ya msingi ya Kosachei eneo la Sugoi katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Vile vile pia tumemwona Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ndiye anamaliza hatamu yake sasa baada ya miaka 10 mamlakani, amepiga kura yake katika shule ya msingi ya Mutomo, ambapo wanahabari wetu wapo huko wamekuwa wakitujuza kuanzia asubuhi. Tutakuwa tunakwenda kwao baadaye watueleze ni yapi yanayoendelea. Vile vile pia mpeperusha bendera wa muungano wa Azimio Raila Odinga na mkewe pia walikuwa katika eneo bunge la Kibra asubuhi pia wakaweza kupiga. Sasa mtazamaji, mimi sijui kama wewe umeshajitokeza kwenda kupiga kura ama unangoja, manake wengi tunaweza sema hii idadi ndogo ya waliojitokeza kwenda kupiga kura Harith inaweza kuwa ni watu wanasubiri mida ya jioni, ama kunaweza kuwa ni nini? Manake mida ya asubuhi kwa kawaida tumekuwa tukiona watu wakijitokeza kwa wingi kwenda kupiga kura, lakini mwaka huu mambo ni kama ni tofauti kidogo.
Naam, ndio kama hivyo. Unaona picha za awali hizo za rais anayeondoka, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye alipiga kura yake. Kama alivyosema kwamba kura yake Uhuru ana uhuru wa kumchagua.
Na kura yake ni moja.
Kwa hiyo moja ndio hiyo, amekwenda kupiga kura yake hii leo asubuhi. Unaona kwa karibu mkewe akiwa nyuma yake pamoja na baadhi ya maafisa wengine wa serikali kuhakikisha kwamba jukumu hili linatekelezwa mapema ipasavyo, ili Wakenya wengine pia waweze kuendelea na shughuli kama hiyo, kuonyesha umuhimu. Wanasema kwamba viongozi wanaongoza kwa kielelezo. Kwa hiyo ni kuonyesha umuhimu wa kupiga kura na kumchagua kiongozi ambaye wewe unamtaka awe miongoni mwa wale ambao watakuwa wanalipeleka taifa hili mbele. Na viongozi wote, pande zote, mirengo yote imekuwa ikisisitiza kwamba kwa wafuasi wao wawe makini katika kuwachagua viongozi ambao wana imani nao kwamba wataleta mabadiliko wanayotaka katika uendeshaji wa serikali, na vile vile katika kuamua uchumi ambao umekuwa na matatizo ya hapa na pale. Lakini ndio kama hivyo, kila mtu ana haki ya kupiga kura anakotaka, anavyotaka na anayemtaka. Picha hizi ni za awali ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameshiriki shughuli ya upigaji kura na kuhakikisha kwamba kura yake itahesabika katika uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Na mbali na haya ambayo yametokea asubuhi, kumbuka kuna baadhi ya maeneo hayapigi kura ya ugavana na vile vile ya ubunge. Kumbuka jana tume ya IEBC ilisema kwamba baadhi ya maeneo itabidi kuahirishwa kwa shughuli ya upigaji kura kutokana na dosari zilizotokea za picha na majina ya wahusika ama picha na majina ya wagombea. Picha inawekwa ya mgombea ambaye si katika vile vijisanduku vya kupigia kura. Kwa hiyo baadhi ya maeneo ambayo kura hazitashirikishwa leo, hususan kura za ugavana, ni maeneo ya Kakamega na vile vile Mombasa, ambapo baadhi ya wale waliokuwa wanawania nyadhifa za ugavana wamelalamika sana kwa nini shughuli hii imeahirishwa. Lakini tume ya uchaguzi imesema lazima, iwapo kuna dosari, lazima shughuli iahirishwe ili kura ikipigwa tujue kwamba kinafanyika kwa njia barabara. Na maeneo mengine ni kama vile Kacheliba ambapo kura za ubunge pia zimeahirishwa, na vile vile Pokot Kusini kura zimeahirishwa za ubunge. Lakini nyadhifa nyingine 5 kura zitakuwa zinaendelea kama kawaida. Lakini changamoto kama tulivyokuwa tunazungumza jana Kamte ni kujitokeza kwa watu katika maeneo haya baada ya watu kushughulika hii leo.
Manake wao watakuwa wametengewa siku yao tofauti. Nakumbuka mchambuzi wa masuala ya siasa hapa alikuwa anasema manake saizi watu washajitokeza, kama ni ile siku ya ile off day, pengine umepewa mambo nenda ukapige kura, pengine umesafiri kutoka kama ni Nairobi kuelekea Mombasa ama kuelekea Kakamega, lakini sasa ikifika hiyo siku sijui kama watapawa hiyo nafasi tena ama kama watakuwa na huo uwezo tena wa kuweza kufika katika maeneo yale, ama kama itakuwa ni tatizo la kukosa nafasi. Harith, nataka kukumbusha tu kwamba kaunti hiyo ya Kiambu ambayo tumetoka kuona kura zikipigwa naye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni kwamba ina zaidi ya watu milioni 2.4. Ni kaunti moja yapo ambayo idadi ya watu ni wengi sana.
Bila shaka unajua kaunti ya Kiambu ni moja kati ya zile kaunti ambazo ziko katika eneo la Mlima Kenya na ni moja kati ya maeneo ambayo yanakuwa yanagombaniwa sana na mirengo tofauti, hususan sasa hivi. Unakumbuka kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ametoka eneo hilo na naibu wake ambaye yuko katika mrengo mwingine wa Kenya Kwanza pia amejaribu kuhakikisha kwamba anapata ufuasi kutoka eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo msema kweli tutajua baada ya uchaguzi huu, lakini kila mmoja alikuwa na warai kwa mbinu zake mwenyewe kwa nini Mlima Kenya ama eneo la Mlima Kenya kwa ujumla linapaswa kupigia kura ima Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ama sio Rais Raila Odinga ambaye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta yuko katika mrengo huo, ama naibu rais wa sasa ambaye ni William Ruto pamoja na wenzake akiwemo Rigathi Gachagua kama mgombea mwenza kwa tiketi ya UDA kupitia mwavuli wa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hiyo ni eneo ambalo litakuwa linatizamwa sana kwa sababu eneo hilo na pia eneo la bonde la Ufa ni maeneo ambayo yana idadi kubwa sana ya wapiga kura, na vile vile ni maeneo ambayo pia yanatarajiwa wengi wajitokeze kupiga kura ili kuonyesha ni nani ambaye analidhibiti na kulimiliki kisiasa eneo la mlima Kenya na vile vile eneo la bonde la Ufa.
Kwa hivyo muda si muda tutaweza kujua matokeo kutoka kule, manake kama zoezi lenyewe ndio hilo limefikia saa 9 tangu lilipoanza. Basi bila shaka kwa siku ni saa 12 tu, kwa hivyo tuko na saa chache zilizosalia kwa Kenya kuweza kupiga kura. Kaunti ya Kiambu iko na maeneo bunge ni 12 vile. Kunayo Limuru, kuna Kikuyu, kuna Kabete, kuna Gatundu Kusini, kuna Gatundu Kaskazini, Githunguri, Kiambu, Kiambaa, Ruiru, Juja na Thika mjini. Kwa hivyo ni eneo ambalo litakuwa kama alivyosema Harith, linaangaliwa kwa karibu sana kuona kama litaegemea upande gani, manake kura zake ni nyingi ama idadi ya walio pale ni wengi sana. Harith, tukiangalia pia swala la visa, hakuja kuwa na visa vingi. Hatujasikia ripoti ya visa vingi pengine vya kuhusu ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo mbalimbali. Maeneo mengi yamekuwa na hali shwari. Maeneo mengi yamekuwa na hali ya usalama. Maafisa wa usalama wanaonekana wameshika doria vizuri, ama mipango yao tunaweza sema basi iliwekwa vizuri. Manake hakuna visa vingi ambavyo vimetokea, na kila anayejaribu kwenda kombo na sheria basi anakutwa na mkono wa sheria papo hapo.
Bila shaka, na ni jambo ambalo tunaomba uchaguzi ufanyike kwa njia inayostahiki na njia ambayo itakuwa inachangia amani ili kuepusha matukio hayo. Kwa hiyo ikiwa mpaka sasa hatujapata taarifa za matukio, basi ni jambo la kutia moyo kwamba shughuli inaendeshwa jinsi ilivyotarajiwa. Kumbuka pia tume ya uchaguzi IEBC ilitoa taarifa yake mapema kidogo ikisema kwamba watu wamekuwa wakijitokeza na shughuli inaendelea kama kawaida, wanaridhishwa na hali ilivyokuwa. Baadhi ya maeneo yalifungua kama kawaida saa 12 asubuhi, ila baadhi ya maeneo yalichelewa kama tulivyosema hapo mahali. Lakini hivi sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Garissa, eneo la Lagdera, ambapo mwenzetu Mwoki yuko kule anafuatilia mambo yanavyoendelea. Kwa hiyo Mwoki, hebu tujuze ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa na shughuli imekuwaje mpaka hivi sasa?
Shukrani za dhati mwanzo tena kwa kuungana nami katika wakati ambapo unakujia mbashara kutoka eneo bunge la Lagdera, kaunti ya Garissa, ni kaunti nambari 7. Kumbuka kwamba asubuhi saa za biashara idadi ya wapiga kura ndogo sana ilijitokeza kupiga kura katika kituo hiki, ikitiliwa maana kwamba kaunti ya Garissa ama eneo ile bunge la Lagdera ni eneo ambapo wakazi wengi ni wa kuhamahama kwa ajili ya kutafuta lishe bora kwa wafugaji, na mara nyingi eneo hili ni kame, kwa hivyo huwa wanahama kutoka eneo hili hadi mahali kwingine ambapo kuna lishe bora. Na niliweza kuzungumza na msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili, na haya ndo kauli zake.
Yeah, my name is Abdullah. I'm president of the Controversial Police Station School. So far, it's not the average. There's no any other violence. Things are moving as far.
And maybe you can give us an update of the turnout of voters.
For example, my police station, the number of voters were 114. So far, 65 have already come their vote. Yeah, the average. Yeah.
Your expectations maybe before the process culminates?
My expectation is to get at least 100 voters. That's my expectation. Yeah.
What's your message to the area residents?
I want to urge the voters to turn out in large number to vote their leader of choice. Yeah.
Messages of peace.
Yeah, peace. That's very important. We want the decision to be very peaceful and transparent. Yeah. For IEBC, if they will take our for IEBC, I can confirm that everything is set as a plan. I can confirm to you that everything, the process is clear. Yeah. As far as for now. Yeah, I respect the trend. Yeah.
Thank you. Na kama alivyosema ni kwamba jumbe za amani zimekuwa zikienezwa katika eneo hili, ingawa idadi ni ndogo sana ya wapiga kura katika eneo hili, ikiwa maana kwamba ni eneo kame ama ni eneo moja katika maeneo ya Kenya ambayo ni kame, ambayo hukaa sana bila kushuhudia mvua, na hivyo basi ndio maana kwamba wapiga kura katika eneo hili ni wachache mno. Tutazidi kueleza zaidi ambacho kitakuwa kikiendelea katika eneo bunge hili pamoja na kura zitakapomalizika kuhesabiwa. Mimi ni Frederick Mwoki.
Na Frederick Mwoki, umemsikia yuko katika eneo amesema ni kame, na bila shaka maeneo kame nyakati za mchana kunakuwa na upepo mwingi, ndio maana unasikia sauti haitokei inavyopaswa kutokea. Kumbuka Garissa ni eneo ambalo lina maeneo bunge 6, Lagdera ni mojawapo, kuna Fafi, kuna Garissa Township, kuna maeneo kama Dadaab na vile vile Balambala na Ijara. Kwa hiyo ni maeneo ambayo bila shaka pia yana watu ambao wanawaniwa na mirengo tofauti.
Magavana ambao wanawania kuchukua kiti hicho ni 7. Wamejitokeza watu 7 wakitaka kuchukua nafasi hiyo. Lakini kumbuka eneo la Garissa ama maeneo kama haya ya Garissa aliyoko maeneo kame ni mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo katika manifesto za wagombea kiti cha urais wamejaribu kuweka masuala ambayo yataweza kupunguza hii hali ya ukame, hali ya njaa, na pia hali ya mifugo pengine kukosa lishe, kukosa maji,
kutokana na hilo kuwa tatizo kubwa. Lakini mbali na hayo, sasa tunaelekeza dira yetu katika maeneo ya Siaya. Tunaye Chola Simon ambaye yuko tayari kutujuza kinachoendelea. Tunaona tayari milolongo ya watu na foleni ipo kwa sana. Labda utueleze hadi macho yetu ama ndio shughuli halisi ilivyo, Achola?
Naam, shukran sana Harith Salim na Kamche Meza hapo studio. Bila shaka shughuli hii iling'oa nanga majira ya saa 12 jinsi ilivyoratibiwa hapo asubuhi, na tunaweza kuripoti hadi sasa Harith kwamba shughuli hii imeenda shwari hapa katika kaunti ya Siaya, ingawaje tumeshuhudia visa vidogo hapa na pale, lakini kwa ujumla shughuli hii imeenda kwa njia nzuri sana, na watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi sana kushughulika katika shughuli hii ya kupiga kura. Kile tuliweza kushuhudia pia ni kwamba vijana na wazee wameweza kujituma sana kuhakikisha kwamba basi wakongwe ambao wako katika nyumba zao ama boma zao na wale ambao hajiwezi kwa vyote vile, basi wameweza kufika katika vituo vya kupiga kura na kuhakikisha kwamba basi wameweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii kuu. Kumbuka hii tu ni kulingana na mwito wa wanasiasa kutoka eneo hili ambao waliwataka wazee na vijana waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi, hali kadhalika pia kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba yote yule ambaye hataweza kufika katika kituo cha kupiga kura kwa sababu moja ama nyingine, basi ameweza kusaidiwa ili aweze kufika katika eneo hili. Baadhi tu ya viongozi ambao waliweza kuanza kupiga kura mapema mno ilikuwa ni Uhuru Odinga ambaye alipiga kura si mbali sana na hapa katika mji wa Amolo Odinga, na viongozi wengine katika eneo hili walikuwa nasema basi vijana na wamama waweze kuamshana asubuhi na mapema sana, na naweza kuarifu kwamba jana usiku kucha tumesikia mlio wa firimbi ukilia kote kuhakikisha tu kwamba basi wakazi wa eneo hili wanaweza kujitokeza. Hali kama hiyo pia tulishuhudia katika kaunti ya Kisumu na maeneo ya kadha katika sehemu hii, ili tu kwa minajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba basi wakazi wanaweza kujitokeza kushughulika katika shughuli hii. Lakini Harith, nilivyosema kwamba kulikuwa na dosari hapa na pale, na baadhi tu ya dosari ambazo zilijitokeza ni kwamba vipakatakalishi vya kupigia kura kidogo vilikuwa vinaleta mushkili kwa wakazi wa eneo hili. Wengi walisema kwamba shughuli hiyo ilikuwa inaenda kwa njia ya pole sana. Hali kadhalika wengi walikendi ameweza kutaka polisi kwanza kuweza kuwajibikia swala hilo na kuhakikisha kwamba basi wanaweza kufanya upelelezi na kuhakikisha kujua kwamba haswa nini kilifanyika na kupelekea kwamba mgombeaji huyo aliweza kutoa bastola yake na kuweza kufatua hewani. Hali kadhalika pia hali ya anga imekuwa ni shwari sana, wakazi wamejitokeza, na jinsi ninavyoona nyuma yangu hapa tunaambiwa kwamba takriban wapiga kura 1000 wameweza kujisajili katika kituo hiki na wamekuwa wakijitokeza kutokea asubuhi ili waweze kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Pengine mwenzangu akiweza tu kuonyesha foleni ni kwamba si refu sana. Hii ni kumaanisha kwamba wakazi wanakuja na waweza kushughulikiwa na wanaweza kufanya shughuli jinsi inavyotarajiwa, na wamekuwa hapa ukienda katika vitu vituo vingi katika kaunti hii, utapata kwamba basi wakazi wanajitokeza, wanakuja, wanapiga kura, wawe ni kina mama, wa vijana, wawe ni wazee, wote wanajitokeza kupiga kura. Na ili kupata tu mustakabali rasmi jinsi basi shughuli hii imeweza kujiendesha, nitaweza kuongea na wakazi hapa moja ama wawili ili waweze tu kutueleza kwamba shughuli hii imeendeshwa kwa njia gani. Habari yako ndugu yangu?
Mzuri.
Naomba ujitambulishe jina na utueleze kwamba hadi sasa wewe umeshuhudia shughuli hii imeenda vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Kennedy Opio, mimi ni mkaji wa Siaya, napiga kura hapa County Hall. Nimeona watu walikuja asubuhi na mapema, na saa hizi kama ni kusema kwa asilimia ni kama tuko asilimia 84 na bado watu wanakuja. Na saa hii wakati wa uchaguzi tunaongea kwa maneno mawili tu, minority and majority, and we are waiting for the votes to be counted so that we see the majority. Yeah,
jinsi tunavyongoja kuona wengi na wachache jinsi ulivyosema, hebu tueleze shughuli hii imejiendesha kwa njia ipi kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa? Pengine ni tofauti na jinsi ulivyoona shughuli za kitambo, ama hii shughuli ya leo imekuwa vipi?
Shughuli ya leo, kwanza wacha nipongeze IEBC kidogo, ingawa wajafanya kazi mzuri sana juu ile ya Kakamega waliahirisha. Lakini leo nimeona wakati wameongeza kituo imepunguza foleni. Ndio sababu unaona foleni haijakuwa na watu wengi sana, kwa sababu waliongeza Kimskit ama station. Yeah, wameongeza sasa ime
Naam, ndio kama hivyo kidogo. Matatizo ya mitandao kidogo ina mushkil, unajua tena masafa yanaathiri kwa njia moja au nyingine, lakini hapa jaharibika neno cha msingi. Tumepata kile alichokuwa akizungumzia, ni kwamba shughuli imekwenda bila matatizo yoyote, na vile vile watu wanaendelea kujitokeza kutekeleza shughuli hiyo. Kakamega amezungumzia kwamba alikuwa anahojewa amezungumza issue ya Kakamega, swala la Kakamega, na nafikiri tunakwenda huko kusikiliza kidogo. Kakamega ni moja ya kaunti ambazo kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana kura zilisitishwa mpaka wakati ambapo zitakapotangazwa tena. Kwa hiyo tunataka kwenda kusikiliza tu kwa kifupi wapiga kura wa Kakamega wanasemaje.
Kabla hatujakwenda huko Harith, lakini hapa tumetoka kwa Achola Simon kutoka kaunti ya Siaya, ambayo pia ni kaunti ambayo macho yote pia atakuwa anaelekezwa kule.
Bila shaka. Kumbuka
ina idadi ya watu takriban zaidi ya 800,000
waliojisajili kupiga kura.
Sio waliojisajili, lakini hiyo kaunti nzima.
Naam, kwa hiyo na maeneo bunge ni maeneo bunge 6. Kwa hiyo bila shaka kama ulivyosema Kurunzi inaelekezwa huko, na tukizungumzia kuelekeza Kurunzi, tujaribu kurudi kwake tena Achola Simon, tuone kama tunaweza kumpata. Achola, kama naona shughuli inaendelea vizuri, tumsikilize anavyosema.
Na kwamba kuna utulivu mwingi sana. Pengine nini haswa mmeambiwa ama nini imefanyika kwamba kiasi kwamba tumekuwa na nidhamu kubwa sana wakati huu?
Hapana, hakuna kitu tumeambiwa, sisi pia ndio tunatumia tu na akili yetu. Juu hiyo mambo ya vita, sijui unapiga hiyo kuguzala kelele hiyo, tumeona kama isaidii. Mimi peke yangu nasema ati hiyo mambo ya hiyo kiherehere, kupiga mawe nini nimewacha, kwa sababu naona kupiga kura niende ngoje matokeo, ndio result ndio itanisaidia maisha yangu.
Jana commissioner wa county hii Jim Joka alisema kwamba maeneo ya kulewa yote yafungwe hadi saa 12 leo jioni. Pengine unaweza ona kwamba inaweza kuwa imechangia pakubwa sana vijana kujitokeza jinsi wamejitokeza na kushiriki katika shughuli hii.
Hiyo imechangia kubwa, kwa hivyo na support sana, kwa sababu sasa imewekwa watu youths, yani wametoka kwa wingi kwa sababu hajaelewa, wajaenda kwa hiyo pombe. Sasa wamekuja kama macho yao wako safi sasa wamejua kitu wamemeleta hapa, wanakuja kwa na wanaenda, kuna mwenye amelewa.
Hali ya usalama je?
Usalama iko sawa, naona security iko tight, hata tusumbui. Sisi pia tunatumia tu akili yetu, kishapiga kura tunaenda, tuagi unao.
Shukrani sana Collins. Huyo ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili, bila shaka wakisema jinsi wameweza kufurahishwa na shughuli hii ya leo. Wengi wakisema, haswa kijana ambaye tumezungumza naye hadi sasa, akisema kwamba ni muhimu vijana waje washughulike katika shughuli hii, lakini waweze kudumisha amani. Pengine tu nikukumbushe Harith, hapo jana tukizungumza na kamishna wa kaunti hii Jim Njoka, aliwarai wakazi wa eneo hili hasa vijana kwamba waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi, lakini waweze kudumisha amani. Aidha pia aliweza kuhakikishia wote ambao watashiriki katika shughuli hii na kusema kwamba bila shaka wameweka mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha katika eneo hili. Akasema kwanza polisi wameweza kupelekwa katika kila kituo cha kupigia kura katika eneo hili. Kumbuka eneo hili lina vituo 912 na alisema kwamba wameweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila kituo cha kupigia kura basi kina maafisa wa polisi. Swala lingine akasema kwamba kando na wale maafisa wa polisi ambao wamepelekwa katika vituo vya kupigia kura, basi kuna kikosi maalum ambacho kimewekwa huko nje na kina ngoja tu iwapo kutakuwa na shughuli yoyote ambayo pengine italeta utovu wa nidhamu, bila shaka wataweza kushughulika na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza kudhibiti usalama. Pengine tu pia tuongee na kina mama pia waweze kutueleza haswa wao wameona vipi shughuli hii na iwapo shughuli hii imewafurahisha na wangependa pengine iwe vipi. Karibu sana mama.
Kwa majina naitwa Millicent, mkaaji wa Siaya na pia kituo cha Siaya Council City Hall.
Millicent, hadi sasa pengine unieleze hii shughuli kwanza umeiona imeendeshwa kwa namna gani, na pili wewe umefurahia jinsi watu wamejitokeza leo na kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii?
Nimefurahia sana kulingana tulifika hapa saa 9 za usiku na tulipata umati wa watu hapa. Na tulifurahia sana vile watu wamejitokezea kupiga kura na roho moja kuliko ile kura wakati uliopita. So tumefurahia sana vile tumeendelezwa kupiga kura na tumefurahia vile tumeniniwa polepole mpaka kwa amani na tukamaliza kupiga kura kwa amani. Ingawaje bado tunaendelea, lakini tunajua bado amani iko kulingana na hali ya utulivu yenye iko.
Millicent, naona pia umejihami na firimbi yako. Wewe ni baadhi ya watu ambao umekuwa kiamsha watu asubuhi na mapema sana. Pengine shughuli ya kuamsha mlianza saa ngapi na nini kabisa imechochea nyinyi kutaka kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu anaamka na anapiga kura?
Tulikuwa tunataka tuamshe wale bado wanalala, wajitokezee kwa udi na uvumba, wapige kura, tupeleke kura mbele. Na firimbi tulianza kuamsha nao watu saa 9 za usiku.
Mmeamsha kabisa, nimesikia mmepiga usiku kucha
mpaka police station yenye tulikuwa tunaenda kufanya.
Wakati wa uchaguzi kama huu, kina mama ambao ni wengi na wanaweza kupiga kura na wanaaminika sana kwa kupiga kura, unapata kwamba wakati mwingi wao ndio wanapata tuseme wanaathirika pakubwa sana kukuwa na fujo na mambo kama hayo. Pengine wewe kama mama, pengine ungependa vipi, mwambie utampigia baada ukishamaliza kuzungumza, wewe mwito wako kwa wa vijana, kina mama na hata wazee wa eneo hili hususan masuala ya usalama?
Ningependa kuambia wamama, vijana, wakati tunapotoka kupiga kura, tupige kura na amani, tusitumiwe kutoa fujo mahali popote na tulinde usalama wenyewe hata kama bado hatujaletewa maafisa. Sasa nilikuwa naomba wananchi ama wamama ama wazee ama vijana tujitokeze tupige kura na amani, tuwe na utulivu mpaka wakati tutakaposikia matokeo.
Wengi wakiwa kule nyumbani walikuwa nafikiria pengine kufika hapa shughuli itakuwa ni mingi sana, kwani uende uangalie kimskiti na kana namna gani, upelekwe sijui wapi. Hebu ujumbe wako kwa ule mtu ambaye hajapiga kura bado na ako nyumbani na pengine alikuwa anataka kuja na anaona kwamba kabla niende kupiga kura acha nifanye kitu kingine ama nitachelewa nikipiga kura.
Mtu kama huyo unaweza kumsii aache Kenya anafanya na kuja apige kura, akimaliza kupiga kura aendelee kufanya Kenya anafanya ili tujitokeze tupige kura.
Naam sana, shukrani sana Millicent. Bila shaka hao ni maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili ambao wamejitokeza kwa wingi sana kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Haritha, nimekueleza kwamba bila shaka shughuli hii ilianza mwendo ama majira ya saa 12 asubuhi na imekuwa ikiendeshwa kwa njia ya amani sana kutokea asubuhi hadi sasa. Wengi wamefurahishwa na jinsi shughuli hii imeweza kuendeshwa. Hapa Siaya tukiangalia chaguzi zilizopita ni maeneo ambayo kidogo kulikuwa na vurumai hapa na pale, lakini hivi leo imekuwa ni sehemu ambayo kuna amani, wakazi wamejitokeza na wengi wanataka wenzao wao waweze kujitokeza na kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Bila shaka Harith, swala lingine ni kwamba ukitembea katika soko ama maeneo ya biashara hapa Siaya, Bondo na katika njia barabara kuu ya kutoka Kisumu kuelekea katika eneo hili, utapata kwamba mengi ama wingi wa mabiashara basi zimeweza kufunga leo na hazifanyi kazi. Tumetafuta sana mahali pa kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana, hatujapata. Hii ni kulingana na maagizo ama uamuzi wa wakazi wa eneo hili kuhakikisha kwamba leo hawataweza kufanya kazi, ila wataweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anaweza kujitokeza na kufika katika eneo hili. Ni wakati tulikuwa natembea katika soko za hapa karibu, tuliweza kupata kwamba wingi wa biashara zilikuwa zimefungwa. Wakazi walikuwa tu wametulia ama wamefika katika vituo vya kupigia kura na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza shiriki katika shughuli hili. Swala lingine ambalo pia tumeweza kushuhudia na macho yetu ni kwamba usafiri wa umma, public service vehicle, hazijakuwa mingi katika barabara. Tumeweza kutoka eneo la Kisumu hadi katika eneo hili, unapata pengine utakutana na matatu moja ama mbili baada ya dakika 30 ama lisali moja. Hii inahakikisha kwamba basi wengi hawajaweza kusafiri kuweza kutoka katika eneo hili ama kuelekea katika maeneo mengine, bali wameweza kujikita katika maeneo yao na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza shughulika na shughuli hii kuu ya kuweza kupiga kura. Bila shaka tutaangazia shughuli hii inavyoendelea katika eneo hili la Siaya County na tutaweza kukuletea habari jinsi zinavyochipuka. Bila shaka si muda mrefu kutoka sasa, Harith, na saini takriban saini saa 9 na dakika saa 9 na robo. Bila shaka masaa machache yajayo tutakuwa tunakamilisha shughuli hii ya kuweza kupiga kura. Kumbuka kura ina vituo vya kupiga kura vinafungwa rasmi mwendo wa saa 11 jioni, na wakati utakuwa zimekwisha fungwa basi shughuli itakuwa si nyingine bali ni shughuli ya kuweza kuhesabu zile kura na tuweze kujumulisha, na basi tuanze shughuli ya kutaka kujua bivu na bichi. Kwako Harith Salim.
Naam, asante sana. Kamche, umemsikia, na kuna mambo mawili yamejitokeza.
Mpe pole kwanza, anasema hata chamcha hawajapata.
Asante Achola bwana kutoka kaunti ya Siaya, amekuwa akituonyesha taswira ilivyo kuhusiana na shughuli ya kupiga kura, lakini tutazungumzia Siaya baadaye. Lakini kikubwa ni yule alisema kwamba tunatumia akili zetu sasa hivi, hakuna fujo, hakuna nini.
Amani.
Naam, sasa hivi tunaona tuko katika kaunti ya Nyeri, mwenzetu Kevin Washira yuko ange tayari pamoja na wale waliokuja kushiriki, kama unaweza kuona katika hiyo picha hapo nyuma yake. Kwa hiyo Kevin, hebu tujuze hivi sasa mambo yanakwendaje na watu waliojitokeza mpaka sasa kwa mujibu wa IEBC wanasemaje?
Asante sana Harith Salem, ukiwa hapo Nairobi. Tuko hapa Mathira constituency, hapa ni Nyeri, kaunti ya Nyeri. Na ukilinganisha vile watu walijitokeza mwaka 2017 na ulinganishe 2022 hivi leo, tofauti ni kubwa sana. Huu mwaka uchaguzi, saa hii tukiangalia ni saa 9 na dakika 15, imebakia kitu kama masaa mawili hivi vituo vya kupiga kura zianze kufungwa ndio shughuli ya kuhesabu kura ianze. Na tukiangalia masaa 2 hivi bado watu hawajajitokeza vile walikuwa wamejitokeza mwaka 2017. Na hapa najiunga na baadhi ya wenye wamejitokeza na wameweza kupiga kura. Hebu tueleze jina lako, tuambie ulitoka nyumbani saa ngapi na ulikuja kupiga kura saa ngapi? Angalia kamera.
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Fariz wa Mayo Wabogo. Mimi ni mzaliwa hapa, hii ni kijiji yangu. Nilifika hapa saa 11 asubuhi kuja kupiga kura kwa sababu hiyo ni haki yangu ya kikatiba na ili nitekeleze ile haki nimepewa na demokrasia yangu. Na nasema kwamba vile watu wanajitokeza, naona watu si wengi. Nikilinganisha vile watu walikuwa wamejitokeza mwaka wa 2017, naona ile idadi iko chini sana.
Na unadhani ni kwa nini watu wameweza kujitokeza wachache kuliko venye walijitokeza ile wakati mwingine?
Mimi kwa maoni yangu naona, unajua mlima wa Mount Kenya Araude wanaona hawana ile kiongozi wanataka kupigia kura. So wale walijitokeza walikuja kupigia kura wale viongozi wa mashinani. Na pia kuna wale wanapenda labda wale viongozi wametoka eneo la nje la mlima wa Kenya. Ndio mimi naona sababu. Kwa sababu kama angekuwa na ile, ndio kuna kiongozi ambaye labda ametoka mlima wa Kenya, lakini yeye hana ile jina yake haijulikani sana. Kwa hivyo hawamchukui yani akiwa serious candidate. Naona hiyo ndio sababu kubwa imefanya hiyo kuwe na ile low turnout.
Hebu tusikize kutoka kwa mtu mwingine hapa. Tueleze jina lako na umepiga kura?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Festus Gashole, napigia kula hapa Lagati Polling Center. Tayari nimepiga kula. Uchaguzi watu hawakujitokeza sana, na matumaini na ile shinda imefanya hawakujitokeza sana ni viongozi wetu wa Mount Kenya. Wamekuwa wakisunguka wakitupia ahadi ambazo wengi wetu tunaona haziwezi fanyika kwa wakati huu. So watu wakaona ni heli wakae nyumbani, sababu ana kiongozi ambaye wanaamini sana, ambaye atachunga mahitaji ya watu wa Mlima Kenya. Ningeusihi wa vijana na wa mama na wazee wale wanapiga kula, tupige kula, turudi nyumbani na tukae na amani. Uchaguzi ni wa siku moja, lakini Kenya itadumu. So ningeuliza tuwe na tukubali matokeo, ule atashinda ndio kiongozi wetu.
Tukizingatia jinsia, acha tusikie dada yetu hapa. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na uliamka saa ngapi kuja kupiga kura?
Kwa majina naitwa Mother Nyaguthi Gadhoni. Mimi ni mpiga kula hapa Lagati Primary School. Nilikuja hapa saa 11, lakini watu leo hawakujitokeza vizuri sana, especially vijana hawakukuja vile last time walikuwa wamekuja. Lakini tunashukuru Mungu tu juu leo hakuna fulugu, hakuna makelele sana, watu wanapanga laini vizuri na tunashukuru Mungu kwa hayo.
Asante sana. Naam, hayo ni baadhi ya maoni ya wapiga kura ambao tayari wameweza kupiga kura. Wamesema kuwa shughuli ya kupiga kura imekuwa bila mushkil hata kidogo. Wamekuja wakapiga kura zao na sasa wanangojea matokeo, na wameweza kuwahimiza wale wawaniaji ambao hawataweza kuibuka washindi waweze kukubali matokeo vile itatokea. Vile vile wamewahimiza vijana wenzao wasikuwe watu wa kuvuruga ama kuleta vurugu ama kutumiwa na wanasiasa vibaya kuleta vurugu hapa nchini. Hapa ni Ragati, ni shule ya msingi ya Ragati, iko katika eneo ya Karatina. Hii ni eneo bunge la Mathira, na awali kidogo mwaniaji gavana kwa tikiti ya Jubilee Ephraim Maina aliweza kuingia hapa na akapiga kura. Awali asubuhi tulikuwa katika shule ya msingi ya Sagana ambapo naibu mgombea mwenza wa chama cha UDA Rigathi Gachagua alifika masaa saa 12 hivi asubuhi na nusu na akaweza kupiga kura. Vile vile katika eneo la Kieni, eneo bunge la Kieni, Kanini Kega, mbunge wa Kieni Kanini Kega ameweza kufika katika shule ya msingi ya Kahuho na akaweza kupiga kura. Lakini hizo maeneo zote zenye tumezuru leo, idadi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura si ya kuridhisha. Harith.
Asante sana Kevin.
Harith, unaona idadi ndio imeonekana kutatiza katika maeneo haya yote ambayo tumejaribu kupata mawili matatu kuyahusu. Nasema idadi ya wale waliojitokeza kupiga kura imekuwa chache. Shukrani sana Kevin Washira kutoka Nyeri. Sasa tufululize hadi kaunti ya Baringo ambapo mwanahabari Betty Kiptum naye ameshika hatamu na anatueleza ni yepi. Betty, kama natusikia, vipi hali ipo vipi kuanzia asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa?
Naam, Kamche na Harith katika wapata kwa hali nzuri sana, na katika IEBC tumekuwa tulianza katika Baringo ya ambako tulikuwa Baringo county ya kura sana, walifungua on time or rather kwa wakati, na hakukuwa na watu wengi kabisa. Tatu hivi laini zilikuwa natumai kuwa tangu tutoke pale Wakenya zaidi wamepiga kura. Tukaelekea upande wa Tandui Primary ambayo Gideon Moi anayegombea useneta katika kaunti hii ama anayegombea kudefend kiti cha kaunti hii kuwapa hizo picha moja kwa moja katika bunge la Baringo Kaskazini ambako kunafaa kuwa na laini ya wapiga kura, lakini kama unavyoona hapana mtu yeyote. Lakini hiyo haimaanishi fika hapa karibia masaa matatu yaliyopita watu walikuwa wanapiga kura. Ripotiwa na tashwishi yoyote, lakini niko hapa na wa mutahi primary anaitwa. Naomba Felix unikaribie uweze kutueleza kufikia sasa naona kwamba hakuna watu wengi, lakini na labda wamefika asilimia ngapi hivi?
Naam, naitwa Felix, ni presiding officer hapa primary. Mapema saa 10 asubuhi wana shughuli mzuri tangu asubuhi mpaka wakati huu. Tumekura kuanzia asubuhi ambao wamekuja wengi. Tumetarajia kuwa na wapiga kura 989, lakini kufikia wakati 37 ambao wamepiga kura asilimia ambao imetufikisha 4.
Haya, tutasema ni hali ya anga ama hali ya hewa pia imeathiri mitambo, manake hatumpati Betty Kiptum na mgeni wake hapo anayejaribu kumhoji, hatumpati vizuri. Lakini kwa sasa naarifiwa tuvuke boda hadi Lungalunga. Zainab Said anaungana nasi kwa njia ya simu. Zainab, hujambo hapo ulipo? Mambo yapo vipi? Hali ya hewa iko vipi huko na shughuli nzima ya kupiga kura inaendeleaje?
Shukrani sana Kamche na kupata. Hali ya hewa hapa ni kibaridi, kimvua kidogo asubuhi, lakini kijua sasa hivi si haba kimetoka. Asubuhi tulikuwa tunazunguka kuangazia tu zoezi zima la kura vile linaendelea. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekutajia, mvua ilinyesha asubuhi, kwa hivyo ilitatiza ile kupanga foleni, na ilikuwa si mvua ya moja kwa moja, ilikuwa inanyesha inakatika inaanza tena. So kwa hivyo hiyo ilikuwa inatatiza kupanga foleni, lakini zoezi lilikwenda salama. Na nyingi kama kitu ambacho tulitembea Lungalunga primary walianza saa 12 baadaye, kama saa 12 na dakika 12 hivi zoezi likawa limeanza. Na pia tatizo tu la kwamba baadhi ya watu wazima ile kimskit kusoma vidole vyao ilikuwa na matatizo. Na pia kuna baadhi ya vituo kufikia hivi sasa pia bado zoezi hilo halijaanza kutokana na hitilafu ya mitambo hiyo. Na sasa hivi nitazungumza na afisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi huo, vituo 148 kati ya 744 vilivyo katika kaunti ya Kwale, Bwana Raymond Mamkuzi. Atuelezee tu katika mikakati gani inayowekwa katika kituo hicho cha Kakoneni ambacho kumekuwa na hitilafu ya mitambo ambayo imecheleweshwa kuanzishwa kwa uchaguzi, na ni vipi tu wataweza kuweka mikakati kuhakikisha kwamba wenyeji wa eneo hilo ama upiga kura katika kituo hicho wanaweza kufanya maamuzi yao ya kikatiba. Kwa hivyo moja kwa moja nitamruhusu tu atuelezee Kamche. Naam, shukrani sana Bwana Raymond Mamkuzi kuzungumza nasi. Mamkazi Raymond mkakubali kuzungumza nasi, tuelezee tu ni mikakati gani inawekwa katika, na wewe kama afisa ambaye unasimamia uchaguzi katika ili kuhakikisha kwamba wenyeji wa Kakoneni wataweza kupiga kura hii leo.
Kwa majina naitwa Herman Makazi na nasimamia uchaguzi wa bunge la Lungalunga. Leo hii tumeweza kuanza zoezi hili vizuri. Kuanzia asubuhi tumeendelea, vituo vyote vimeweza kufungua, japokuwa tumepata changamoto ya kituo cha Kikoneni Primary School number 2 ambayo tumepata hitilafu za mitambo, na tumekuwa tukijaribu kutatua hilo swala. Tumeweza ku-escalate hiyo issue, tukaipandisha mpaka kwa tume ili kuweza kupata mwelekeo mwafaka na kuweza kuwapatia nafasi watu wa Pongo Kikoneni, kituo cha Kikoneni Primary Station number 2 waweze kupata kupiga kura. Kwa kujaribu kusuluhisha hilo swala, tumeweza kupeleka kule mashini kadhaa na wasaidizi wetu wa kupiga kura, ICT officials wameenda kule na wamekuwa on the ground wakijaribu kutatua shida, na hadi sasa hivi wapo pale, na kwa sasa wameweza kutambua balaa ilikuwa wapi, na tunangojea mwelekeo kutoka kwa tume ya jinsi tutakavyoweza kutatua na kuweza kupata mwelekeo wa kufanya uchaguzi katika kile kituo. Naam. Okay, vile tumekuwa na changamoto la watu wazima kwamba vidole vyao inapatikana shida kusomwa na ile mashini, na tumekuwa tuna njia kadhaa za kuweza kuwasaidia. Ni kwamba ule mfumo wa kuweza kuwatambua wapigaji kura unaruhusu njia kadhaa, moja yapo ikiwa ni ya kuweza kutumia zile namba zao za kitambulisho kuweza kuwatafuta kwenye ile orodha, na baada ya kuwapata pia tuko na njia mbadala endapo vidole vyao pia baada haitaweza kuwatambua. Moja yao ni kujaribu kuscan sura zao, na hata pale inaposhindikana ile, kuna njia nyingine ambayo inamruhusu yule msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika kile kituo akiwa na witness ya agent akaweza kumsaidia yule mpigaji kura akapiga kura kwa njia ya kutumia password ya PO ili kumruhusu aweze kutambulika na aweze kupiga kura. Naam. Kwa kweli utaratibu wa kupiga kura huwa unachukua muda, na kila mtu ana uwezo wake tofauti wakati anapoanza kufanya hiyo hesabu. So mara nyingi, lakini kwa ule uzoefu tumekuwa nao, vituo vya kwanza huanza kuingia mida ya baada ya saa sita ya usiku. Hapa ndio kidogo wale wa kwanza ni vituo ambao viko vidogo wenye watu wachache, basi huwa wamemaliza kuhesabu na wakaanza kutiririka kuja kuleta majibu yao katika turning center yetu.
Shukrani sana. Kamche, kama ulivyomsikia, amekuwa ni afisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi katika eneo bunge la Lungalunga, Bwana Raymond Mkazi, ambaye amethibitisha tu kuchelewa kwa kwanza kupiga kura katika kituo hicho cha Kanonei, ambacho anasema matayarishi ama kuhakikisha tu kwamba zoezi hilo linaanza yanaendelea, na pia amehakikishia kwamba watapewa muda kwa masaa yale ambao hawakuweza kupiga kura waweze kupiga kura pindi tu vifaa hivi vya kidijitali vitakapoanza kufanya kazi katika eneo hilo. Lakini kwa sasa hivi katika kitovu hiki ambacho kura hizo zote kutoka wadi 4 na vituo vya kupigia kura 148 vitakuwa yanaletwa, yanaendelea, ambapo kitakuwa ni kituo kikuu cha eneo bunge la Lungalunga. Kwa hivyo maandalizi yanaendelea kwa hapa, na kama nilivyokuwa tu nimetaja pale awali, katika baadhi ya vitu tulikuwa tunazunguka ilikuwa ni hiyo watu wazima kupata zile fingerprints kwa kimombo kwa ile mashine, ilikuwa inaleta tashwishi, lakini walikuwa wanasaidiwa na wale maafisa wa IEBC. Kwa hivyo kutoka eneo la Lungalunga tu ni hayo kwa sasa.
Zainab, kabla ni kuruhusu uende kupekua zaidi katika maeneo mbalimbali, sijui kama idadi ya wapiga kura umeionaje, ama wasimamizi wa uchaguzi katika vituo mbalimbali wanasemaje? Je, imekuwa ni ya chini ama watu wamejitokeza pengine kadri walivyokuwa wanatarajia, ama watu wamekuwa ni wachache, hususan tukiangalia kwamba kumekuwa na hizo hitilafu za mitambo? Kuna hao wazee ambao wametatizika kuonekana alama zao za vidole, na vile vile kile kijimvua ambacho pengine huenda kikawa kimewa tatiza wengi. Sijui kama idadi mumeionaje huko?
Zungumza na afisa huyo pale asubuhi, idadi haikuwa ya kupendeza zaidi. Watu walikuwa wanajitokeza lakini kwa uchache. Asubuhi tukizunguka tu hapo Lungalunga town, ajabu, maduka yalikuwa yamefunguliwa, watu walikuwa wanafanya biashara, kwa hivyo ni ishara kwamba walikuwa pengine wanatarajia utakwenda baadaye, lakini watu waliamka kama hoteli, kulikuwa kuna chakula. Na kwenye foleni pia walikuwa si wengi sana. Tukifika asubuhi, ama nikifika katika kituo cha kupigia kura cha Lungalunga, shule ya msingi ya Lungalunga, ilikuwa ni foleni 5, na kila foleni takriban ilikuwa na watu kama 30. Lakini ilipofika saa 1 hivi wakaanza kuongezeka. Na pia kulikuwa na matatizo yale ya kulikuwa hakuna afisa wa IEBC wa kueleza. Ukifika pale anakuambia kama we ni Zainab utasimama hapa. Sasa kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanasinyo, unasimama, ukifika pale mbele unaambiwa kituo chako ni kule kwingine. Sasa inabidi uende ukapange foleni tena mwanzo. Sasa kuna wale ambao walikuwa hawana hiyo patience ya kusema waende wakaunga foleni kwingine. Kwa hivyo hizo ni baadhi tu ya changamoto zilikuwa zina kumbwa wakati wa asubuhi. Lakini kwa idadi pia ukiangalia ni eneo bunge ambalo vituo vya kupigia kura viko mbali. Kwa hivyo kama tuko tunazungumza kama kuzunguka kwenda kama Peroni, shule ya msingi ya Peroni ni hatua kutoka shule ya msingi ya Lungalunga. Hata kwa sasa hivi hicho kituo ambacho hakijaanza kura, msimamizi anasema ni karibu na mpaka, ni kule mwisho. Kwa hivyo hata pia wao ilikuwa wana matatizo ya kusafirisha hizo kimskit kupeleka, kwamba mvua imenyesha, magari yalikuwa yanateleza. Sasa wanapeleka za kwanza zinafeli, wanakuja wanachukua nyingine. Lakini kwa sasa hivi kulingana naye anasema kwamba kile ambacho kiko kikipelekwa kitakuwa kinafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo kwa mtizamo tu haijakuwa ile watu wengi zaidi, japo tutazidi kwenda kuzunguka, kwenda kuangalia pengine mchana saizi watakuwa wamejitokeza kwa wingi, lakini asubuhi idadi haikuwa nyingi zaidi. Na pia vile nimekutajia mvua, kuna wengi ambao walikuwa wakiona manyunyu wao wanarudi, wanaondoka kwenye foleni. Lakini zoezi lilikuwa linaendelea salama, kando na matatizo hayo machache, lakini kulikuwa hakuna kama visa vya utovu wa usalama, hapana. Kumekuwa shwari tu. Maafisa katika karibu kila kituo cha pigia kura kuna afisa, kisha kuna wale vijana wa NYS 3 ama 4. Kwa hivyo kwa upande wa usalama iko sawa kabisa. Hata asubuhi tulikuwa tumezungumza na OCPD Bwana Peter Nzimbi, amesema kufikia saa hiyo saa 3 alikuwa hajapokea kisa chochote cha utovu usalama katika eneo bunge hili la Lungalunga. Kwa hivyo usalama ulikuwa uko sawa. Ni wenyeji tu mvua hiyo kidogo, na pengine kutofanya kwa baadhi ya vifaa hivyo vya dijitali, na pia ile kukosekana fingerprints kwa watu ambao umri wao umezidi.
Shukran sana Zainab, umetupatia taswira kamili ilivyo pale Lungalunga, umetueleza mengi. Wacha tukuruhusu sasa uelekee kwa maeneo mengine katika eneo hilo la Lungalunga, ukajione hali ilivyo. Lakini Harith, tatizo hapa limeonekana, wazee kuonekana zile alama za vidole.
Unajua kuna tatizo ukikonga zile alama za vidole kidogo, pia wakati mwingine watu wanakuwa na mipasuko kwenye vidole na vile vile miguuni. Kwa hiyo inakuwa tatizo kuweza kutambulika kupitia. Kwa hiyo lazima mbinu nyingine zitumike kama alivyozungumza kwamba huenda zikatumika zile nambari za kitambulisho kujaribu kutafuta. Isipowezekana pia kuna njia nyingine kama alivyoeleza msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo hilo la Lunga. Lakini kumbuka kwamba mvua pia imetajwa kuwa changamoto. Tishio la mvua, manyunyu yale yamewatisha watu, na hususan kibaridi hiki. Maeneo ya pwani hawajazoea baridi. Kibaridi kija kidogo basi inakuwa matatizo.
Kila mtu anataka kutulia nyumbani.
Kila mtu anataka kutulia nyumbani. Na biashara zinaendelea kama kawaida. Na labda ni kuonyesha kwamba mbali na upigaji kura, shughuli zinafaa kuendelea kama kawaida.
Hii ni tofauti na ile kaunti ya Siaya kule ambako
Chola anasema wapati chakula, huku chakula kimejaa.
Kule biashara zimfungwa, watu wankwenda kupiga kura, huku bado biashara zaendelea. Lakini nadhani wengi manake hata hapa jijini Nairobi nilipokuwa katika pite zangu asubuhi, nimeona kwamba kuna maduka mengi ambayo pia yalikuwa yamefungwa, na imani kwamba watu walikuwa wamekwenda kupiga kura. Lakini pia naona wengi wanasema kwamba hii asubuhi wacha ipite. Wengi wanadhania kwamba hii asubuhi ndio ina watu wengi, alafu wanasema nitakwenda mchana baadaye. Hasa pengine tuweza kutarajia kwamba saa hizi mida ya mchana watu huenda wakajitokeza wengi katika vile vituo vya kupiga kura.
Wacha tuone, ingawaje pia IEBC ilitoa taarifa yake, unakumbuka mwendo wa adhuhuri pale, ikasema kwamba kipindi kile cha 6 mtikati wanasema kwamba ilikuwa kama 30% ya waliojisajili kupiga kura ambao ni milioni 22.1, asilimia 30 ndio walikuwa wamejitokeza. Kwa hiyo walikuwa wanawasihi na kuwataka watu wajitokeze kwa sababu shughuli ya kufunga vituo vya kupiga kura ikifika inakuwa hakuna kuongezewa muda, isipokuwa kama kumekuwa na matatizo katika baadhi ya vituo kama tulivyosikia maeneo ya Lunga.
Akisema kwanza kufikia sasa kuna vituo vingine bado havijaanza hiyo shughuli.
Sasa hivi ni alasiri tena imeelekea, ina maana muda unaweza kuongezwa mpaka watu wapige kura mpaka usiku.
Wale wanaona
ndio. Alafu pia IEBC walizungumzia kuna baadhi ya maeneo pia mengine wamelazimika kuakhirisha kura, mbali na yale yaliyotajwa jana. Mmoja wapo ni Kitui Rural na Rongai, na sababu ni zile zilizotolewa jana katika maeneo ya Kakamega, Kachiliba, Mombasa na vile vile Pokot Kusini. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa tunaendelea kutizama mambo yanavyoendelea katika maeneo tofauti. Naam, sasa hivi kama tulivyokujuza kwamba wenzetu wapo katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini kuhakikisha kwamba unapata kile ambacho unahitaji ukisikia na kukiona kupitia kura hizi zinazoendelea kwa sasa.
Kwa sasa. Kwa hivyo basi tuvuke hadi kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambapo Gladys Mungai naarifiwa kwamba ana maelezo mawili matatu kuhusu shughuli nzima inavyoendelea kwa sasa. Gladys, sijui kama unanipata, utueleze kama kufikia sasa shughuli hiyo ya kupiga kura inaendaje? Je, foleni bado zipo ama upande wako taswira kamili ipo vipi, Gladys?
Naam, Kamche, bila shaka kama wale watazamaji tunakujia kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambapo tumekuwa katika pita zetu kuangalia jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi unaendeshwa hii leo, na kumbuka kwamba hii ikiwa ni siku ya tarehe mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2022. Mengi yametukia hii leo kutokana na kwamba shughuli ya upiga kura imeanzishwa rasmi kama ilivyoko kwenye katiba na kulingana na sheria, ila kuna mawili matatu kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo shughuli hii katika maeneo tofauti. Katika ziara zetu katika eneo bunge la Gishugu, kuna maeneo ambayo tumefahamishwa kwamba kuna baadhi ya watu ambao zile nembo za mkono hazipatikani kwenye kile kifaa cha kidijitali cha Kimskit, na vile vile kulikuwa na vuta nikuvute kuhusiana na maafisa wasimamizi wa vyama mbalimbali ambao wanafahamika kama maagenti. Kwa sasa tuko katika kituo cha Lukenya katika eneo la Gishugu, na naungana na Luciana ambaye ni msimamizi wa kura katika kituo hiki. Atueleze Luciana, pengine shughuli ya upigaji kura katika kituo hiki imekuwa vipi kuanzia asubuhi?
Tunaendelea vizuri.
Nitakushikia.
Tunaendelea vizuri. Tunashukuru kila kitu inaendelea sambamba. Wapiga kura wanaendelea kupiga na hatujakosa challenges kidogo ile watu wanajaribu kuweka fingerprints zinakataa, lakini tunajaribu kuwasaidia kupitia MRZ na pia ile supervisor validation mode.
Naam, katika kuwasaidia wapiga kura kuhakikisha kwamba wamepiga kura, pengine ni visa vingapi umepata kufikia sasa ambapo pengine zile stakabadhi zao ama kuhusiana na habari zao hazipatikani kwenye kile kifaa cha KIMS-KIT?
Tujakosa 10 hivi, lakini bado tunaendelea kuwashughulikia na tunaamini ya kwamba kabla hatujafunga watakuwa wameweza kusaidika na kuweza kupiga kura.
Naam. Pengine ukiweza kutueleza kulingana na kituo chako cha kupiga kura, pengine jumla ya wapiga kura wangapi wanapaniwa kupiga kura katika kituo hicho, na pengine kufikia sasa watu wangapi wamepiga kura katika kituo chako?
Tuko na watu 469 na wale ambao wameweza kupiga kura kwa sasa ni 184.
Asante sana. Pengine tangu shughuli hii ilipoanza mwendo wa dhenashara asubuhi, umeshuhudia pengine visa vyovyote vya utovu wa usalama?
Hapana, usalama iko sawa.
Naam,
tunashukuru.
Asante Luciana, nasema asante sana kwa muda wako. Kamche na Harith hapo studioni, umeshamsikia hapo afisa wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini katika eneo la Lukenya, katika eneo bunge la Gishugu, kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Na ilivyokuwa ni kwamba katika pitapita zetu pia tumeweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wagombeaji wa viti mbalimbali, na kile ambacho kipo ni kwamba wanatoa wito kwa wakazi kuzidi kujitokeza ifikiapo mwendo wa saa 11 kabla ya vituo vya kupiga kura kufungwa. Kumbuka kwamba imeripotiwa ni kwamba laini za kupiga kura hata nyuma yangu sio kubwa sana, na